After 10 days of intense competition here in Malta, it is time for some sudden death cricket. Quarterfinals Friday is on the way. It is Peacock Friday too. 8 teams, but only one of them can raise the trophy. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Malta Quarterfinals Friday, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to another big day in European cricket. It is QFF Quarterfinals Friday. And yeah, we're really looking forward to seeing what happens today. Of course, 8 teams will start the day. Only 4 will survive to finals day tomorrow. And the semi-finals await for those that are victorious today in the 4 quarterfinals. And we're starting with QF number 1. And it's going to be a very interesting clash between the Bajiba Blasters and Malta today. Well, both these teams had similar records in the group stage, so not too much between them. Let's see what happens at the all-important coin toss. And tell you that Stefan Gooch, the TR, he's with the 2 captains for that coin toss.
Okay, I'm there to call. Heads is the call. It is heads. We're going to bat. Yeah, right on, mate. Yeah. You got it. Nice one. Cheers.
So it is Muthu Kumaran who wins the toss, and he's elected to bat first. I think that's a pretty good toss to win. I think that when we see Malta today, when their top order clicks, they are very hard to beat. They've got some hard hitters up there. Got to say that Srijay Patel was very impressive yesterday. We know how good Azim Sathi can be as well. And then you throw in some wild cards like Cornelius Yunus, the left-hander in the middle order, and they can be quite a dangerous unit, that's for sure. And they ended up in 3rd place, and they certainly had some good performances against overseas CC yesterday afternoon. So they're hitting this quarterfinal with a bit of momentum. And well, they also provided some entertainment. I mean, Muthu Kumaran, he took a hat-trick yesterday. He also came up with a viral moment. I'm sure that's going to go like wildfire today as well. But the captain, he'll be hoping that his team can get the job done on the field and get through to the semi-finals tomorrow. Let's talk about the Bajiba Blasters, though. They finished strongly with a couple of wins against Gozo, but they haven't played for about a week. And that can be just relevant at this stage, I think. I think that Gaurav Maithani, I think he's the key for them. We know he's a very good player, and if he gets going, he can be really hard to stop. But they will have to do it chasing, and both these teams, they had a 4-4 record through the group stage. Let's talk about the weather today. Well, once again, we're expecting a beautiful day. We're expecting about mid-20s, currently about 21, so no different there. A little bit of dew first up, so some teams don't like batting first when it's at its wettest, because we know the ball can get a bit heavy, it's harder to hit further. The outfield's a bit slower as well. But I don't think that's too much of an issue. I think that Malta today thinking runs on the board in the quarterfinals here, and then try and defend it with their bowling and fielding. They have been a bit hit and miss as well with their fielding. Let's see, catches will be so important to hold today with everything to play for. Rico Fu is in the commentary box as we get ready for this wonderful day of cricket. And I can tell you, Rico, that it is the Malta Day side. They've won the toss. They are going to have a bat first. I'm sure a lot of people at the Malta Day Hospital, they'll be watching as well, cheering on their team. So over to you, Rico, as we get ready for the start of Quarterfinal Friday.
Bonjour, thank you very much to Vinny Sandhu. Looking very sharp today, I have to say. Liking the look. He looks trim and proper today. Had a nice shave. I hope you noticed he looks quite dashing actually. Vinny Sandhu giving us the rundown of this very first quarter final. And well, I reckon it is going to be a bit of a blast. Bajiba Blasters, welcome back to them. And Malta Day, we saw Malta Day having a good day yesterday. And just have a look at some of those names on the fantasy dashboard. Azim Sathi, he has been in great form, and yesterday we also saw Patel starting to hit the right notes, and Cornelius Younis, I think watch out for him, the left-hander, he'll be key again. And are we going to be treated some more comedy from Muthu Kumaran, the captain, and also from Sam Aquilina. On the other side, the Blasters, Gautam Singh still hasn't made his mark, I think, in this series. Watch out for him. I reckon he's due to come good. Gaurav Matani, he's going to be the key for them. Narendra Negi is another one that can play a big part. And also, remember, Ravi Pal, he's going to be sensational in the field as well. And then, of course, we've got Devendra Negi. He's one of 2 players now that has taken a hat-trick in this series. In fact, the 2 men that have taken a hat-trick in this series here in Malta, Devendra Negi and also the captain of Malta Day, Muthu Kumaran, will be on the same field. So, expecting this to be a bit of a tussle. I do believe that it will be one that perhaps the bowlers will be on top, and that's reflected on what the bat versus ball wall is saying. Malta Day pipped to be 83 to 80 favourites. But again, I know I've said this a lot about these teams, I do believe that if one batter can get going, that could make the difference in this match. Now, whether that's going to be something like Patel out there we just saw warming up, or Sathi, or on the other end, the captain of the Blasters, someone like Matani. And that's what you're looking at here, to see if one of the batters can get going, and that could make a huge difference to this match. Our umpires are getting ready. Andy Naudi's out there, and there he is, just giving the ball to the bowler. It's going to be Sohan Singh to bowl first, and he's joined out there by umpire Joy as well. They're waiting for our official timekeeper, Frederica Constant from Geneva, to give them the thumbs up. A very good morning to everybody on the chat as well, as you get ready for the first ball. Here we go, and play it out pretty cautiously, the first ball. So dot ball first from Sohan. Again, promised it to be a beautiful day here in Malta, and this Malta International Cricket Ground is looking a picture. Good seed from Sohan Singh. Sathi appreciates it, gives the bowler a little bit of a nod of appreciation. As he's saying, well bowled. This one's up in the air, but he gets enough power into it to get it over the 30-yard field. 1 or 2 of the fielders applauding, saying don't worry about that. It's a bit of a false hit. But, hits it on the up. That's one thing Sathi does do, manages to get the elevation on that one. Nice shot to be playing in the power play. So the first boundary, the first runs of this quarterfinal number 1. Sathi now comes down and uses his feet to get to it, but he's a bit annoyed with himself that he misses out on this. I think he knows that, first of all, that mid-off is inside the circle. Mid-long on is just a little bit wide, so he's trying to hit this dead straight. He played this shot very well yesterday a few times, but just misses out on that one. Scored a brilliant 70 of 36 yesterday. Really batted well. In fact, both the openers that you see out there, Sathi just pushes his out to take a single. So we will see Shirajay Patel for the first time. Both the openers were in very good form. Shirajay Patel scored a blistering 41 of 15 in that 62-run win over overseas, on their way to scoring 135. And Azim Sathi, well, that was the same match, he scored 70 of 36. Singh to try and finish the over well. And Patel goes for the big shot. He could be gone first ball. Oh, he gets dropped. This is a huge moment in this match. The fielder saying, sorry, sun was in the way, didn't see it. But look, you can see there, that's one thing that we've liked about most of these teams, and Bajuga Blasters have been like that as well. You know, they're very good to support each other. I mean, the catch, it does go down. It's not a good one, and that's Shiv Singh that puts it down. But look, they all sort of go up to him and say, hey, don't worry, ho janda kahi wari ho janda. And he's saying, here you go, have my sunglasses. Well, that's a nice gesture. He said, the sun's in my eye. He said, don't worry, Ale and Kapala. As you have a look at the key batters here, Malta Day, Sathi, yeah, right up there, 187 runs And Patel not far behind him. And then Nazir, who's been batting well, but Cornelius Yusuf is not too far behind there as well. This one will be a big wide. First over ended up with 6, but there was that opportunity, wasn't there, to get Patel. And go back to that Matani, top batter for the Blasters. Negi has been in good form. And the Kalyan, when he comes lower down the order, seems to perform. This is hit in the gap, just plugs. So he may not get the boundary. Nice one-handed pickup. And nicely done there by Negi. That was Narendran Negi. It just plugs there, which slows it down, and that's why I don't think the batter gets the reward for the boundary he was after, Patel. Goes down the ground, doesn't get the middle of the bat. And just how costly will that drop be? One of the batters that has been performing for Malta today. Kohad Sathi, who tries to make room for himself. He wants to whip this away in that square leg area, but changes his mind pretty quickly. Sort of very much a crouched position, Sathi. Once again, a couple of dot balls here for Kohad. Doesn't fancy going after those. Yeah, sort of crouches pretty low and sort of rocks up and down on his knees, doesn't he? Waiting to pounce. This one's Fuller. Just get a bit of bat on this, running to the danger end at misfield. They think about the second, maybe they should have got it, but I think you saw, I think that was Ravi Pal who initially made the misfield. He was slipping and sliding a little on this dewy, moist outfield, and then you saw Sathi when he turned around to go, he also slips. Stays on his feet though, but decides it's not worth the risk. Go hard. Been a quick and tidy over so far. Patel goes down the ground and he's going to go. It's a very good catch. Really, really well taken by Pavan Kalyan. And well, he shows his delight to the camera and also now to his teammates. This is a really good catch. It's one thing that the Blasters have done well. I mentioned that Ravi Pal, he's catching. Kalyan is just as good. The boundary patrol is great. This is a very, very good catch. Looking for the 6. But Patel, he does have to go. And tell you one man who's very relieved about that. And that is Shiv Singh. Because he dropped Patel on 0. And Patel was only able to add just 4 more runs to his tally before he goes 4 of 4 deliveries. Thanks to a brilliant catch from Kalyan. As we have a look at how teams finished in Group A, so the Blasters finished second, and they had, a record of 4-4. So they did get better, I think, as the week went as well. Let's see Sathi ready to face the next one here. Just drops a bat onto it, thinks about taking the single. So Han Singh is going to finish off. 11 for 1 after 2 overs. Hits his hard on the up. It's a good shot. It was to stay hit. He goes for 4 runs. A cracking shot. Not that far away from going for the maximum, really. Hits it hard, doesn't he, on the up. You see just one bounce. As oh well, Sam Williams. It is early morning, Sammy. Well, that's what marriage does to you. Would have taken that, a few weeks ago. And this one hits it hard, gets plenty of power in the shot. And it's going to be 4 more runs. Just there you go. You see, he rocks around, but he's got this little kick, isn't he? That front leg of his. Unless he kicks the front leg, he's not going to pay a powerful shot. That's his little trigger movement. So he's looking to get going here. That's the slower delivery. into the pads. And he's just quite happy to drop the bat on that. Kalyan, who takes that brilliant catch, comes in from the deep to do the fielding. Works his way on the leg side and take just another single here. As the new batter that has come in has been Nazir. So Nazir gets off the mark. Very good morning to everybody. That's Brian and Breezy on the YouTube chat as well. Good morning to you, Rav. Ivan is in there as well. They're saying the good mornings to everyone. I hope you all have a good day. I know that well, you'll be watching multiple cricket today. It's a big day for cricket, isn't it? A big day for European cricket. How about this? This is like one of those pinball machines. As the throw comes in. There we go. It gets missed by the bowler. It gets jumped over by the batter. Clonks one fielder. And then goes off in the direction of the man at square. Yeah, a huge day, as I was saying, to see the end of the power play. 22 for 1. So Sohan was very well. Just 17 of his 2 overs. He'll be happy with that. It looks like they will continue with Kohad. Yeah, of course, not have we got this bumper pack quarterfinals final day today here in Malta. But of course, we've also got the T20I series starting in Almeria. And that involves Germany, Italy and Spain. It'll be Germany and Italy playing twice today. And then also, of course, a lot of people keeping their eye on the World Cup as well. So keep us updated as well. That's what I say. It's always good to have a quick look at the chat and see what's happening in other parts of the world. Kohad gets this past Nazir. Nazir is more than capable of playing good shots himself. As this time he carves this out. I don't think he's got the power to get it to the boundary, but I think at the moment while Sathi's there, he's just concentrating and trying to give as much strike to Sathi as he can. Well, today would be boosted that yesterday when the top order didn't perform, that other batters were able to up the game. Shouts to catch it. Oh, well. This is another one that gets dropped down. It's not a free hit because he dances down the track. Have a look where he picks his up from. But, well, you've got to take these as a bit of a miss hit. And this is criminal. You cannot put a man that down. And this time, it's Sohan Singh. So both the Singhs, they're dropping catches. You know what that means. That means they've had their parantas, but they've got buttery fingers. This time it should get stopped, and it does. Well, there he is, guilty of putting down Sathi. He's a big player, so you don't want to put him down. When you do, you know that he could hurt you. Kohad, very disappointed that wasn't taken. The dot ball to finish. He's over. That's 4 overs down now. And though the big man is still there, he hasn't really got going as such. So hit 3 4s. But a lot of dot balls in there as well. So he's got 12 of those boundaries, but he's on 18 of 16 deliveries. So they have bowled well to him. Of course, Kohad will be thinking, well, should have had him. Straightforward catch being dropped. So both the things, well, Patel was dropped on 0 by Shiv Singh, but I mean they got him after he only added 3 more. But Sathi dropped on 17 there by Sohan Singh. You get the feeling that he could go on and put a lot more on the board. Getting ready to start the 5th over here. Just a few adjustments in the field. Looks like it'd be Shiv Singh. Starting off bowling to Nazir. Nazir 3 of 4 deliveries. Bit down leg side. Just manages to get enough on this to get the single. Once again, just focusing on picking up the singles and trying to give Sathi the strike. But Sathi himself is not exactly flying along, so I think it wouldn't be a bad idea if Michael Nazir opts to play a few shots himself. So it's nicely played out, nice bit of timing, but it should be left to the fielder who comes in from the deep. Kohard just gently gives the ball back to Shiv. A lot at stake, remember. It's elimination matches here now. Will he play a part in tomorrow's finals day or not? Asking the question, I get the feeling this is a number of things. The height could come into play, but I reckon the angle this is bowled at, yeah, it's certainly too high, but I think it's probably going to go over on wide of leg stick as well. You can see the ball on the up, but nice to see Nazir going for the shot. Oh, this one could have been curtains. Shiv Singh can't believe that that's missed. Good delivery, good line. And Nazir plays all around this. He goes very wide, does the bowler Shiv Singh, goes wide in his crease, so he creates an awkward angle. This one's nicely played. There'll be more work to be done there by Kohard, and he does well. Gets the foot on it, and just lays that on for Ajay Kumar to get the throw in. And yeah, good work. Just gets it right. And Kumar gets there and gets the throw back in. Another tidy over. Can he finish well? And looks like he will. And well, they do take the single. So that was pretty close. If this made any contact with the foot, certainly would have been a run out. The bails had already come off there, so it would have had to have been a huge throw to knock those stumps over. But again, it's tidy as we get to the halfway point. It's a little bit of tiki-taka as we welcome the dashing Mr. Vinny Sandhu, looking very smart
You're
today.
looking very smart as well. Yeah, Peacock Friday. Happy Peacock Friday, everybody. Huge day of cricket, really, as well.
Yeah, it
It's
is.
a bit windier because it looks like the cube that we're in is getting a bit of pushback today. So is that a sign?
We've got a sail effect.
Yeah, but it is. But look, we're going to take off, aren't we? Because it's going to be a huge day of cricket. Pretty much 6 matches.
Yep.
So what would that be? 160 overs of cricket today, potentially, on ECN with the quarterfinals here. But also, we're not that far away, just over an hour away from a start in Desert Springs as well. No, Charlie Hunt's over there. Germany and Italy. Going to be a really high-quality contest, I think. And 3 teams that are pretty close together as well. Hey, Crickathon time as well. I love this question. It's pretty simple. Will we see a golden ball tiebreaker today? We haven't had a golden ball for a while, Rico. Yes or no? Simple as that. The thing is, quarterfinal Friday, now you get into the teams that have it all to play for, and these 2 versus 3 games, and even the 1 versus 4, they're not easy ones to pick. So, simple yes, no. Go to crickathon.com to participate, no matter where you're watching from around the world. Congratulations to Lynn Spall from the UK, who was yesterday's winner. And it was, how many wickets will there be in the power play? I remember I went 16 plus, and I was so close. It was 15.
It was 15.
It was 15. So, the answer yesterday, I think, was D. But thanks to everyone for getting involved in that Crickathon. And yeah, Crickathon is powered by HCL Software. Company that employs over 280,000 people around the world. And, of course, by getting involved in that, you could be in the frame to get an internship there or develop your career further. So 31 for 1 after 5. Malta Day. It's a strange one, isn't it? Because they haven't lost wickets except for that one of Srijo Patel, but just struggling to get going. Sathi in particular, a bit sluggish. Zia swings across this. I think it's probably going over the top. And yeah, can't really put my finger on it here, but they need something to happen, and it happened fast here, Malta Day.
Yeah, the thing is, though, you can't take anything away from the Mujiba Blasters at the moment. The bowling has been tight. It's wicket-to-wicket bowling. There's been very, very few loose deliveries. You have a look at the extras. That will show you that. Only 1 extra, just the 1 wide in the innings so far. So they've been very good, very disciplined, and that's been reflected on this score at the moment. Well, this one will go, and it will go all the way. Boom! Balle balle. Brakina sona. Shaka. Well, Sati, he gives that little kick first, doesn't he? And then bang, off it goes. That's more like it. And Sati, he knows that it's time for him to press the turbo button. And that's the first one. That's been blasted out of here. It goes in the direction of the tennis courts. So Devendra Negi, he's not too much wrong with the delivery, but just like that, Matani, the captain and wicketkeeper, decides, right, if you're going to be charging down, I'm going to stand up. So a big moment here. Let's see how Devendra Negi, of course, has taken a hat-trick in this series. What his response is going to be. He goes a bit wider and creates a bit of a false shot there from the hard-hitting Azim Sati. So gets a single. I think it's time for Nazir. Nazir's got to go.
Yeah, it's now or never, really. You don't want to die wondering in a sudden death matchup like this.
Well, he goes for it, but he finds the safe hands of the fielder. And it's, well, that Negi combination again. Devendra Negi doing the bowling. And it's Narendra Negi that takes the catch, and no mistakes from Narendra Negi. Safe hands there on the boundary. So just as we thought, Vikramarka Nazir did have to go for the big shots. He's got to start thinking, right, there's wickets in hand. If I don't click, somebody else hopefully can come in. And that's what the point I was going to make earlier. Malta Day, they did see the likes of Edward Thomas and also Cornelius Yunus make good contributions yesterday in their first win against overseas when they put 95 on the board. So, I mean, it'd be interesting to see who they do go with coming in here next. It doesn't look like it's Thomas, but that would be my choice. They're going with Zubair. I'm a little bit surprised here. I would certainly have gone for Thomas, who hits the ball pretty hard.
Yeah, he can do. He's got a high risk, high return kind of proposition, isn't he? Anyway, they've gone for Zubair. He can give it a crack. Needs to. Slight hesitation, but it's fumbled. So that would be one. Yeah, Sathi's one. He's still there. Like, there's one guy you'd say, look, there's 4 overs to go. Who do you want at the crease? It's Sathi, even though he hasn't really gotten going yet. But he certainly is capable of lifting this score quickly. And yeah, he won't want to get out now. Deep in his crease. Negi, last ball of his over coming up.
Bit of a full toss, and it doesn't really get under it. So we'll get the single. Wouldn't mean that he goes back on strike, but once again, another tidy over from a blaster bowler. Devendra Negi goes for just 9, but he does pick up the wicket of Michael Nazir as well. The score after 6 overs, 41 for 2.
So let's just have a look at who's in the chat today. And yeah, see that Kai's there. Nice to have you with us. Keanu, still enjoying the T20 World Cup down under. Yuvraj looking great in green on the chat. And to everyone else, thanks for joining us. It will be a big day of cricket, no doubt about that. Hello to Vinay Bangalore as well. Nice to see you. And I've noticed a bit of a thing with the YouTube chat lately. If you finish with a smiley face, it deletes your whole message and just leaves the smiley face. So Vinay has got a couple of messages that are just smiley faces. I hear what you're saying, because I hit the key pretty quickly and hit enter. Yeah. And then everything that came before it just disappears. You just end up with a smiley face.
So what's going on
I'd
there?
love to know what you were saying, Vinay. Who understands technology? Really, no one understands it fully. This is short. No, he likes the bowler, but the umpire doesn't, with good reason, coming from very wide there. But yeah, I want to say a quick hello. And also, yeah, nice to see a few more people choosing. We emphasise it is a choice. We've just softly rolled out some subscription models that you can contribute if you're enjoying our content. It allows us to be able to improve what we're doing. We're just going to hit full steam over the next few months with that. But we do want to keep it free to anyone that does want to watch for free. But we're talking, you know, kind of a few bucks a month if you're enjoying it. It all helps. And thanks to a few of those, like yesterday, which decided they'd like to. Anyway, this is Shiv Singh. He's normally pretty reliable, isn't he, for the Blasters?
Yeah, he's bowled very well. This is well hit. It's going to take some stopping, but they do stop it.
Good pick up.
Good throw as well. Yeah, good cricket all round.
Got back quickly. It probably wouldn't have been out because it was a tough take for Maithani, but yeah, I love the way it goes straight into his hand there.
Listen, I'm going to say this. Don't they look well polished, the Blasters? I know they've been away for a week, and sometimes we see teams when they come back after a week's rest look maybe a little bit rusty. They look sharp.
Yeah, they do. Been waiting for this. If you remember, the Blasters, they snuck. I say snuck. They kind of bolted into second place, really, with a couple of good wins over Gozo. So both these teams, not too much between them. They both won 4 of their 8 matches in the group stage. And the Blasters, they finished higher, but they actually had a worse net run rate than Malta Day. So Malta Day actually had a better record, but finished lower in the group.
Could leave this time.
Good eye. See, that's what I like about what's come into our game now, is spotting a wide. And it's actually a skill to spot a wide and leave it. You see? That's actually pretty good keeping by Maitani to see it behind him.
I think what Sathi's realised is they're angling the ball into his pads where he hasn't been able to get it away. So he's happy now, just saying, right, rather than try and blast the ball away and only get singles, he'll just step inside and take the wide.
Yeah, smart. Smart. So, yeah, we've got 8 teams on show today. 8 teams will show. 4 will have to go. 4 will make it through the finals date tomorrow. Dot to finish. So it's 47 for 2 after 7. Here's the program. And you see, we're starting with the Bajiba Blasters taking on Malta Day. So, yeah, Bajiba Blasters finished higher, but actually had the same record, 4 and 4. Malta Day had a better net run rate, but finished lower in their group. Crusaders are on next against the Warriors. Now, that should be a very interesting game. Crusaders been really good form yesterday. Warriors haven't seen them for a week. But I know they're very, very capable. Marsa finishing first in their group against Sweetie United. That's a rematch of an upset from June last year where Sweetie finished 4th but knocked Marsa out of the tournament. And then Edex Knights, they were the form team in Group B. They'll be taking on American University of Malta in the 4th and final quarterfinal today. So settle in. It'll be a big day here in Malta. I know plenty of cricket going on around the world, but we certainly hope that you enjoy what we bring to you here. It's always goes up a notch on quarterfinals Friday where your tournament is at risk.
Sathi, he's got 18 deliveries to come. You can see big conversation between the 2 Neggies. And it's almost like Devendra Negi was saying to Narendra Negi, hey, look, we're in a good position here. Keep it tight. They're probably giving him some advice of where to and not to bowl to Sathi. But we know he's dangerous. He can change things in a moment. Can Azim Sathi, can he do it here? Negi, Narendra Negi comes to bowl. Starts well, it's more of the same, just getting the ball in good areas.
Yeah, they've got to do something soon. I mean, you keep waiting for Sathi to click, but he's just not. Don't know. Often the harder you try, the worse you hit him. And you see from that shot, he's kind of going brute power and not connecting. Yeah,
the key so far has been no pace. That's what Blasters have done so well. This one,
oh, what a ball.
What a delivery. What a delivery. Oh, yeah, I like in that as well. Sathi knows when good cricket has come his way. He's applauded a few of the bowlers. Look at this. I like the way he tries to kick it away at the end.
Yeah, well, it's a back of the hand slow ball, but it's not that obvious. And I thought it was going to knock his lights out.
Yeah.
It fooled me too.
That was such a good delivery.
Brilliant slow ball. And of course, what do you do next? You bowl the actual slow ball. Called a wide.
Ooh, tight. I can see why it's called. Umpires have been pretty tight on these.
Yeah,
but I think it is. Maybe just catches it. I think that's a good call.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Consistency has to be there, and the umpires are being consistent. Good call there from umpire Joy.
It has to be completely inside the line for it not to be a wide.
Good bowling, really good bowling. I'm liking the way that all the not just the Narendra Negi here, but all the bowlers have been able to change it up, get the variations going. This one's a little bit quicker, a little bit shorter. It's almost like they haven't bowled the same ball twice. It's been exquisite stuff so far, this, from the Bajiba Blasters.
Yeah, it's so good. It's just freezing the batter, but he called a wide again. Hello to Paul Reese as well. He's just saying, a few people talking about some other cricket going on in the world. But I've got to admit, I don't mind that so much. I mean, it's a nice place to come and talk about whatever you like. It's definitely a wide. So yeah, we don't mind. But obviously we've got our eyes on what's happening in the middle. It's actually a way that we can keep up to date with what's happening in some other games as well. But yeah, just main thing is it's a community and everyone feels free to share whatever they want to.
Yeah.
And now he's going for the new gloves here, saying it's definitely the gloves. That's the problem. Sathi, he wants to change the gloves. Probably going to have to wait for the end of the over.
It's because he's getting, I mean, you can imagine he's got really sweaty palms. He's frustrated. The pressure is showing. Look, this is a team yesterday that played brilliantly against overseas. They scored 95 in the first match, winning that one by 56. They bowled overseas out, remember, just for 39. There was a hat-trick in that one from the captain, Muthu Kumaran. And then, well, Malta Day, they put 135 on the board against Overseas, winning that by 62. But after coming from those two performances, you would expected them to score big runs. That's another tight call, this one. I'd like to see this again. I think he just sneaks this in.
Yeah, maybe.
That's tight.
It's a tough one, but I mean, you're testing the umpire's patience, aren't you? I don't know why he's not bowling a bit straighter. Like, I'd say just a bit straighter, because he's certainly using his pace variations well. And Sathi struggling to get hold of him.
In the air. Is this going to drop for a chance? No, it's not. But they're not going to be too worried about it, because, again, it's just going to be a single, and it could be a run out here. I reckon he's gone.
Yeah, I think they probably have a look at this, because I think he knocks the bails off with his foot, but then he does knock the whole stumps over. So I don't think it's going to make a difference. Have a look here. He knocks the bails, but because he knocks the whole stumps over, it'll be out anyway.
Yeah.
So we've seen that happen a couple of times this series, haven't we?
Yeah, that's good work. And yeah, I think the thing is there, I mean, if you're, I mean, like yourselves, I mean, you've used to playing on turf where the stumps are in the ground.
Yeah.
So you would use those few inches to get close to the stumps,
probably,
right?
Yeah, you're right, actually.
Whereas here, you've got a base. So
Yeah,
you're
that's
actually
true.
catching the base. So I can understand why it's happened, but I think he does the right thing. You're right. He knocks the whole stumps over. So, well, that is Zubir has to go. I must admit, I was surprised that Zubir is the man that came in at number 4 and not somebody like Thomas, who smashed the ball pretty well yesterday.
Yeah, so Zubir only faces 4 balls in the end, so we don't really get a chance to see too much of him. But yeah, it was a good pickup again. And then Sathi kind of knew with a clean pickup he'd be gone. And even though he knocks the bails off there, and umpire does the right thing checking as well, I think, just to make sure that once those stumps are tilted off their base, if they go down, and that's the moment the wickets are broken. But yeah, I had a question in the chat as well. I think it might be Vinay that's asking, he'd like to see teenage pics of us to see what we were looking like then. Oh, I'll tell you what.
I look exactly the same.
What are yours, black and
white? What are you
white?
trying to say? I'm looking old? Yeah. Mine black and white? No, that's nice. That's nice.
Here's Nagy.
Might
have hit the pad, I reckon, just because of the appeal.
Yeah, there you go. You see umpire George just tapping his upper thigh, saying, yeah, it comes off the top part of the leg. But again, another very good over. They do get into the 50s, but it's 51 on the board. That is also 8 overs down. So, you know, where can they get to here? I mean, even...
It's a weird innings, isn't it?
Yeah, they just haven't been able to get hold of any of the blaster bowlers who have bowled very well. Been very clever bit of bowling.
Been strangled pretty much, haven't they? 51 for 3 after 8. Yeah, so again, 2 a ball gets you 75. Even that looks a bit thin, doesn't it? But I mean, the Blasters, they've had their own issues with about at times when they lose their top order. And it could be a low-scoring thriller here in quarterfinal number 1. So I want to see, yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing some of your teenage pictures. I mean, it's so easy for people now because photos are everywhere. You have to go dig it up. You have to go back to in an old box or something to find some. When I was at school, we'll work on that for you, Vinay. Ask us again next week. Anyway, here's Devendra Nagy in over number 9.
It's a fair bit of this, but once again, it should be stopped. It is. Sathi swings hard, hits hard, but can't find the gap. Fielders have been doing well, and that was it. Narendra Nagy. So, the two Nagy's going to combine again. Here's the left-hander that comes in. They're going with Eunice to come in.
Yeah, noted with Thomas in the side. Just looking at that, so explains why we haven't seen him yet. But yeah, Cornelius, can he move the needle here?
Up in the air a long way. Opportunity. Karlan does not drop him. And he doesn't drop this one either. Got safe hands. Very well taken. He knows where the camera is as well. This is not easy. Ball goes up a long way. We know there's a bit of moisture in the ground. That is a top quality catch. And you can see the wicketkeeper captain, Gaurav Matani, coming over to give his congratulations. It's another wicket for Devendra Nagy. Well, he makes a knack of taking wickets. And the reason he gets so many wickets is they got good fielders who take good catches.
Well, here's the thing for Cornelius. He got fed a steady diet of Gundy balls when we saw him. So when he gets something outside off, it's not an easy one to go over the top from the get-go. And he gets it high, too high. And well caught. I'll say, Kalyan has been one of the better fielders. You look at their long-on, long-off fielders. You've got Kalyan and you've got Ravi Pal.
Yeah.
They're a pair of gun fielders down the
Not
ground.
too many are past them. So unfortunately, the left-hander Cornelius will go for one of those early morning. The first duck. First quarter-final duck. I'm sure there'll be a few more. Sam Aquilina comes in. Big tall man. One thing he will be doing is running. But, well, he may not have to run for these. That's a very welcome boundary. And it gets a little bit of something on this, so maybe a little bit of luck that they need to try and get the acceleration going.
Must have been a tiny edge. Let's have a look at it on the replay. Tiny inside edge. Got to say, though, Maitani wasn't in great position. He was kind of spectating a little bit. And so Aquilina gets a 4. All handy runs. Like I said, Blasters, I'm going to go back to their stats and see what their average runs for was.
Yeah, I'm liking the decision here.
In this tournament.
Liking the decision for Maitani now to go back. I think he realises that he doesn't need to be standing up, as this one will be another catch. We were talking and marvelling over the fielding of the Bujiba Blasters. And there we go. And it is that combination again. Bowling is Devendra Negi. Catching, Narendra Negi takes another catch, takes his second catch. And, well, you said you might as well add my name to the good catches in this side. Narendra Negi, Kalyan, and also Ravi Pal. That is a good catch. The ball is away from his body. And these balls are just sticking in those fingers. And it is now time for a man who went viral yesterday, Vinny.
And here's Muthu. He had an interesting time yesterday. It's going back to the Blasters. They're batting. Their average runs for. This is Muthu yesterday.
Yep.
Let's have a look at this. This is just the last time we saw him. And let's just say it. Probably wasn't his best moment. Anyway, thought we'd get that out of the way early.
That was so good. I mean, if you have to watch the whole thing. If it keeps playing, it keeps going on. You see the non-striker batter, who was Hershey, Babes, he's laughing so much, he ends up on the floor. And Millar, who was a batter who should have been run out, he ends up on the floor. In fact, he goes down and he starts kissing the ground because he thinks that, something special has happened. It was quite amazing.
Yeah. One of the all-time great misses, I think. And I love Miller's reaction as well. And what you don't see there's Jörg. He rolls over with laughter as well at the other end. I think he kisses the ground.
He does.
Anyway, back to the present. Let's go. So, I was just going to say the Blasters, their average score when batting in the group stage was 73. And the only team that scored less runs than them was Gozo, even though they finished second. So, 9 overs down, 58. If you can get to 70 here, there's plenty of times that the Blasters scored less than that. They scored 66 against the Warriors. They scored 46 against Marsa, 65 against Marsa, 65 against Gozo. He had 70 on the board here in the game. He field well though. Negi, Devendra Negi, that is 3 for 16 off 2. What a good spell from him.
Yeah, he's been good, hasn't he? I think he's probably right up there now as one of the leading wicket takers. Just have a look at that. Yeah, he will be. He's got 13 wickets now as Devendra Negi. Remember, he was also the bowler that took a hat-trick as well. They have been good. And this is now the final over. 6 balls to come, 58 on the board. Can they make anything happen here? And, well, Azim Sathi started the day on 187 runs. This one will be called a wide. So he's past the 200 here now with the 32. But it's 32 off 30 deliveries, Vinny.
Yeah,
it's not. They've really managed to contain him.
It's not through lack of trying either from Sathi.
No.
It's not like he's been conservative. He just has not found a way to get those boundaries he normally gets.
And the Negi. Well, this is blasted and this will probably go. No, it won't. I think the fielder must have got something on this.
I think he does. Yeah, I think he gets a finger on it. That ends up saving 3 runs. Sathi is so frustrated. Yeah, look at that. Touched
Excellent.
over the bar.
Excellent, and no wonder that Narendra Negi is applauding that effort. That's one thing I've liked about the Bujiba Blasters.
Yeah.
No matter what happened, remember early on when that dolly catch was put down by Shiv Singh, they all went round to him and gave him a cuddle and said, don't worry about it. It don't matter. I like that. There's not too many teams that can do that. But because you do get frustrated and annoyed when things like that happen. But they really do back each other well. Hit pretty hard, but I think all Kamran will do here. Muthu Kamran, the captain, just to take a single. Yeah, look, it was really nice having a chat with Muthu as well. We'll probably see that on the social media at some point. We had a chat with him after those 2 wins over overseas and booking their place in this quarter-final. He's a lovely guy, and well, he was laughing about his efforts as well. Sathi goes up in the air, opportunity. This is going to be out, isn't it? Because it's Kalan. Oh, my word, I've snookered him. He puts it down. Well, there you go. If you ever want to know about the commentator's curse, that was it. I'd done him.
It was a delayed onset because you said he never drops catches last time and he caught it. But this time he must have heard you because down this one goes. And this is a sitter. And so, yeah, Sathi just cannot get out. He's invincible, but he also can't score more than a run of ball.
Yeah, well, he gets the only, I suppose, if that stayed a single, you wouldn't mind so much, but he does get back on strike. So this is now, how many more runs will that
Can they drag themselves to 70? Want to say a quick hello to Amar Sharma as well. He's in the chat. Nice to see you, Amar. Hopefully you're well.
It's not going to hurt him that much. It's just going to be another single. I mean, if that one was blasted to the boundary, then I think Kalan would have been feeling a lot worse about things. But look, it's, you know, you occasionally drop one. But once again, like I said, the catch did go down, but there was no heads down. There was no complaints. There was no shouting or screaming. They just said, don't worry about it. Let's just carry on with what we're doing, because at the moment, they're in good position to win this quarter-final. Goes up in the air, and this will be taken. And, no mistakes there, but the big factor there is it's going to be just a dot, and the new batter is going to come on strike for the last delivery. So Sathi is not going to go on strike. So that catch only really just costing them 3 runs, the 2 that he took and the single he took afterwards, and that's the end of the captain, who has to go. And this time, there is no mistakes from Sohan Singh. He holds on to it.
Yeah, and it's funny that all the other batters seem to be out when they hit the ball in the air. Sathi just hasn't. It's been a weird kind of an innings. I still think, look, we've seen 65 defended in this series already. 3 times in Malta we've seen teams defend scores in the 60s. And also, in this tournament, we saw Gozo defend 70. So, especially in a final, it could be an interesting one. All depends for me on the start that the Blasters get. Here's last ball of the innings. It's Gosh on strike. And it won't be, because here's another one. This is one of those times normally you'd run anyway and try and get Sathi down there, but the way he's going, you might as well not. Maybe say, like, you have a go.
Maybe they're just, you know, maybe they're just thinking we don't want to get him out. That's why Kalan did drop that catch, because look, if you're going to say, look, somebody's going to bat all the way through the innings, 33 deliveries, and he's going to score 36 runs, they're going to say, yeah, let him do it, because he's not going to hurt you.
It's atypical, really, but that's the way cricket goes sometimes. Last ball, take 2.
Hits it pretty well, and he's going to take 4. Thank you. So it gets the 4, takes the score to 69. It's a happy number for a lot of people as this one goes away to the boundary. Or is it going to be a happy number for Malta Day? Are they going to be able to defend it? It's going to be right up there as one of the top 10 defences, that's for sure. But the Juba Blasters, one thing you have to say is that their fielding performance here has been top notch. It really has been. They bowled brilliantly at, I think, 95% of the time. They've held all their catches. And the ones that have gone down haven't cost them. It really has been a really good, polished performance.
I'm going to tell you something, though. In the 8 matches that we saw the Blasters in Group A, in 4 of them, they didn't score this many in their 10 overs. In 4 of them, they didn't score this many. So this is game on for me. Like, I know it's a final as well. So, well, strap yourselves in. Should be an interesting chase. And boundaries, they were hard to come by. Didn't so much get into wicket trouble. They were just sluggish. And Trijay, well, he had a bit of luck early, didn't he? We know that he's one guy that can find the boundary. He got a life, but you know, a couple of these missed opportunities didn't really come back to haunt the Blasters, as Malta they never got going. And they've set 70 for the Blasters if they want to stay alive in the tournament.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, there were some chances that were given. You saw that one earlier from Patel, and then there was one later on to Sathi as well, but it just didn't hurt them as well. Remember, it was Singh that put Sathi down on 17, but again, all he was able to do was more or less go run a ball. This was the opportunity. Sathi kicks out, hits out. Got a few away. This was a big one. That one did go into the tennis courts, but there was few and far, and there we saw some of the catching. The Negis, both the Negis, Devendra Negi and Narendran Negi, were exceptional with the ball. Both picked up valuable wickets. That was one of the classiest slow deliveries you'll see, and you can see there Azim Sathi, he acknowledges it as well. What a good delivery that was from Narendran Negi, but just weren't able to get things going. Look, we see the way this match will go. Remember, I mean, Vinny made a very important statistic there about the scores that the Blasters have scored, and that on 4 occasions they didn't get to this sort of score. And remember, they will be up against the bowling of Faisal Naeem, who took a 4 for yesterday, and of course the hat-trick hero, the captain, who took 4 for 5 in just 1 over, and that was Kumaran, the captain. So it won't be easy. The Malta Day will be up for this. And certainly that man, Sam Aquilina, gets a lucky 4 there. How important was that boundary? He'll certainly be up for it as well behind the stumps. He's going to be pretty key here. And he's a top performer. So all the top performers have to perform. They need to be at their best. And we could then have a very exciting, very, very exciting finish to this match. And but the thing is, I see that catch is another one that goes down. And it was Gallian, of all people, puts the catch down. But weren't able to, again, wasn't able to hurt the Blasters that much. The Bajiba Blasters are in a very good position here. The thing is, can they keep the composure? And also, don't forget, this is an elimination match, so the pressure will be on more than ever. They'll be nervous when they go out there, but it's all to do with how well Malta Day do with the ball. But one thing they've got to do, they've got to take a leaf out of the book from the Bajiba Blasters. There's one thing that they did so well is they kept the runs down and by bowling a very good line, but also the extras, only 9 extras in the end, and 7 wides and 2 leg byes, so that's a pretty good effort from the Blasters. And a lot of those wides were bowled because they basically were keeping Sati to outside the off. They weren't allowing him to get any real big hits on anything pitched up, so they bowled well to him. They didn't bowl in his strong zones. And talking of the bowling, let's just have a look at that. First of all, the batting, it was only Sati really, 36 or 33, that made any real impact with the bat. But look at those bowling figures. 3 wickets there from Devendra Negi once again. Just 16 conceded, 15 runs conceded, 1 wicket taken by Narendra Negi. And Kohad as well, right there at the top. Bowled very tidily as well. And one of the things that the Bajiba Blasters did, all the bowlers, they never tried to bowl too fast. It wasn't about pace. Even Sohan Singh, he went for 17 off 2. And I think once again, Pajwal Kohad, very, very good bowling from him. 2 overs, 1 for 9. So it's been a fantastic bowling performance, a good fielding performance. But can they now go and complete the job? Can they also show that they're able to compete well in the third discipline, which is the batting discipline as well? 70 will be required for victory to make it into tomorrow's finals day for the Bajiba Blasters. Will they do it, or will Malta Day pull off an incredible defence? To find out, join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo, as we return in about 10 minutes' time for the conclusion of quarter-final number 1. Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to a lovely sunny Malta International Cricket Ground as we get set for what promises to be, I still believe, quite a exciting and entertaining finish. You would think that the Bajuba Blasters will knock off the 70 runs required for victory in this quarter-final and progress to the final stage tomorrow quite easily, but they've had their issues with the bat, and Malta today have been extremely good with the ball. Don't forget yesterday in their first match against overseas, defending 95, they bowled out the overseas for just 39, and then in the second match when they had 135 on the board, they restricted overseas to 73. So they are a very good bowling team themselves. One thing they do need to do though is hold all their catches. I think if they hold all the catches and support the bowlers, this one could be a very nervy, very nervy and entertaining finish to this match for sure. It's going to be Arif who's going to open up the bowling, and he will be bowling to Ajay Kumar, who, if memory serves me right, is the left-hander. And you've got Gautam Singh, who's at the non-striker. And Gautam Singh is a hard hitter, but hasn't really clicked in this series. And you could say that Ajay Kumar hasn't really made too much inroads himself. This one gets played out, no run. They were a team also when we were looking back at their scores. They were a team that were guilty of quite a few crazy run-outs as well. So probably that's why they decided not to take that single. Too wide, and we called a wide. It's another thing that Malta today can't really afford to do. You've got a low score on the board. You can't be giving any freebies away. So I got Arif. Just taking the sweat off his palms. Good delivery, nicely bowled. Got to be a bit careful where he ends up here. The bowler, Riff, seems to be going right across the umpire. Andy Nowdy. Just a little shake of the head. Nicely bowled. And they do take the single. So first runs off the bat. Ajay Kumar is off the mark, and Gautam Singh. And Singh, he doesn't hang around. He'll be swinging from the word go. Ajay Kumar goes over to him and probably gives him some advice. Whatever it is, I don't think Gautam Singh is going to take too much notice of it. He says to Andy Nowdy, "Can I have leg, please?" There it is. He's on leg. He gets ready. And I'm sure he'll give this a big swing. He does. Just the ball to have a big swing too. It doesn't manage to get too much on it. And Arif goes for the shorter delivery to Gautam, who gets a little bit on it. Get himself off the mark as well. Arif will continue to go around the wicket to the lefty, but once again, just got to be careful where he ends up as he follows through. A good sharp delivery. He's got plenty of bounce on this. Well, this ball did hit the deck and it ripped. Oh, look at this. That really does pop up. Didn't know too much about this at all, did Kumar. Well, that was certainly playing his mind. Look at this takeoff. Oh, that was a spicy delivery. A bit of masala in that one. Good morning to everybody on the chat. A few people saying good morning. Good morning back to you all. Lovely to have you with us. And just drifting down. I'm sure this has come off the bat. I mean, look at the running there from Gautam Singh. And yeah, off the bat. But look at the running here. Look at Singh go. Look where he is. And look how he runs here. I've never seen anything like this. Look at this. Well, I did say they've had a few issues with their running, but that was like the traffic jam that we see here in Malta sometimes. A lot of traffic here in Malta. The reason for it is they reckon there's something like 300,000 cars on the road with a population of about 450,000. 136 matches now without a golden ball. We still do believe and are pretty confident that we not just due one here in Malta, but that we are going to get one here in Malta. Will it be today in quarterfinals Friday? Also, Peacock Friday, so wherever you are around the world, the global cricket audience, remember, put on your loudest shirt. So come on, boys and girls, get in the closet See what you can find. Anything that's got a lot of splash and a lot of colour about it, put it on. It is Peacock Friday. Full toss and works this away. Tries to guide it into the area. Looking to go a little bit finer, I think he was, because you've got a very fine sort of third man now, but when you had the left hand, a very fine leg and 45. Doesn't really try to hit it too hard. You can see, just calmly plays this one out. At the moment, don't seem to be taking too many risks. Naeem was very impressive yesterday. It's played nicely, will take a single. And yeah, Naeem, I think yesterday was probably the first time, the first match I remember where two bowlers both picked up 4 wickets in the same match. Farzan Naeem took a forfeit, and so did his captain. The one where his captain took the hat-trick. Naeem took 4 for 3. Was on a hat-trick himself. This is launched into, and he'll get the boundary. He backs himself to play this shot. A little bit risky, because this is how Fahim got some of his wickets yesterday, just drawing the batters into this shot. But this one, you see, is just a little bit short. The length is just a little wrong, and he's able to get the full swing of the bat onto it. So 4 very valuable runs. The first boundary of the innings. What's the reply going to be back from Naeem? When he goes wider, asks the question, and he gets given. So he does go. The batter thinks, really? And yep, Farzan Naeem gets a little bit of the edge. Sam Aquilina goes up. Let's have a look at this again, see if we can pick anything up here. Certainly I didn't hear any noise. But yeah, there's certainly a little bit on this. You can see Sam, he's going up straight away. And up goes the finger of umpire Joy. And it's another one that bites the dust. Joy the trigger, puts the finger up. And that is the end of Gautam Singh. He hits his first boundary. He says, what, me? What, me? Did I? Well, he's got to go. He's not too convinced about it. But the first wicket, it's a 12 for 1. Nicely done. And that's what Farzan Naeem does. So now, this is the big moment. And talk about big moment. Big man coming in, back into the commentary position as well. Vinny Sandhu. Vinny, what do you think?
Yeah, I think it could be a really interesting game. And I think the start's done nothing to change my mind. 12 for 1. Yeah, for me, this is huge, isn't it? I mean, Kumar at the other end hasn't done too much yet. 7 and over. I mean, you want your batters going at run a ball minimum. Kumar's not quite that pace. Maitani is a guy we saw playing for the Maltese national team at the ECC, international T10 recently in Spain. He's got to take responsibility here, the skipper. He's facing the last ball of the second over from Naeem.
Cuts it away, and he's going to get a boundary, 4 runs. So that's a good positive start from Gaurav Mathani. 4 runs to him. That's a good way to end the over. And the score just will move into the teens. 16 for 1 at the end of 2.
Yeah, sometimes starts are so important, aren't they? Yeah, that's a really good start for Gaurav. Let's have a look at how Group B finished up then. Malta Day, they had 2 good wins yesterday. They were actually on the bottom of the table before the last day of group matches yesterday, but they beat Overseas twice and beat them pretty well to finish in 3rd place, setting up this clash with the Bajiba Blasters. And yeah, at this stage, look, you'd have to say it's advantage Blasters, but we said that in 4 of their 8 matches, they did not chase this many down.
No, they didn't. And I think that advantage only stays intact while Matani is there. As Kumar, left-hander, cautiously sees this one off from, it's going to be Pintu Ghosh, who's bowled very well as well throughout this series.
Yeah, Pintu, he's come up with a few magic moments during this tournament. Big hello to everyone watching from the Malta Day Hospital as well. I know that it's always have it on there, so I hope you guys are enjoying the morning. I'm sure you're cheering on your team.
And this one, I think, hits a little bit off the upper leg of the left-hander. Good take, though, for Sam Aquilina, because this one, well, certainly had wheels on it. And if that got past him, I think it would have gone to the boundary. Really good work from Sam.
Yeah, good stop. No doubt for me, just grabs a little bit of the pad. And Sam Aquilina holds on to that one. They want to hold their catches here. Kumar, though, 4 off 9 now. Needs to start to get moving.
Doesn't respond straight away to the call. And that was a bit of a shot put throw from Sam.
I was going to say, is Sam throwing a heavier ball than everyone else? I mean, he's a big guy. You'll note they always make fun of the keeper's arm. You know, he just get out a shot there, but you can see that it doesn't quite. There we go. Here you go, Sam, load up. Oh, that's hard.
That's a Fletch.
Not paid to throw,
that's
though, when you're keeping.
That is a Fletch. Hello to Paul
Fletch.
Fletcher. I'm sure Fletch is watching. That was definitely a Fletch throw. This one will just catch a little bit of the line. The bowler, gosh, is a little bit disappointed with that call, but the umpires have been very good with that. Good morning to Helix. And, how are you, buddy? And Helix just reminding everybody, if you're liking what you see, don't forget to hit the like button. Yeah, of course. Hit the like button and also share the word. We are a global cricket family. We love what you do on the chat, but let others get involved as well. Tell your friends, tell your family. This is another nicely played shot, but this time they do move the man on the backward point boundary a lot finer. So he does well to get to that. And they only take the single as well. Already the field being moved around to accommodate those shots from Gaurav Mathani. Kumar back on strike. This will be a wide, and this time he does well, Kumar. He does step inside this. That's what he's got to do. I think because he is the lefty, bowlers do get it wrong a little bit to him sometimes, but he manages to get a little pad or something on it. Just needs to move away. Just relaxing with the cricket. That's nice. Helix. Good shot. And, well, it's a very good shot. But that is a catch that's been taken. Well, the batter is not going anywhere at the moment. But if that is taken, that is quality from Azim Sathi. What a catch. I mean, it's not a bad-looking shot. I'm just looking at the shot and thinking, this is played beautifully.
Yeah.
But Sathi, well, he's claiming this is a good catch. Well, let's have a look. Well,
we won't be able to tell from that. I mean, if he's taken, that's a brilliant catch. Thing is, the umpires on the field, just look at where it sits in his hand. It seems like it goes in cleanly. This is one where I can't see the video helping us one way or the other because his body's in the way. This is the only look we'll get at it, you see. Yeah. So
it's very hard to tell whether that ball just bumps before he takes it or not. I think when it's in his hand, it's clean. But just there, does the ball hit the ground or not? We can't say anything.
You can't say because the ball is obscured by his body. I'm going to give it to him. I mean, just his reaction seemed certain. It's what the umpires think out there.
Don't forget,
the umpires make a soft signal on this.
Yeah, don't forget the umpire probably would have seen, I'm talking about the umpire at square, can see an angle we can't see. Well, why do they think this is going to be given? They seem pretty happy that they've seen or heard enough from the communication they're going to be given. Let's wait and see.
There might be a benefit of the doubt situation here as well. And they've said, yep, it's out. So it's obviously sticking with what they thought on the field. You could just go on the reaction. Sometimes, you know, the way that it seemed to stick in his hand, it's pretty rare for it to stick like that on a half volley. So brilliant catch by Sathi. Gosh, gets the wicket. Well, let's be honest as well. I mean, we know that Kumar hadn't really set the world on fire with the bat either. So Sathi, though, he's pumped. Why wouldn't he be? Manaday fighting for survival. That is a wicket. It just may bring them a little bit closer to where they want to be. 20 for 2 now.
Yeah, that is such a good catch. And the thing is, but with Ajay Kumar, I think he just, he's got himself in. He knows they don't need to go big in terms of runs required per over. And this is the first one that he thinks, yeah, that's in my slot, I'll put it away. But look, I've talked about this fielding position so many times. Having that fielder in close in these sort of matches, especially when you haven't got big score on the board, you need wickets. That's why he's there. That is a sensational catch. It really is. Sathi, he's a big man, but he gets down low and he takes a catch and he keeps his team in this contest. That's a great delivery to the new batter that comes in, and it's Narendra Negi. And, well, he has made some contributions. And once again, he's a hard hitter off the board if he can get going. Just get the feeling here that Malta Day will be thinking one more wicket, and then we're into batters that haven't really performed at all. So 20 on the board at the end of the 3 overs. 20 for 2. This match is very much alive, and that rate is around just over 7 now at the moment.
Yeah. We always thought this might be close. Nothing's happened so far that makes me think it won't be. Sagar Arif is going to bowl over number 4. Maitani's still there though. And he's a guy that can really do some damage. And Narendra Negi, he's the other one as well. So probably the 2 main playmakers with the bat for the Blasters there at the moment. Let's see if they can build a partnership. Here's 0-0, Sagar.
Yeah, they go back to Sagar Arif. Just played away by Guru Matani at the moment. Doesn't seem to be showing any signs of having to play any big shots at the moment. So Sagar Arif, yeah, I think he's the opening bowler being brought back here because the captain, we're just sensing that this is the time to try and pick up this wicket. Muthu Kumaran, remember, he's somebody who's bowled really well yesterday as well, so maybe he's going to come on next. Or they go with Pintu Ghosh to see if he can pick up one more. I reckon you go back to Pintu. One more wicket here, you know that you're really into the sort of lesser known players of the Blasters.
You can't let the game drift here at all as a fielding side. You don't want to let them get resistance up. So you'd rather kind of front load what you think of the bowls are going to get you wickets and break this partnership rather than let these guys settle. Got to get them while they're fresh.
Yeah, definitely. That's my thoughts. Shout out to Ian Johns and also to Mayur Patel, who are enjoying the cricket. No run here. I think there is a single here. They do go eventually, but I mean, for me, that's a single if you go straight away. Sathi, well, you can see that he is a very strong campaigner. He's disappointed that he's allowed that to get away from him. But what a catch from Sathi. Mayur Patel was saying maybe catch of the series. Well, I'll tell you what, it could be the most important one. This one gets through again. And Narendra Negi has played and missed. And a few of these. Feeding the pressure, Vinny. Feeding the pressure.
Pressure's on. And Sagar Arif getting it the right spot there. Where are these boundaries going to come from already? That rate's climbed towards 8.
He works this away on the leg side. Mathani has to run quickly. He does. Just noticing the wind just picking up a little bit as well. Sort of swirling around. You can see some of the palm trees in the background and some of the old pampas grass. It has picked up the breeze, and that just, for me, that means that some of these hits, maybe if you're going down to the mid-wicket, long on, cow corner area, I think the ball would just hold up a little bit. So I think it probably would favour, at the moment, the way he's playing, a good, strong left-hander. So maybe that's a sign. If any of these teams have got the left-handers, they could perform. And of course, I'm thinking of the likes of Basil George and Ryan Bastians. Basil George, of course, AUM, and Ryan Bastians of Southern Crusaders. So it could be a day for the lefties with the bat. Okay, they're going with Mohammed Zubair. He floats one up. This is hit pretty hard, but it will go straight to the fielder. And I think the umpire, just keeping an eye on the umpires now, they're happy with that. Zubair once more. Down the leg side. Oh, and he just chips this straight up in the air. And, oh, well, I think the bowler there thinks that this one is one that Pintu Ghosh maybe should get to. It's a bit of a real miss hit. It doesn't try to hit it. And that's the thing there. I mean, you get the chance like that, Matani's got to be whacking this. Well, if he was out to that, he would have been filthy with himself. Oh, hesitation. And if he hits, could be trouble. Now they will go. Oh, but the Pajiba Blasters, they have the issues, don't they, with the running. It's a bit of all sorts. And once again here, it looked like they want to go straight away. And then, well, he just gets back, I think. And then gets lucky. The overthrows, and they do get the single. But don't look too confident at the moment. Matani will go back on strike. This time he does hit it hard, and that's better. But he learnt his lesson from the one before when he just tried to place it. This time he says, Huna nime placement kani hunta marni, batke marni, and he does. And he gets the boundary. good hit, firmly struck, 4 runs, important runs.
Yeah, and it wasn't a good delivery at all, really, was it? It deserved to be hit, and it was. They can't be dishing up too many of those. We're only defending 69.
Now this one is now out over the offside. That's a good hit. He knows that there's nobody back there. The fielders are only in the 30-yard circle. And Matani, back-to-back boundaries. A lovely shot, lovely jubbly. 4 carreras más.
Yeah, take that. And so the boundary's coming. This is the resistance I was expecting at some point. Oh yeah, right now, Matani certainly trying to get things moving. And he is.
This one will be called a wide. He doesn't want to be chasing those though, Matani. Just needs to get back composed again. This is what sometimes it happens. He's hit a couple of boundaries. Now he feels that maybe he's invincible. He gets a nick on this, and that's him gone. And maybe the chance for his team. Back-to-back wides here. Zubair this over. He's, just needs to finish it off well. 2 more extras there at the end of it. So 13 off the over. And if this one goes to the boundary, he's going to be disappointed that he's bowled those extras. Well, this is another one. He just can't finish it off, can he? That's 14 now the over moves to. Zubair is not doing his captain, Mutu Kumran, any favours.
Yeah, not ideal, is it? But anyway, gets one more chance. May have missed leg as well. Instead, Matani, he wants to strike, so we'll take the single, and it takes us to the end of the 5th over. They're on track now. They're ahead of being on track. In fact, 39 for 2 after 5. And he's down to him, Mr. Maximo, for the European Cricket Network. Very happy Peacock Friday to all of you out there. Looking fantastic. One of my favourites, got to say. I love the pink in that. Looks very dashing on you.
Thank you very much.
Kind of peacock is. This one's really comfortable, I'm going to say.
I'm liking that look. It's got a very oriental feel to it. You know, it's good. I'm liking it.
I'm liking it as well. And look, good news. We are not too far away from a start. In about 15 minutes, in fact, we'll have Germany versus Italy. And yeah, looking forward to seeing that from Desert Springs. I know that preparations are frantically going on there to get ready, and I know that the players will be pretty keen to impress as well. Germany taking on Italy in 2 matches today, and then Spain taking on Italy and Germany tomorrow and on Sunday. So that's starting very, very shortly. If you have more than one screen, you could always point that at Desert Springs, and you can watch 2 matches at once on ECN. Just shows you how far we've come, Rico, because the fact that we are now, and we've done it a few times now, I think we've had 2 in. I think once we had 3 matches going concurrently. We're just so passionate about showing European cricket to the world. Yeah,
I think it's great. It's great that we do these T20 events as well. I certainly enjoyed watching them earlier in the year. And also, good luck to Charlie as well. Charlie Hunt, all the best.
He doesn't need luck, though. You know, he's done over 100 games for us now.
Yeah, he definitely does.
He's doing really, really great things. He's only young, but I mean, what a great experience for him. And yeah, he just keeps continuing to impress. I think we'll see plenty more of Charlie.
Yeah, he does. And he's well loved as well. So, Charlie, have a good one. And let us know, Charlie, what's the weather like? Be interested to know what it's like at Desert Springs.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure probably be pretty similar to here. I reckon we get temperatures maybe around about 25, 26.
Something like that. I think so. Weather's pretty good in Spain at the moment. I've been checking the Barcelona forecast. I know that's quite a long way away, but still, just in general, looks like the weather is decent. And, well, Charlie, we're talking about the summer of Charlie being a really exciting summer for him. And well, the summer's going to continue, even though we are into November. That's the great thing about Spain, isn't it? You play cricket 12 months around, really.
Yes, it's fantastic. We're spoilt with the weather, really up. We've been spoilt with the weather up until now here in Malta as well. This one just gets played away. So remember, we've had drinks. Drinks normally bring a wicket. Will we get one here? They do go back to Pintu.
Yeah, so they need something, and so let's go with Pintu, who's been the guy that's come up with a bit of a magical moment or two during this series. Can he do it when it counts?
Beats Negi.
Negi's just been off here. I mean, he's a guy, he can bully the bowling at times, but he's 4 off 8 now. That's a pretty good ball. This is where to bowl to him.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. This is where to bowl to Negi. Negi likes it on the pegs. He likes to hit down the ground. He likes to eye up, hitting straight or hitting over cow. At the moment, they're just not giving him anything in that zone. Another big swing and a miss. And a few excited voices out there thinking there may have been something on this, but slightly quicker, but still in the same areas. And you can see he's swinging at the bat at this. I think as soon as he starts swinging, he knows he's not making any contact. You could see it on his face.
Real opportunity here to dot up Nagy, who's struggling.
Oh, catch goes down. Sam Aquilina, he's going to be very disappointed. I think I'm going to say this was in his comfort zone. It was the right height. He's got the right physique to take this catch. He puts it down. Big opportunity goes down.
Slightly wrong foots himself there. You see how he's moving to the left, has to change direction. Oh, poor Sam. He's normally so solid. He'll be the first to admit he's been a bit of an iron gloves in this tournament. And now, because of that, changes the striker and it's blasted to the boundary by Maitani. So that drop becomes even more costly.
Yeah, Maitani, good shot from him. And Pinto Josh, for some reason, just goes short. And it's interesting watching Maitani here. A couple of times he's played balls on the leg side. He hasn't really tried to hit it. You saw that towards the end of the last over. There was a full toss, which he just sort of guided to take the single rather than trying to hit it hard. And that one, though, he throws everything at it, gets a good shot in. A bit of a field change here from Pinto. But I think he really needs to just get the line right. He's just got to accept it wasn't the right ball to bowl. Get back outside the off stump. Maitani, he will try and guide it down to the backward point area.
He's the man they've got to get, and quick, hey?
What's a single? Haja, he says. And the response from Narendra Negi is good. He does go. And the reason for that is he wants to go back on strike. So end of the over, 46 for 2. I mean, like for like, they're only 5 ahead, really, where Malta Day were. But the thing is, and I said this at the time, it's all about getting the wicket of Gaurav Maitani. You can see it, the way things are. He's the only one that scored runs. He's in his 20s now. Nagy is a good batter, but 10 balls, 5 runs. Maitani is the wicket you've got to get. You've got to try and get him out. And I'm liking this. I'm liking the captain taking a bit of responsibility here. So Muthu Kumaran is going to have a bowl. He's a lovely guy. I loved chatting to him yesterday. He's friendly, he's jolly, he's bubbly. Can he get the wicket that they need? Well, says, hang on a minute. I'm going to try that again. Yesterday, remember, he took the hat-trick hero. 4 for 5. Just a 1 over. And he said to us, didn't he? He said, well, if I had 2 overs, I could have taken 8.
Yeah, that's right. Let's see what Kumaran dishes up now. He's just nagging, isn't he, really? So run a ball, but I mean, now it's just slightly over run a ball. That's what it started at. Maitani is the one here. Look, Nagy again, it's a bit of a sati from him. He just hasn't been able to find his timing. Got to bowl well.
Oh, gets this one to nip back in. Battle of the 2 captains, liking it. Pressure moment, pressure situation. Game hanging in the balance. And these 2 captains do battle. Battle of bat versus ball. The ball in the hand of the captain of Malta Day. Muthu Kumaran once more. Floats it up there. And gets a fair bit of bat on this, but it will just be a single.
Very, very tense at the moment. That's what makes cricket so interesting. Because you only get one chance when you're batting. Bit different tennis. Tennis, you can go through a bit of a slump and play your way out of it. In cricket, you're normally gone.
Fuller delivery. Gets this single. Yeah, I mean, there's one thing I always try to explain to a lot of people that are new to the game is that it's, you know, one of the things different about cricket, especially if you're a batter, one mistake, your day's done. You don't get a second chance. Edge. Oh, well, this one is not what goes over the arms of Aquilina. Nothing that he can do about that. So a bit of luck. Hay poquito de suerte ahí por el capitán Maitani. So gets lucky. Nagy, well, he was dropped by Aquilina in the previous over. He goes big, but there's players out there, and he's cleared them though. That's the shot, that's the ball that Nagy's been waiting for. They've kept him quiet outside the off, but as soon as it's there in that slot, he goes for it. He doesn't hold back, and this goes the difference. Boom! Shakalaka!
Yeah, one bloke can make all the difference. And you can see Nagy, he hadn't been removed, even though he'd been quietened. And, well, just mentioned that we're only around about, I think, 6 or 7 minutes away from a start. in Desert Springs. So let's have a look at the teams. Germany versus Italy. This is also on ECN European Cricket Network and FanCode in India. And yeah, have a look at that. Some names that we saw from the ECC. Christian Kalagamagay is in there. Hassan Ali, good youngster in there as well. But also some pretty good players to watch. Watch out for Grant Stewart for Italy. I don't think that's in batting order. Marcus Campapiano as well. It's a pretty experienced player. And Jean-Pierre Amid, he is also one to watch. Michael Richardson from Germany is one to watch as well. He's the son of Dave Richardson, former South African wicketkeeper. Anyway, let's have a look. And really, the way things are going, I think Maitani has been boosted by that six from Nagy, because now he gets a short delivery from Nazir and he smashes it. Really now Blasters, they've got 1 foot in the semi-finals.
Yeah, Nazir too short. I mean, it's his first delivery, so okay, give him that one. But normally he gets the ball right up there. Quite a teasing length actually outside the off, so he'll be disappointed that he's given that gift away straight away. They're up and running here now. And you can see that Matani just taking a step away. He lets the field get set. He's trying to keep himself composed. The captaincy still knows, look, up until this stage, still, you've got to believe and feel that if they can get his wicket, anything is possible. They need 11 for victory. Doesn't take a chance with this one. The fielder really close in. That's Arif. Sagar Arif is close on the leg side. Nazir, short, outside off, swing and a miss. Doesn't go for his preferred cut shot. He'll be disappointed with that shot selection. I think Matani, I know it doesn't come up as much, but he doesn't need to be swinging across the line like this. Bat on ball will do it. This time he does go for the straight pull, work to be done by the fielder. And Patel does really well. Keeps it to 1.
Yeah, hard to see a window back in, but it starts with top balls. So now ones are fine. You miss-hit ones, which have been your frustration of the whole game so far. They're fine now for the Blasters. They've done enough.
Goes up in the air. I don't think he gets all of this, or does he get enough of it? He does. It's going to be 6. Nazir, Michael Nazir, the bowler, can't believe it. He thinks he's in with a shot with a wicket. It's not a clean hit, but Nagy, he's a strong man, and though this goes aerial, and though he slices this, there's still enough for it to go. He's down on one knee, saying, go on, my son, over you go. It does go over. 6 runs. They're almost there. This time, Nazir does bowl it outside the off. It's a big swing from Narendra Nagy. He's on 18 off 14 deliveries now. And a big hit. Any boundary now will do it. And he's trying to do it with the boundary. Well, it is also the end of the over. So it's going to be maybe the captain, Gaurav Matani. That's going to knock off the runs here, as the score is now 66 for 2 at the end of 8. So any boundary will win it. Matani 30 of 19. So once again, it's the captain who's kept them in this. Nagy's played his role as well. After the 2 sixes that he's hit, the last 2 scoring shots he's played. But he was dropped by Sam McAlina on 4. That could be the big turning point in this match. Okay, Matani. And it's, Renzi Jacob to bowl. Goes down the ground, and that will be the match. 4 runs. 4 carreras. Shaba. Gaurav Matani finishes 34, unbeaten, the captain of 20 deliveries. And the Mujiba Blasters, they have blasted themselves into the semi-finals tomorrow. Well, finals day tomorrow and Saturday is going to have one team confirmed, and that is the Blasters. Well played to them, well played for the captain. A very sensible knock from them. But I have to say, this was all down to a very good polished performance in the field. That put them in this position, and then, well, they kept their nerve and kept their cool to get this victory.
Yeah, and often we talk about teams that have to kind of sit on the pine for a few days while they watch the other group play. But we have seen some good performances. I mean, the Blasters, they had a good look at Group B, I'm sure, and they certainly executed in the first half of this game. And they just had to not fall over with the bat. I know they have done that before. And we talked about the key wicks of Maitani and Narendra Nagy. I know Narendra didn't really have a great start with the bat, but he came good with the boundary when it counted. And unfortunately for Malta today, well, they had their ups and downs. They had some ups yesterday. It's going to finish on a down for most of the teams it will, as they are the first team eliminated on quarterfinals Friday. The Blasters, well, they're the first team through to the semi-finals. They'll play in semi-final number 2 tomorrow against the winner of the Edex Knights. and AUM. So they'll be watching that game with interest, I'm sure. The next game coming up is the Southern Crusaders versus the Mzeta Warriors. That's coming up starting in almost exactly 30 minutes from now. So congratulations to the Blasters. Look, commiserations to Malta Day, including Dancing Papa, who unfortunately, you didn't see him on the park today, but wishing him all the best and all of his Malta Day teammates. I'm sure they'll be back. They'll be a bit disappointed. I think when they look back, they just were a bit inconsistent. That's the reason they were down in third place. Now, they were fighting hard, though, and we know that Faisal Naeem, he's coming off a good day yesterday, and he got that early wicket. That was Gautam Singh. Must have been a feather edge, but that brought Gaurav Maithani, and you just knew that if he stuck around, this score wouldn't be big enough.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, first of all, what a catch that was to remove Ajay Kumar. Absolutely fantastic. It's nice to see that a good player like Azim Sathi has a good personal highlight from this one as well. And he batted well as well. Look, he didn't have too much luck. They bowled very well, so he made 36 or 33 as well. So he's had a good quarter-final, but yeah, I think you got to say it all belongs to that man there. And Gaurav Maithani, the captain of the Bujiba Blasters. I mean, not only for his batting here, but you've got to say the way that he led the team when they were in the field was fantastic.
Yeah.
The way he moved the field around, the way he set the field to those particular batters. He just never let them get going at all. And then he played some superb shots. But that was Narendra Negi. Well, he was there for a long time and he just couldn't get going. And then finally, they put 2 in the slot for him and he put them both away. 2 big sixes. And, well, this was when he goes down on one knee for a moment. You saw Michael Nazir thinks, yeah, I may have a chance of getting a wicket, but that one just finds its way over Patel. And then that was the match-winning shot there from the captain, Gaurav Maithani. Lovely shot, down the ground, 4 runs. Game, set, match.
Yeah, all over, and yeah, just batted a bit better, I suppose. Kind of what sums up that performance from Malta Day is Sathi, just didn't have it, and sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. Took a fantastic catch, so there's no lack of intent from him or any of his Malta Day teammates, but unfortunately, they are eliminated. And Maithani, well, he gets plenty of hugs, doesn't he, from the Blasters? And so he should, because he's carried his team into the semi-finals. They're in the top 4. And like I said, we'll see them play the winner of the Knights, or AUM, who'll play a little bit later on today. Let's look at the scorecard, though. And the openers went cheaply, but that partnership ended up doing the business for the Blasters.
Yeah, well done to the Blasters. Yeah, that partnership was great. Maithani, once again, as we said, was top class. But look, I just like the feel about the Blasters. They haven't got maybe the some of the stars that one or two of the other teams have got going into the semi-finals tomorrow, but I like the way the players are team. I like the way where we saw them when they were a new team, how they came into the competition last time. They got some good wins last time, didn't they, against the Crusaders and also against overseas. And they come into this one, they made it way through into the quarterfinals. They just back each other. They love each other, and I like that. I like a team that plays that way. I like a team that no matter what the situation is, you drop a catch, there's a misfield. They're not onto you. They're not niggling you. They're supporting you.
Yeah.
And I think that's summed up in that performance.
Super important. I mean, when it comes down to it, anything can happen on finals day. Look, commiserations to Malta Day.
Yeah.
I know that a lot of people at Malta Day Hospital, they've been watching, they would have been cheering on their team. Unfortunately, it didn't happen this time around, but I know that they love their cricket. They certainly provided some highlights yesterday. The hat-trick from the captain, Muthu Kumaran, the fact that he could never quite work out if he was batting or bowling at the toss, these kinds of things. The blooper yesterday as well, don't forget that. So wishing you guys all the best, and all the best for until we see you next. And look, congratulations to the Blasters. They came off the week off, and Maithani really led them well, led them into the semi-finals. So we're going to take a break. The cricket is just getting underway. Players walking onto the field in Desert Springs, Germany versus Italy. Looks like Italy are batting first in this one. We'll be back here in about 25 minutes to take you into the second quarterfinal. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu, here, Mr. Maximo, Rico Full as well. Quarterfinals Friday, Peacock Friday in full swing as well. We'll see you very shortly right here on ECN for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to the Master Sports Club. We are here, it's quarterfinals Friday and we're really enjoying what we're doing at the moment. So much cricket on at the moment. If you can multi-screen, I know that they've gotten underway in Desert Springs as well in the ECI with Germany and Italy going head to head. But right here, right now, it's going to be the second quarterfinal. We'll see which one of these two teams will make it to finals day tomorrow. It's the Southern Crusaders versus the Masita Warriors. Both these teams had some success in the group stage, but this is the one that counts. Two teams arrive, one will survive. Let's go over to Stefan Gooch. He's with two captains for the coin toss.
See the call. Then I always use the call. It's heads. Oh, good ball. Okay, good luck guys. Have a good game, all the best.
So it is Erdly Chandaram, the stand-in captain for the Southern Crusaders, who's won the toss, and he's elected to bowl first. Well, no surprises, because that was their plan all the way through the group stage. In fact, in 7 of their 8 matches, they were chasing. And so I suppose they certainly hit the ground running yesterday with 2 good wins to take them into second spot. So they are the higher ranked team in this quarter-final matchup, but they are without their regular captain, Michael Gunatilika, and he was a very good performer for them throughout the group stages. But Ryan Bastian certainly stepped up yesterday. He hit the ball really well. So it's always good to hit quarterfinals with a bit of momentum. Masita Warriors, haven't seen them for a while now, but they did have a 3-5 record. They're a bit hit and miss. For me, Rocky Dinish is a real key for them. And I think that when you're taking on a team that has won 5 of their 8 group games, you need your big players to stand up. And Rocky's also a wonderful wicketkeeper. Looking forward to seeing him again. Let's get ready then for the first ball of quarterfinal number 2. It's Crusaders. They won the toss. They're going to have a bowl. Well, that is their plan. Let's see if it works out for them. Rico Full is in the commentary box as we get ready for the start of the second match of the day.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo Vinisandu. And yeah, let's get ready, because I think this is going to be a very good match as Tim Wheeler and Andy Nowdy make their way out into the middle. Just have a quick look at the two sides, and well, we've seen a fair bit of the Crusaders this week. Let's reflect back on the Masita Warriors, and yeah, as you heard, I think Vinny Sanders say Rocky Dinesh, he's going to be pretty key. Divyesh Kumar, he's one that I'm waiting to see more from him. I think he's ready and waiting to explode, as well as Vipin Mohan, the left-hander. It was quite surprising. We saw him early part of the group stages, and he looked pretty classy, and then he never really got another chance. And of course, we all want to see Bristow Baby with the ball as well. And what a name that is, one of the best names in cricket, I think, Bristow Baby. And as Crusaders, I think they'll be relying heavily with Ricky Bastians. He found his form yesterday, and but they're a bit light on other batters, especially with the Michael Gunatilika, who's not with us. Michael, of course, he is at Desert Springs. He's working part of the ECN crew there. So, Michael, I hope things are going well. You know that the cricket there has started. The match between Germany and Italy going on now. Germany picked up a few early wickets. This one, bat versus ball rule, is saying Masita Warriors 95 to 84. The Warriors are tipped to do this, and that probably is a reflection on the batting, really, of the Crusaders. Well, I'll tell you what, that's one way to warm yourself up, Rocky. Well, make sure you don't do yourself an injury when he does one hand, then he does the other hand. Well, he's ready to get going. So, Rocky, he is out there. I'll give you both the openers. So, you've got Rocky, and you also got Ajin. Ajin Soman has been elected to go out. Soman, interesting choice. I think he's there just to try and get things going in the power play. It's looks like more of a bowler to me. Certainly does get the ball to zip through. It's going to be interesting to see him with the ball. As we see the first runs straight away. So Sharon Hussain starts with the ball. The Crusaders. And this is going to be a bit too wide. No need to play at that. That's Rocky Dinesh. Rocky is the leading run scorer in the series so far. 248 runs to his name. Behind him now is Azim Sathi, mile a day after that performance today. This one again will be wide, so he's biding his time at the moment. You can see that Sachin Hussain just concentrating and keeping that ball just outside the off, but at the moment it's just going a little bit too wide. See if you can bring it in just a tad closer. That's a better delivery, draws the batter around, just holds back from playing the shot. That's Rocky. But, good areas, that's where he wants the ball to be. And nicely taken there by Angelo Delardon behind the stumps. This one may just be too wide again. It is. I think he knows it as well. Doesn't even look back at the umpire. So a few issues in getting the radar right. But backing himself to keep the ball in that off-stump corridor. Oh, this one is Gundy. It's a full toss, gets called a no ball, so all sorts of problems. I think that was the slower delivery that was attempted by Hussain, but it comes out completely wrong down the leg side. No ball called, so free hit coming. Rocky says, now I'll stay here. I'll take the free hit. So a few issues for Hussain. You can see Ryan Bastian's just coming over, just having a chat with him, saying, hey, come on, just hit the deck hard. Free hit. And it's been hit pretty well as well. This one will go all the way. Balle. In the zona. Shaka Lagya. Well, a sucker blow from Rocky as this one goes towards that the archery range there. Well, that's a little bit of bullseye and a bit of target practice as well from Rocky Dinesh. Well, tell you what, his box is running away a little bit. You need to have that a little bit more secure. We don't want any injuries there, Rocky. That will be a punch below the belt. This one's flicked away. That finds the field. In comes a throw. And it's a good job that Saman was backing up quickly. I think it was Saman who went early. It's a good running from him. And, yeah, he does get there. Slides the bat in. And leaves a bit of a skid on the surface and gives the thumbs up to Rocky, saying, don't worry, I was always coming. And this over, it's taken a long time, isn't it? 12 have come from it. Too many wides. You can see how long it's taken. Look at the time clock already. Normally you allow around 3 minutes per over. Full toss. This will go the distance as well. Balle. Shaka Lagya. Que guay, que genial, que grande. Porque eso es 6 más, una cita más. Boom. Shaka Lagya. Not a good delivery. Not a good over. And it's not over yet. A ball to come. 18 off it. He's having all sorts of issues. Here's Hussain. Got little lurgies about him here now. Can he finish it off and just get this one out of the way? But a great start from the Warriors. There it goes down the ground, and this is going to be 4 runs. The fielder runs past it, if you ask me. The fielder runs past it. That's Kriya Wasam. He comes through. I reckon he runs past it. Let's have a look here. He's coming through. There's the ball. He runs past the ball, and then it goes past him the boundary. He's going to be very disappointed with that, Kriya Wasam. And another man is going to be pretty disappointed is the bowler, Hassan. He'll go for 22 off the first. As we have a quick glance at the stats, thanks to Ravi and Shazad for providing this information. Let's have a look at the Warriors first. They're batting. Rocky Dinesh, he's been good. 248, like I said. Top run scorer in the series so far. And then you've got Sumakaran, 120 runs. And Divyesh Kumar. Kumar, though, I think is yet to get going. And on the other side, Bastians is right up there as one of the highest run scorers. He came good yesterday. And Avishka and Hussain, but there's where the issues are. You can see there's a huge difference between the top batters in the Southern Crusaders and the Warriors. Bowling wise, it's well, you can see the Crusaders, they've been stacking up the wickets, and that's where their strength has been. They've been one of the good defenders, picking up wickets and putting the squeeze on the teams. We have a look at that again. Rahman has been really good. And then the Shusha, Vidushka, Rashmika, and as well as Avishka, they've been top. Whereas with the Masita Warriors, I think a lot depends on the bowling of Sidral Joy. And Saman, keep an eye on him as well. I reckon he'll come good when it matters. A good pacey bowler, got some good wheels, got some good pace. Kari Wasam, after that error in the field, gets given the ball. And the captain really needs something good from him now. That's Erdly Chandiran. As we welcome back into the commentary box, it's Vinny Sandhu. Vinny, welcome back.
Yeah, good to be back. More sudden death cricket. Bit wayward though, to say the least so far. Starts are important. We saw a low scorer, I suppose, in the first quarterfinal of the day, but I think this field drying out a little bit. I think it's a bit quicker now as well. Ball probably run a little bit quicker along the outfield, but not the start the Crusaders wanted. They certainly hit quarterfinals with a bit of momentum, with 2 good wins in their last 2 games, but the Warriors, a bit like the Blasters, they've been biding their time and they're ready to launch. This one won't get though, and it's just inside the tram line. Good bowling by Kari Wasam. Yeah,
Kari Wasam doing what unfortunately Hussain wasn't able to do. He was either going too wide, and after those wides, I think they got to him a bit. And he ended up bowling a few full tosses, had a few issues. So a magical over it was to start.
This one's a bit too wide though. And you see the tactics from Kari Wasam. It's always tough when you're coming on to bowl the second over after a start like we've seen. You probably feel even more pressure to bowl a good one. At least bring the game back towards 50-50. Kari Wasam not so bad so far, getting some good late movement. Soman be playing for it here. Once again, can't reach it. It's another wide, so he loses the battle with the wide line once again.
Yeah, that's going to be the issue here. The Crusaders, that's been their strong point. The bowling and fielding. They're just letting themselves down a little bit here, though.
It's a tough one, because if you aim straighter, normally you lose the swing and you lose it down the leg side. So yeah, the thing here is actually approach from a slightly wider angle with your body. This is better, though. It's in the air. Bastians goes back. He won't get there. This will be 4. So Soman, well, when it has been in his arc, he's looked pretty good. He moves to 15. This good start continues for the Masita Warriors.
Yeah, nice shot. It's a good one to play inside the power play. And Bastians has done well that part of the field, but with him being inside the circle, this one's been lofted over him. So good hit to play in the power play. So 30 on the board here now inside the second over.
Yeah, you better get him quick because he's looking dangerous. And now this is sweet as a nut. You can forget this one. It's out of the ground by a long way. Maximo! Warriors are out for a fight, and they're putting a lot of runs up in this power play.
Well, this is a lovely hit from Ajin. You can see why the bowlers are trying to keep the ball outside the off stump, because as soon as they attack the stumps, they get attacked. Beautiful hit. So that one is sweet out of the middle of that bat. Was sweeter than the bowl of Rasmalai. Bring it on, he says. Give me some more of that.
And Kari Wasam, you can see why he was trying to get the ball away from Simon, but just overdid it. Was forced to go straighter, and he's been punished. And this time, well, he always has his head taken off. This will be 4. Oh, wow. Tell you what, it was a little bit of a tough one for the bowler. I mean, do you try and catch this, or do you preserve your life? Wow. That was past him, I think, before he moves. That could have been nasty. And although it goes for 4, I think that was probably the better of the 2 results for Kari Wasam. That turns out to be an expensive over as well. It is just rolling away. This is what we saw in Group A, the Warriors. You can see 3 and 5. Not playing like a team that were 3 and 5, though. They're actually tied with AUM and Gozo. But they did still qualify because of their superior net run rate. Still was below 0, though. And, well, Dinesh was a difference maker in that Group A. But Soman, well, he's the one making the difference right now. 40 for none after 2.
Well, he's batting beautifully, isn't he? Lovely shot there to finish the over. But you're absolutely right, Kari Wasam. Well, you didn't want to be behind that. That came out of the middle like a bullet. So what are they going to... It looks like they turned into Rahman here, trying to take the pace right off and just trying to get some accuracy.
I don't mind this because Mahbub Rahman's been really good with his variations. Changes things up. He can even bowl wrist spin or finger spin. He can bowl quick balls, tossed up deliveries. Starts with an orthodox delivery, which is just angled away for a single. Probably smart from Rocky. He said, okay,
a tag team battle at the moment in the ring. Over to you, because Hutchin Soman, he has been on fire, 25 off 8, and he's just looking good as well, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, the way he's hitting the ball, you just want to say, look, while you're in that mode and you're hitting so cleanly, just keep getting him on strike.
Change of pace, though. See if there's a change of fortune. Well, almost. Slices this away, doesn't carry to the fielder. That's Matila Vishka, who couldn't quite come forward quick enough to get that on the full. But you can see already that change of rhythm with the spin bowler coming on, making a difference.
Yeah, Vishka, he does well though, doesn't he? He realises that the catch is not on. Make sure the ball doesn't get past him and go to the boundary.
So yeah, Rahman, his accuracy is his strength as well, and those variations. And so you don't see him getting tapped very often. He's got a lot of tight overs. And so yeah, I think he's got a big responsibility here. Always feel third over. Once you're in, you feel it's a real opportunity with only 2 outfielders. So Man wants to attack. Gets a little edge. Second time we've seen an edge. This one's finer. It's running away. Don't think he'll quite make it. Well, I think that's fine. Again, he's looking down. He's not sure. We'll probably have a look at this one. Again, if it's inconclusive, it'll go to the fielding side. Let's see if there's any rope movement here.
I think he just here. Does he just get his fingers behind this? I mean,
I don't see the rope move, do you?
No, I don't see the rope move at all. There's a few birds that Scar put out the way. Watch the birds at the
I'm
back.
going to give him that one. How about the other hand? Where's his left hand? Is his left hand? It's not touching the ground at all.
He does well. I
think it's fine.
I think he stops that. That is a great. I mean, look at that. That's acrobatic for you. Well,
If
Vishka.
Yeah. If it's inconclusive, then it goes to the fielder and wipes himself out. Shows a bit of cleavage. Anyway, it's worth it. Good 2 runs to top. Maybe that can turn things around for the Crusaders. Hit straight. It should just be 1. So taking the pace off has been effective. But, I mean, you like that, don't you? You're looking for someone to show something to try and turn this game around for the Crusaders. And that was a brilliant stop.
Yeah, it's good work. That's what they need. Positive things to happen. Something to give them. Something to applaud. Something to back. Something to rub off on everybody else. And, well, this will certainly do it. And that's the wicket that they needed. Well, Ajin Soman is at the other end. He's still there. He shakes his head because basically I think, he's probably been saying to Rocky, look, we're going to do this. You stay. You stick around. I'm going to do all the dangerous hitting. And Rocky, he doesn't play ball. He wants to hit a big shot out of the park himself. Swings all around this. It's a straight ball that does it. So Rocky Dinesh, he'll go for 10 of 7. They get the breakthrough. He'll be very disappointed with that shot. He didn't have to play that at all, Vinny.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Especially because he was only playing second fiddle. Didn't have to try and do too much. But, yeah, Rocky's knocked out. And he's the first wicket fall here in quarterfinal number 2. 46 for 1. And Rahman, change of pace, change of fortunes for the Crusaders.
Yeah, very much so. Rahman does the job, gets the wicket. And maybe that's what's going to happen here. I'd like to see maybe something like Jojo Thomas bowl here. Just pace off works and stick with it. And I don't think they're doing that. Looks like they're going with Vidusha Rashmika. He's been very good as well as Rashmika. I'm not taking anything away from it, but I just get the feeling you're just going to go with what's worked. I think that over was a good over there from Rahman. He picks up a wicket, only goes for 6 runs. Keep the spin on. You've got Jojo Thomas. I would go with Jojo first. Short delivery from the Shusha. As he walks right up to the batter, who wants to look him in the eye. But, well, Ajin Soman says, I'm not making eye contact with you, not until I hit the ball. Mishka starts with the shorter delivery. Rashmika, and he comes again. And this is in the slot, and when it's in the slot, it's going to disappear. And that's another one that disappears over the boundary rope. There's John Horos. She's wearing a Peacock Fighters shirt. That's it. She's having a steering contest with that kookaburra ball out there. Not sure what's going on over there.
Either that or one of those birds around the ground. But anyway, this is in the slot and it disappears. Abracadabra, Maximo time. So Man says no Rocky, no worries. He rockets to 35.
I think Diana's trying to get over her fear of balls, cricket balls. Well, this could be in her zone. And watch out, Diana, because they're all coming your way. That one is a big hit. And Soman, he's absolutely clubbing these. Lovely jubbly. Boom. Shaka Lagya. That is a beauty. That's a Bizaway supersonic hit. And we know Dana is always shies away from the ball. Maybe she's to take the opportunity to make acquaintances with the Kookaburra and say, okay, let's be friends. Still sat there, you know. Don't know what that's about.
Yes, there's a better ball. Kent Soman gets away with it. I wouldn't say he's been lucky because he's played some really good shots, but he's had some moments of luck. Oh, there's Diana. She's just thinking about life. There's no better way to do it than just staring at a six-stitcher. I was going to say.
We will be friends. We will be friends. We will get along. Caught.
This time he's gone. Yeah, he's edged and he's gone. So Soman's luck runs out. And the shusher, well, he was pretty quick to put the finger up. And so the Warriors now have lost both openers. It's a big moment in the game. As long as Soman was there, it was going to be dangerous. And, well, there's the shusher. He sees the edge. And then he's just telling everyone that he has quietened the key batter in this contest. Again, playing away from his body. He had nicked a few, hadn't he? That was what I was going to say a moment ago. And this time, it was straight through to Angelo. And so that's the second wicket now. It's 58 for 2.
Yeah, nicely done. But you see, that's the difference. That's what some of the other bowlers were unable to do. Just get the ball just outside the off, moving away, and try and find the edge. If you bowl at the stumps, he's going to smash you away. But still, look, a very good contribution from Ajin Soman. I mean, he does go, and it is the Rashmika, the Shusha, Vidusha, the Shusha that gets him. But not before he puts a good contribution on the board. And remember, they've still got good batters there. I mean, Divyaj Kumar is out there. But basically what you've done now is you've got 2 new batters in there. Okay, they've got the 50 on the board, 58 for 2. But this is the opportunity now for the Crusaders to get back into this match.
But just have a look at that score already. It's up at 58. The damage is done. Plays inside this one. Feeling kind of a shot from Sukumar, and it'll be the end of the 4th over. I think he was just trying to see that out, but he almost nicked himself off. So both batters yet to score, and after 4 overs, it's 58 for 2. Just looking back at this series so far, and looking at the Blasters, pardon me, the Southern Crusaders, they've liked to chase. They've chased in 7 of their 8 games so far. And their team, on average, they've scored 94 runs per 10 overs. So I do think that if you get that 110, 120, it's hard to see them getting close. The only one time the Crusaders actually made 100, it was when they were chasing 129. They ended up making 124. The only time they would have made 100 would be when they chased down 96 with 9 balls remaining. So I do think that Warriors certainly in the box seat, despite being the lower ranked side here in quarterfinal number 2. Here's Senaratna, who starts with a big filthy wide down the leg side. If they're quick here, they might get 2. And that's really good running. Assuming this doesn't hit the stumps. And now they might even get another one.
There's got to be a third here, surely.
That's going to be 4 wides. 3 that have been run, plus the original wide.
Yeah, very good running this start. Look, there's the first one.
Yep. And now everyone's running after it. Now, who wants to be a wicketkeeper? And he says, all right, I'll have a go. And then he says, well, I don't fancy that at all. No wonder the wicketkeeper's got gloves. And then no one backing up was Joe Wardner. Came rushing in, and he was ill-prepared for what was coming his way. Another one. I don't know what ball Sukumaran's playing at. If he gets close to this, I'm impressed, because I think he looked a long way away from this one as far as I was concerned. Ratner follows up the 4 wides. There's no real intent here at all.
Yeah.
You've got all these runs on the board,
isn't it? It's a nothing shot.
You've got such a good foundation. Sukumaran, I think just go and play what you see here. Don't have to be in your shell. This one's down leg side. Too much movement from Senaratna. It does swing the ball around. So you're not helping themselves with the extras on top of some of the good batting we've seen so far from the Warriors.
Yeah, I mean, look, you've got 2 new batters in. Both hadn't got off the mark, so you had an opportunity to put the pressure on it, but bowling these extras, it's just taking all the pressure off them.
Gone, and he gets it right. Senaratna cleans up Sukumaran. It was a funny little innings from Sukumaran, who went from too careful to too reckless in the space of 1 ball. Needs the 3rd wicket to fall. And the Crusaders fighting back in this quarterfinal, 63 for 3.
Yeah, boogie, oogie, woogie. Kookaburra 5 ball as he knocks them over. And it's right on the money. The castle gets raided. Boom! Down they go. Good delivery, Yorker length. Yeah, I don't think he was seeing this ball at all. And, well, I think Sukumararan was only using up dot ball, so it's probably sending him back early is not a bad thing for the Cedar Warriors. But it's quite interesting. That score was on 58. It's moved on to 63 without either one of the batters that were out there scoring a run. Kuma still hasn't scored.
Showing you the kind of difference between the two matches we're showing on ECN today. Well, Italy, they started batting half an hour before. I think they're on 70, and they've been going okay.
Yeah.
And already Warriors are going to, and I think that's off. How many overs is that off? I'll tell you when it comes back on my screen, because I'm watching that at the same time. Italy batted 12 overs.
Yeah.
And here we are in the 5th, and it looks like Warriors might catch them here before too long. Anyway, then Ratner, another good in-swinger. This time no justice, edged away. This will be 4. Maybe semi-deliberately from Kumar, who certainly goes out there and has a good slash at it. There's nobody back there. Surprises me a little bit.
Yeah.
And that's another boundary. They'll take him.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I was going to say the same thing. You got Senavaratna, who's bowling this pace. He's getting the ball to move around. You've got to have the third man back. I mean, you see there's no chance of the man inside the 30-yard circle stopping this. So 4 valuable runs. And risky, lucky runs there for Divyesh Kumar. As I said, he's a good batter. I've seen him play some nice knocks. I'm not going to call them innings because I don't think he's really gone big in this series so far, but he's due. He's due to.
Oh, this one goes the other way. It's probably a
dear.
no ball, and luckily they put a fielder there now. Called a no ball. So it just shows you how much he swings it. He had a big in-changer, and then this one goes the other way. So it's very skillful, but the swing's only one part of it, right? It's also getting it right. He's probably surprised how much that has swung out of the hand. So yeah, in one sense it's skillful bowling. In another it's wasteful bowling, because there's going to be a free hit coming up. Doesn't matter which way you swing this, the batter will be swinging. All he can do is get it back to the bowler. He kind of rushes at that, doesn't he, Minesh Mathai?
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a nothing shot, really.
Yeah.
Not a free hit. Swing the bat hard. Try and get something on it.
Sometimes you can start a swing and know that you're going to miss it, and then you just concentrate on hitting the ball. But this one he misses pretty comfortably as well. The in-swingers are back, and the Warriors, they made a good start, but the Crusaders are back at the end of the 5th over. It is 70 for 3. And once again, I want to welcome you to our broadcast. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. I'm here with Rico for Peacock Friday as well.
Yep.
And hopefully you're enjoying your Friday as well. Weather's beautiful. The other thing, though, we are concerned, but just the right amount of concern, because we do have a forecast for tomorrow that does include some rain, sometimes a fair bit of it in the forecast. Hopefully we avoid that. There's still 4 teams will make it through to the finals from today.
Yeah, I mean, only a forecast, though. But, yeah, I mean, looking at that forecast, it looks like there's a bit of wet stuff arriving tonight, but maybe we're going to get lucky. It arrives tonight, blows away for the morning, and we get a very good finals day. And I don't want to have another finals day washed out.
Exactly.
I had that in Croatia, you know.
Well, if that does happen, or even if it doesn't, I'm going to give you the sack, at least for 2 weeks, because you do deserve a break, and you're going to get a couple of weeks off in Barcelona. Corey will be joining me on Tuesday. I'll have to find somebody to join me on Monday. I'm sure there'll be somebody around that might want to jump on the commentary with me. But we have 5 weeks in Barcelona starting on Monday, and that should be really great. 16 teams. It's a different format. We've never done this format. It's basically similar to what you see here, but with 8 teams in a group. They'll all play each other twice, and then the top 2 teams from each group will end up going to the grand final day on the Sunday the 11th of December. It'll be the top team from the round robin stage. They'll automatically go through, and then there'll be 2, 3, 4, and 5. They'll play their own finals day. Yeah. So whoever wins that finals day will join the top team through. So it's quite interesting. So the top team automatically gets rewarded by going through to finals day, and the teams that finish 2, 3, 4, and 5, bearing in mind there's 8 teams per group, they will play like a Group A finals day, and the winner of that will join them. So there'll be 4 teams on the 11th of December that'll be vying for that trophy. Should be great, and we know Barcelona, they love their T10 cricket, don't they? Yeah,
I was going to say, hey, maybe you should check out what Armagan Khan is doing, the big back. He's a nice one to have in the comments with you. And remember, he is a bit of a record breaker, isn't he?
Yeah, he sure is. It's funny you mentioned that, because there's no Catalonia CC in this tournament, but I'll tell you,
I bet he's playing for somebody.
He is playing, and I think I saw him for Pat Montcarter, and I think they play first up as well. I'll tell you, check this all out on our website, EuropeanCricket.com. Yeah, is there a little nick on this or
I
not?
don't think
Umpire's
so.
not convinced. You know, the shusher, he will appeal anyway. Yeah, he's playing for...
I want to... Sorry, I'm
go
going
on.
to say, I want to see the umpire do the shush back at him. That's what
Oh,
I'm
that
saying.
would be good.
I want to see the umpire do the shh.
He's missed that by a lot, Matai.
Yeah, that's nowhere near.
Yeah, he's playing for Pat Montcarter, who will be playing in Group A. Team that we saw in 2020. Now this is in the air, it's hanging. The field doesn't get there. Ricky bails out, pulls up the parachute. He wasn't interested in catching it, but Matai, he's not a guy that's really hurting at the moment as well. He's 2 off 5. Divyesh, he's the one I think that has to take this game forward. And how often do we see it? We see one team dominating the first few overs, then another team fighting back. So
Yeah.
Crusaders very much working their way back into this game. He's hit pretty hard. But more work for Ryan Bastonat.
They're taking him on, and he'll get there.
Yeah, getting away with it. So yeah, just looking at that Barcelona series, it will be Monday to Saturday, be 4 matches a day. The other thing is, you know, the days are getting shorter. Well, that's a very close range to back up. And
Rashmika, the shusher, he's doing a bit more shushing, but a bit more assertively. Well, this one will get sent away. Well, that's the right play. He said, "You're pushing my partner around. This is what I'm going to do to you." This is the shusher being shushed up. It's a lovely shot. Beautifully played.
it's a bit too short, wasn't it? And so away it goes, over and away. And yep, maximum time, 6 runs. So yeah, just mentioning going back to the Big Mac. We'll see if he's in the 11. But Pat Montcarter, they play the opening 2 matches against Bangladesh Kings, one of our favourites as well.
That's going to be good.
The afternoon will be Hira Sabadell versus Trinidad Royal Stars. Shusha gets a Yorker in its edge down to third man. Good to see a third man in place now. I think it's a run-saving position. Kumar will get 1 and he'll get the strike as well. It's the end of 6 overs. It's 81 for 3.
81 for 3. Lovely shot there off the ground. A few more clouds about today, but by no means is it cold. The temperature still around about 23, 24 degrees.
Yeah, the other thing is that because the days are getting shorter, we will have the use of the lights if required. And I know, for example, on finals days, there are 3 of them because you have the Group A finals day, the Group B finals day, and then the kind of final day of the season. It may run into darkness, but the good news is at Montjuic Stadium, they do have the lights, so we can turn them on.
I'm really looking forward to seeing that stadium game. I mean, it's fantastic anyway, but we're going to see some of the nice quirks that it had taken away. You know, the clay and the baseball parts
the
of it.
pitcher's mound, I'm sure the fielders are pretty happy to see that gone because that was at deep square leg just on the field. And yeah, you know, in baseball, the pitcher stands on a mound. It's a mound of dirt. It's elevated,
yeah,
like a dome. And yeah, when the ball bounced off that, you wouldn't want to be behind it.
You wouldn't. And then also you had the part of the ground where the grass turned into
the clay.
Yep. So the ball bouncing on that as well.
Oh, it's just gone. I think this might have bowled him,
it's
you
bowled
know.
him. It's taken the bail off.
It has. So Matai plays all around this, and Jojo says it's time to go. Let's have a look at this on the replay. I think just kisses the top of the stump. As you can see, just one bail is dislodged. And Jojo turns around and says, "Do you see that?" And Tim says, "Well, I don't even need to because I think everyone else has." And you see very quickly, Angelo Delarden points at the stumps. So unfortunately, the stay at the crease for Manish Matai is not too pleasant. He goes for 2 off 6, and the 4th wicket has fallen. It's 82 for 4.
Yeah, I think while you got Kumar out there, they won't mind batters that are slaying things down coming again. Look, they've already got, I think, a competitive score on the board, so they should get to the 100. If it goes well and Kumar can stay there, maybe the 110, 120. That's what they'll be looking at here. But they just need somebody who can hit the ball pretty aggressively as well, not chew up too many deliveries, but more importantly, play sensible cricket. Get Divyesh Kumar on strike. That's what the batters here have to be thinking. This guy, I did like the look of when I saw him last time. I think he's batting far too low. Mohan comes in. Divyesh Kumar wants to get on strike. Doesn't this time. Yeah, so going back to that Barcelona ground, I'm looking forward to seeing it. Now it's completely done up. It's got a new pitch there. It's got, remember the job that the boys used to have to do, putting the pitch down. You have to put all the boards down, the decking.
So do you know what the situation is surrounding that now?
Well, I think it's a permanent pitch that's there.
That's what I heard was going to happen. I suppose if it is artificial pitch anyway, and to cut out a strip that you could then bounce a cricket ball on, because normally the outfield, when there's artificial outfields in baseball, they're a lot more lush. They're a lot more what you'd imagine, grass to look like, rather than a cricket pitch, which is a lot harder. But yeah, I can't wait to see it. Jojo gets another one through, and it's another wicket. Mohan is going to have to go now. So it's bang, bang play from Jojo Thomas, and he takes another wicket. It's 82 for 5 as Thomas changes the game with his spin.
Yeah, he's got to go, and it's a, well, disappointment. I mean, I did like what this guy did when I first saw him, but he goes. Going to be one of those. And Jojo, well, this is what I was saying when, remember I said earlier, when we saw the bowling of Romani bowled a very good third over, and I said, you've got to go with Jojo there. Look, Ramishka didn't do bad. He did take a wicket, but I just felt then, bring the spin on and cause the problem. But maybe just coming on just a little bit too late, Jojo Thomas. But, well, how about that? He's picked up 2 wickets already. Just the 1 run of this over so far. And once again, you see, it's about playing smart cricket. These batters that are coming and going and getting themselves out, they need to be looking to just bat on ball, single, Kumar. Here you go. Is anybody going to be able to do that?
Yeah, Shittle Joy, captain comes out, misses the last ball of the over. Thomas takes 2 for 1 in the 7th, and he stops the bleeding. And from here, if you can somehow say keep it down to run a ball, and you're looking at chasing 100, and the Crusaders, they certainly would have taken that when they saw Rashmika. He finished his over, and the score was 81 after 6. Let's have a look at the European Cricket League, which will be coming your way from the 27th of February, and it's going to run for 4 weeks. It's going to be such a great format. Each one of those groups you see there, they will have 2 days of group matches then. Third day will be finals, and only one of them will survive Championship Week. So there'll be 7 teams, including the reigning champions, Pak I Care, and the 6 group winners in the Championship Week, starting on the 20th of March. To see more, you can go to our website, europeancricket.com. 30 countries, 31 clubs represented in ECL 23, the 3rd edition of the tournament. VOC Rotterdam, previous winners, they're there in Group B. They won in 2019, and then the 2nd edition held earlier this year. Pak I Care winning in a very entertaining final against Tunbridge Wells. And it's a really interesting mix of players that, or teams that have played ECL Group before and some that haven't. So I think it'll be a fascinating way to get the season going. It will be the 2nd tournament of the year. We think we'll have 1 ECS before that to roll us into it. I know you'll be there, Rico, and yeah, it'll be great to be back at the Cartama Oval. I still get a lot of messages asking when's the next time we'll be back at Cartama.
Yeah.
The answer is it'll be the 27th of February.
Rahman back into the attack, and you can see there, Shittle Joy, the captain, doing the right thing, just taking the single, gives the strike back to Kumar. He plays an interesting little shot here out on the off. The fielder does well. They look to take the 2. It's a good throw. He's in trouble if it can be taken by the bowler, but it couldn't be.
It was a supersonic throw. And to be honest, it almost bounces off Rahman. You can't really blame for not pouching this. Almost bounces off him onto the stumps. Have a look at this when it comes back. It's just basically a human backboard. Yeah. Ouch.
He doesn't want to take it in his hands, does he? That's the thing. This one's been played away, and the catch is taken. He takes it on the rebound. Gets a little bit fortunate, but they get the big wicket. And that's the one that they needed. Well, I tell you, this is beautifully done. They did take the 2. He wanted to get back on strike, and once he's back on strike, he hits this well. But what a good catch this is. I mean, he gets there, but he gets really lucky as that one thumps into his hands and then pops up again. Well, Senator Rathnam, he didn't have a good start with the ball, did he? But he's doing well, taking the catches.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. They hustled back for 2, and that was all about getting Divyesh Kumar back on strike. And then when he hit that, I thought, well, that's worked out really well. But how about that catch from Senator Rathnam? I thought he messed it up, and we did mess it up the first time, didn't he? But he kept his eye on it. I thought this could even go to the boundary or over. But yeah, catches win matches, and Crusaders continue their good comeback, and they get a danger man as Tony Lewis comes to the crease at number 8.
Yeah, look. Yeah, look, that's a big moment. Now you just think here that the scores are 110, 120 that I was first talking about. Well, they might even scrape. I have to scrape to get to the 100 here now. This one gets played out. Tony Lewis, we know that he's a batter who can stay there. We've seen him being involved in playing good partnerships together with Rocky Dinesh and also with Kumar. He can stay there, but not necessarily a big hitter. So big opportunity for the Crusaders to really put the squeeze on.
Rahman's been brilliant. He's got 1 more ball to go in his spell. It's going to be a wide, and right on cue. First time he's even looked like bowling a wide. It's his 12th delivery. Hasn't gone to a boundary yet. Hasn't actually bowled a dot ball apart from the 2 that were wickets, but yeah, has stopped the momentum a couple of times when he's come on. And he's going to get a wicket to finish. So it's going to be 3 for Mahbub Rahman. Little inside edge, Shidril Joy tries to go leg side, tries to drag it, but the only place he drags it is onto his stumps. Another bowled by a spinner. It's the end of the 8th over. All the 8s now. 88 the score after 8, 7 wickets down.
Yeah, spin to do the job. He's picked up 3 for 13. Superb. And Shidril Joy, the captain, well, he doesn't want to be patient. He doesn't want to just take the singles and stroke the ball around. Wants to be the aggressor. But he gets it wrong. He loses his stumps. He'll go for just 1. And this flight back continues at the halfway point. The score was 70. And you can see there in the next 3 overs, they've only scored just 13 runs. Yeah, well, less than 31. They're on 88 now. Only 18 runs. That's a superb bowling from the Crusaders. Is what we know the Crusaders can do. 88 for 7.
They have every chance of going even less than run a ball. Because, yeah, new batters coming in, lower order batters as well. And, yeah, 2 freshies at the crease. Got to bowl well, though. 9th over about to begin. It all happens in the 9th. And Avishka, we're hoping to keep this comeback going.
Yeah, Avishka, he bowls a nice touch. He's a wicket-to-wicket bowler. That's what we've seen him do.
Hasn't bowled yet. This will be his only over. Starts with a bad ball, really. Might get away with it. Does. It was short, it was wide, but he had the protection of the deep backward point to keep it to 1.
Yeah, I mean, that one, if that goes to the boundary, and all of a sudden the Warriors will think, yeah, okay, we're up and running again. It's only a single. So a nice hit from Lewis. Tight now looking to get off the mark.
Yeah, it was a pretty well hit by Lewis, wasn't it? This is hit as well. That same fielder will come into play, so it's a good field position at the moment. So obviously Avishka's saying, well, I'm going to bowl outside that off stump, and I need the protection. If he's going to go there, I would consider pushing the 3rd man back as well, because I just think you don't see too many that are going to get drilled to deep mid-wicket or long on if you bowl well there. Goes there again. This is just, yeah, dragged, but again, in the circle would have handled that. But still, it's been good, hasn't it? And, yeah, it's hard to believe when they were 81 off 6, or even when they were 70 off 5. You start to think, there's no way they'd keep it to 100 or less. This is Bastian's going to grab it and doesn't exactly rock it there, but it's only get 1.
Batters really there for me. You've got to go for that one. I know they've lost 7 wickets, but you've got to try and get not just to the 100, but they should be looking to be getting to around or close to the 100 in this over, then trying to get to the 110, 15. This will help. A bit of luck. They've got to run hard, or will the ball go to the boundary? It will go to the boundary. So the French cut takes that one all the way. Important, valuable runs. And sometimes you just get a slice off the deck, if you like, the rub of the green. And that's exactly what happens there. 4 runs. Vishka, he'll be disappointed with that. Lewis will love it. Boundary here gets to the 100 with 6 balls to go.
Goes after
this. For the big shot, and he's going to get that boundary. And that takes it to score to 100, Vinny. So to get to the 100, 6 balls in the bag to try and get to that 110 score.
Yeah, it's been a game of ebbs and flows, hasn't it? And so, a bit of sting in the tail. Lewis has been really good here as he's come out. Longest pocket of the ground, but Bastians has to watch it sail to the boundary. 100 for 7 after 9. Hey, I was just looking at the Italy-Germany game, and a bit of a dramatic turnaround there. And at one stage, Italy were 65 for 1. Then they lost 6 wickets for just 16 runs. So a bit of a collapse going on at the moment over there. And so, yeah, now they're 82 for 7. So, I mean, what a difference there. They were kind of like 65 for 1 at the 10 over mark. So you're thinking, okay, 130 pace. And now 81 for 7. You think we can even scrape to 100. There's about 4 overs to go as well. Anyway, here's Jojo. He saved himself for the last. Likes to attack the stumps. This one gets past the cartwheeling fielder, but it'll just be a single.
Yeah, that's good for Matai. Needed to get a run straight away to get Lewis back on strike. Lewis looks like the one who's in the mojo at the moment. Played some nice shots. 11 to 5. Looking to go big again. 101. The score. And this is outside the line. I think he won't get the wicket, but he does keep them quiet. Just get the one leg by.
Yeah, a bit high, I think, as well. It's, this is Thomas's go-to. Outside the line, good call by you as well. Lewis will be upset he misses out on that. No bat on ball. Over to Matai. And he should have been stumped, but he's not.
Yeah, missed opportunity here for Angelo Delarden, but thing is, it doesn't really matter.
You're going to miss the stumping. Last over's a good time.
Yeah, and also they don't get to any. I mean, he still had a chance to take it, you know.
Unless he hits a 6 this ball, in which case it hurts. He doesn't. He just takes the one. I think he'll settle for that. Lewis has looked more likely, hasn't he? But it's a bit different with Thomas not giving him any pace to work with.
Here we go. Can we have a final assault here? Last few deliveries from Tony Lewis. He's looking to drop back and hook and pull. This time he comes down the wicket and he hits this beautifully. Balle, 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 brrrr. Ginna sona, ginna bada, shaka. Shaka lag, yeah, that's a lovely shot. We saw earlier he tries to go back, but I think the bowler then thinks, well, I'm not going to let you go back. So he dances down and hits through the line, clean out the middle, big hit.
Last ball coming up. Can they finish it off? Well, I think they will. It's going, and it's gone. Maximo, back to back. And so the Warriors, such a weird innings because every time it seemed like they were slowing down and the Crusaders were getting back on top, the Warriors found another gear. And I've got to say, Lewis, he bats so well. He's going to finish with 23 off just 8 balls. That could be the difference. It means that the Crusaders, they'll be chasing 116 to stay alive in this tournament.
Yeah, Tony Lewis, where did that come from? Every time we've seen Tony Lewis bat, he just played the anchor role. It's been ticky-taka, ticky-taka. He's hardly scored any big runs. He's hardly hit any boundaries, and yet here he hits 2 huge sixes. I mean, yeah, you're absolutely right. That could be the innings that makes the difference. 2 4s and 2 6s from Tony Lewis, getting to 23 of just 8 deliveries, and it gets him to a very good and respectable score, 115 for 7.
Early on, though, it was Rocky who was out there, but it was Ajin Soman that stole the show. And really, when you think about where they ended up, I think you got to think back, and Soman, he was a big factor in that. Geez, he hit the ball well in the first half of this innings.
Oh, he absolutely smashed it. It was some clean hitting. Every time they put the ball on the stumps, he went big. He wasn't able to cut, but he wasn't playing too many pull shots either. But you pitched it up to him, and he went for the big one. But it was Rahman. It was a pace-off that did the trick. That's what they had to do. Take the pace off. It was Rocky that lost his patience first, and not a good shot from Rocky, really. He needed to just stay there with Ajin Saman, who was doing all the damage. But he goes for 10. This one was smashed high up in the air. Here's another one that sails over. Dana Ora's there, having a staring contest with that Kookaburra. I don't know who wins. We're going to have to ask her a bit later. But that was a wicket that they needed. That was a danger man. And once again, just keeping the ball outside the off stump. And there's Vidusha the Shusha doing all the shushing as he follows Soman off the square. And then, you see, then we had this spell where the bowlers were really dominating. Because what we're seeing the Crusaders do time and time again, just bowl a good line. I still do think, look, that maybe they just got the selection of bowlers coming to the bowl at the wrong time. I think that JJ Thomas should have bowled a little bit earlier, and they could have maybe just to put the squeeze on a little bit more. Thomas, you can see, he is pretty key. Him, and once again, Rahman bowled beautifully. Thomas taking 2 for 15, even though he did go for a few in the last over. And, well, Mahbub Rahman, 3 for 12. He was incredible. There's Thomas again, taking another one. And that was Vivian Mohan, so still waiting to see the best of him. He's shown that he can handle the bat pretty well at times, but hasn't been able to go all the way. And then this was a very, very good catch. And maybe a little bit of luck involved there from Lashita, but the ball hits him hard, but he's able to take it on the rebound. Shijal Joy, the captain, he'll be disappointed with the way he gets himself out. Just wanted to be a little bit more forceful, but Rahman knocking him over. But then we needed a little bit of fight back, needed something to happen to get to the 100, and it did. It was Tony Lewis that came out. He played some beautiful shots, 2 4s and 2 6s on his way to a very fine 23 of just 8 deliveries, which helps the Masita Warriors put not only the 100, not only the 110, but the 115 on the board. And you can see there from their reaction, they are pretty happy with that. As we have a look at that scorecard, it started off with Ajin Soman, 41 of 16. And then, though there were some little contributions there from Rocky and from Divyesh as well, it's the 23 from Tony Lewis there right towards the end. That was the important runs. 16 extras as well. 12 wides. That's something that the Crusaders will be also disappointed about. They're normally a lot tidier than that. Look at the bowlers that were used. 7 in total, 3 wickets from Mahmood Rahman. He was certainly the pick of the bowlers there. Jojo Thomas, he bowls well as well. Look, I mean, just remember his first over was brilliant. The second one, a little bit expensive, but still very respectable figures. 115 on the board, 116 required, and I'm going to call this early. If this match is going to go in favour of Crusaders, then Ryan Bastians, he's got to bat well. He's got to score a half century and maybe get a bit of support from 1 or 2 of the other batters. Everything to play for here. It's for a place in finals day tomorrow. Who will we see tomorrow? Who will be joining the Blasters in the semi-final draw? Will it be the Masita Warriors? They've got the runs on the board, or are we going to see a good run chase here from the Southern Crusaders? Join me, Rico Full, and Mr. Maximo, as we return in about 10 minutes' time for the conclusion of this match. Volvemos in 10 minutos. Hello and welcome back to the Malta International Cricket Ground here, when we're going to have a very interesting conclusion to quarter-final number 2. We've seen the Masida Warriors go out there and have a bat, and thanks to, well, a good start from Ajin Suman, 41 of 16, and a good finish from Tony Lewis, 23 of 8. They've put a good score on the board, 115, and losing 7 wickets getting there. So the Crusaders, well, they're going to have to bat better than we've seen them so far in the series to knock these runs off. 116 required, and one man I think has to be at the top of his game. It's going to be Ryan Bastianz. He's really got to show what he can do. Yesterday he was in good form, wasn't he, when he put good runs on the board. 43 not out of 17, and now they haven't got the likes of Gopal Thukar in their side either, so they're struggling with batters. There's no Michael Gunchalika as well, so he's got to be the one really that leads the way, and hope that he can get some support from one other batter. Maybe somebody can do what Ajin Soman did for the Warriors, do the same sort of thing for the Crusaders to get them off to a good start. Here we go, here comes the first ball. It's the captain, Sijil Joy, and he'll start with a bad one. He's down the leg side. It's going to be 4 runs, so the perfect start for Ryan Bastianz. He's not going to miss out on there. It's not a good delivery from Joy. Short, down the leg side, and that's easy pickings. And Bastianz says, thank you very much. I'll have a few more of those, please. So 4 to start. And once again, the Kookaburra getting into a fight with some of the local birds here. And you don't mess with the Kookaburra. And Joy knows that wasn't a good delivery. Needs to come back well. In the slot, and it's going to be 4 more, so back-to-back boundaries. A better delivery, this one from Shijal Joy, but I'm surprised that there is nobody on the leg side boundary. I mean, they've got a man sweeping on the offside to Ryan Bastian. Now, all right, if it's short and horrible and wide, he'll put it there, otherwise he won't. I mean, let's see what the change is there. So man does go back on the leg side now, but they're still keeping the offside man out. I just think that's a waste. I think to Ryan Bastian, you need your mid-wicket and behind square. This one's played into the ground, no run. So dot ball. Yeah, you know where he's going to play his shots. So for me, you want that man who's sort of on the 45 on the boundary, and then maybe that man at mid-wicket. Just have the man on the offside in until one is hit that way. Sijil, captain, needs to get it right. 8 off the first 3 deliveries that he's bowled. He's up in the air. It's another one that goes the distance. So Ryan Bastianz is looking the business We've seen him make some slow starts when he's gone out there. He's quite happy just to take a few singles and play the ball around before he plays the big shots. Not here. He wants to go big straight away. I think he realizes that he's got to, especially with that rate the way it is. And the perfect start, well, they're ahead of where they need to be. Joy bowls a bad one down the leg side. It's a good take from the keeper, knocking the nesh, but not a good bowl from the captain. So under pressure, here's the skipper. 15 off the over already. Remember how the Masida Warriors started? Hussein's first over went for 22. The next over went for 18. They were 40 of 2. Crusaders looking to do the same perhaps. This time, Stians just cleverly plays his out on the off. I think this is all about using the opportunity to get to the other end. He'll be hoping to stay there for this one delivery and be back on strike for the start of the second over. He knows he's got to play a huge part in this match, especially with the bat. No other real recognised batter to speak of. Joy bowling the first delivery now to Angelo Talarden. He plays a delightful shot. The fielder does well, gets down. That's the rock and roll as he gets the ball in. So they do take the single. That's a nice shot from Angelo. So 18, pardon me, 17 will come off the first over. 17 without loss. 137 matches without a golden ball. That's where that count is at the moment. And can we reset it to 0? Matches here in Malta running out. 4 matches today. One's already been completed. And then, of course, finals day tomorrow. Is it going to happen? There's new bowler. It's going to be Ajin Suman. I did like the bowling of Ajin. The only thing I'm thinking here is that maybe somebody like Ryan Bastians certainly would like the pace on the ball. Maybe try and take it off to him. Let's see what Ajin does. And he gets a wicket straight away as the Larden, he tries to back away. He wants to back away and then finds the ball, follows him, and he just basically drops it straight back onto the stumps. So Zaman gets the wicket. And well, so far it's been a good match for him. Remember, he was the key contributor with the bat, 41 of 15, and didn't he thump the ball? Now, from his very first delivery, he removes Angelo Delarden from the attack. He'll go for 1 of the 2 balls that he's faced. He just didn't fancy that one coming into it, did he? And Saman, he can be pretty quick, quite spicy when he's there. Got a little bit of masala about his bowling. And this one, well, there was too much masala there for Delarden. He will have to go. New batter comes out, and it will be Avishka. Jin Saman, now to Avishka. Gets this. Ooh, well, a bit of a late wide call there from Naudi. Let's have a look at this again. I thought this sneaked in. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that sneaks in pretty comfortably. How much of Naudi did see of that because of the follow through from the bowler? I don't know, but there's nothing wrong with that follow through. But that's a tight call. Ajin Suman back to his mark. Gets this one just a little bit closer. Goes through the wicket keeper, who sees it go through. And it's only when I think Bastian sees that the keeper is searching for the ball that he realises that he doesn't have it. Now he'll get to the other end, and you can see there that Ajin Saman is pointing to his fielder straight away. So, right, that's where I want you. You get back there. So this is, I think, the battle. Saman versus Bastians. Bastians, I think, will fancy the pace on the ball. And let's go. Let the battle commence. Bat versus ball. Saman, not a good delivery into the body of Bastians and into the leg side part of it. Bastians loses out on this one, misses out on it. Really needed to put this away. It was there, just needed to try and just get a bit of bat onto it. He tries to work it away with a bit of power, doesn't. Does get a single. Vishka yet to get off the mark. Gets an edge. This will fly towards the man at third, who does brilliantly well. Really does well. I thought this was going to get past him and go to the boundary. That is a really good stop. I think this is Tony Lewis who's on the boundary. Fantastic bit of work from him. Throws himself at it. I like the way he just leaves the ball there rather than hold on to it, because I think he's thinking he didn't know how close he was to the rope. Good work. Keeps that to 1. Well, moments like that matter. Saving runs certainly saves 3. Oh, this one could have been curtains. Gets a good one, changes his angle, comes around the wicket and almost knocks over the timber. Look how close this is. Just a glove from Rocky. Rocky stops it and kicks it away, but the batters, they don't run. Can he finish this over well? If he does, it'll be a very good over. Just 3 runs from it so far. Has picked up the wicket as well. But they know, the Warriors, that while this man is still there, the threat is not over. Slower delivery, picks this up beautifully, and this will go, I think, all the way, will it? The umpire just checking. No, it's going to be 4. Just bounces before, so goes for the slower one. But Bastians is ready and waiting. There's another boundary from him. He keeps on moving. He goes to 20 now off the 8 deliveries. And Din Soman not able to finish the over well. Still not a bad over. He'll go for 7 of it, and the score moves on to 25. 25 for 1. Let's have a look at how the Crusaders once again got themselves into this position, finishing second. A lot of that was to do with the way how brilliantly they bowled and fielded. Right. Here we go. It's a bit of Bristow Baby time. Yo, baby. Let's see what you got. Bristow Baby. What a name. Yeah, that is his name, folks. Here comes Bristow Baby. Beats Avishka outside the off. It's a good start from him. Bristow Baby. Come on. Any Bristow jokes out there? When people want to chat? Hello to Ian Johns. Bristow, well, it's the same again, nicely bowled. And I am surprised with the pace and the way the ball goes through here from Bristow, that the third man is in the circle. I know we're still inside the power play. He's opted to go with long off on the boundary and the backward point. I just think any edge here is going to race down to the third man area. The umpires checking something, but everything's okay. Bristow to continue. This time it's more at the batter. Take a single. I think that's a missed opportunity, if you ask me. I think you got to know that the main threat here is Ryan Bastian. So when you got Avishka on strike, I think there shouldn't be a single there. We've seen teams deploy fielders in close. We actually saw Malta Day doing it. Remember the catch that Azim Sati took in close. I think you need to have somebody in close there, because you don't want to give the single. You don't want to let Bastians on strike. Now you can see that all sorts of things being changed in the field. It's a left-hander. Also, he's the key batter. He's the wicket you need to try and get. And they could have avoided this by just having the fielder in close and saying to Avishka, no, we're not giving you the easy single. You want it, you've got to play a shot. Can you get the line right? Got to be outside the off. No, it goes down the leg side. That's been the issue with all the bowlers so far. Haven't been able to bowl a good delivery to Ryan Bastians. It's been down the leg side, and most of the time Bastians has been able to put it away. This one is in that slot again. No way, Jose. It's leg side. In fact, is another missed opportunity from the batter. He needs to be just trying to work this away. He's trying to hit this too hard. Any contact here, even though there is a man back there, square leg boundary. And this is going fine of him. Got to get this right. Better delivery, but once again, it's down the leg side. It's Fuller. And now they knock the stumps over at the other end. And it looks like we're going to go upstairs to have a look. So, it's Avishka. Does he get there? Does he not? He's the one who wants it. And just have a look at this. He's gone. Absolutely brilliant. And, well, Avishka, he was in danger. I think his bat, is it plugging and then trying to... Oh, no, he lets go of it, which is good. I thought for a moment the handle of that bat was in danger of digging into his body. Avishka will go. It's another wicket. So he's run out brilliantly. Great work. So he's going to have to go after a 5-ball 2. So it's a slow walk back from Avishka. It's another wicket for the Masita Warriors. But once again, yeah, they'll take that. They'll be happy about it. But they know they haven't got the main man. Now, look, he runs hard, he runs well, but that is sensational work from Rocky. And Rocky says, you know, when I'm about, I'm the one who's doing the knocking out. And see there, Andy Nowdy putting the finger up. And everybody giving the congrats to Rocky Dinesh. Good work from him. And fine time as the new batter comes out there. And it's going to welcome back into our commentary position here to Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sanders.
Yeah, thanks, Rico. Good to be back. What a good piece of work that was from Rocky. Get the stubs kind of bounce as well. Here's Baby. And he pitches it up and he'll go for a single. Throw comes in. Quite a violent one, but it doesn't matter. It's the end of the power play. 28 for 2 after 3. And so, yeah, Southern Crusaders, they have to try. They've got to fight to stay on the rate here. They've still got Bastian's there. I mean, he's a really dangerous player. And he's got to keep doing what he's doing. It'll be a bit more difficult now with the outfield going back. You can have up to 5 outfielders. So it looks like it will be Sajith Sukumaran to bowl over number 4. And so, yeah, Southern Crusaders are a bit hit and miss in the field, weren't they? They need to be more hit than miss with the bat. As Warren Bastians is going to be starting the next over at the wrong end as far as he's concerned. Bristow Baby, what a good over that was. None for 3. Also had a run out in it. Currier Wassam, see if he can make a difference. Just a handful behind at this stage, the Crusaders. Yes, we'll start with a wide. Good heat though from Sukumaran. Wanting to make up for the fact that he wasn't able to score in the first innings of this game. Messina, an area here on the main island of Malta. Looking very smart in their uniforms. Got to say, the kits have been fantastic from pretty much all the teams here. Another wide, so this will help. See the tactics though from Sukumaran, just trying to sneak it inside. And misses a couple of times. Short, now beats him upstairs. And Currier Wassam, he's got one job at the moment, I think, is that's to get Bastians on strike. I know he probably wants to play the big shots himself, and you can totally understand that. But Ryan's been in such good form over the last couple of days. I think you got to try and hand it over to him. Only one of these teams will survive to tomorrow. The other one, their tournament is over after this contest. Big swing and a miss again, Currier Wassam. He was trying to do it all himself, but I think he has to be a bit more aware of the situation. There's still 4 balls left in this over. I'm not saying that you don't go for it if it's there, but I mean, if he's going looking for it, that's not a bad ball or anything. That's one you just got to get bat on ball, get Bastians up the business end. Or you can just do that. He gets something short and he pumps it out of the ground. Maximo. Well, that one was a little bit shorter from Sukumaran. And Currier Wassam saying, well, I'll show you, Mr. Maximo. And hits it and hits it well. So 6 runs. He's no bunny at all. There's a reason he's coming out at number 4. He's 7 off 4 now. Sukumaran needs to push it away a little bit again. This is pitched up. Kerry Wassam kind of loses his shape. Rocky, it's almost an instant replay, isn't it? I think this time Bastiance was home. Check it out on the replay. This is one that really could have gone anywhere. Could have easily chopped that onto his stumps. Bastiance backs up well. It would have been tight. Just felt that Bastiance was in control of that. And he was. Kamaran's going to go round the wicket to Bastiance again. I'm not so sure about this approach. Bastiance loves to go leg side, and the angle's coming into him. This one doesn't have the line he wants. He chops it away for 1. And this over's gone for 10. Again, at the stage now you need, what's that, 12.5 and over. So again, the 10s aren't quite good enough to stay on top of the rate. Well, they weren't even at the start of this innings. And Kerry Wassam would love the boundary here. Now you can go for it. And so much of the tactics is based on where you are in the over, I think. Pretty good ball. We can only play it back to Sukumaran, who goes for 10 in the 4th, and it's 38 for 2. Let's keep an eye on the other game we're showing on ECN at the moment. And yeah, Italy, they recovered a little bit from that big collapse. I think they lost something like 6 for 16 there at one point. They were bowled out off the very last ball of 20 overs for 107. So Germany 108 to win. Just knowing those conditions in Desert Springs, that might not be as easy as it looks. 108 in 20 overs. I think the spin's going to be important. Italy have a bunch of spinners they can throw at Germany as well. Ryan Bastiance has been starved of the strike a little bit in the last little period. And now we're getting ready for the next over. So here we go. At this stage, you'd want to be, well, the pace pretty much is 23 per 2 overs. And so they should be 46 right now to be on pace. They're 38. So they're not miles behind. That can change quickly. Here's a guy that batted really well, Tony Lewis. Wasn't he brilliant in the first half of this game? Came in late, and he was just on. 23 off 8 with 2 4s and 2 maximos. Now gets a chance. Let the ball do the talking. First one's clipped away. Long chase. Should be looking for 2 here. They take it on. Late decision. Good throw. Has him in trouble. But it was kind of a hanging throw. It hung in the air a long time, and Bastiance scrambles back. Made a kind of a late decision to turn quickly. You see Rocky snatching to try and get the ball down the stumps quickly. Allows the 2. So Bastiance gets back on strike. That's where he wants to be at the moment. He well bowled. This is an in-swinging Yorker, but somehow he has deflected that away for 4. Well, no good deed goes unpunished. And Lewis bowls a perfect Yorker, spearing in. And Ryan, you've got to say, even he would admit that was more good fortune than good management, I think, on his part. Lewis, sometimes you just got to shrug and go, that's the way it goes. Bastiance hits this pretty well, but pretty much straight at the fielder, so this time it should just be 1. And every time it's not 2, or more than 2 I should say, that rate's going to climb even a little bit. Anything that brings it down are boundaries or extras. So keep an eye on that. Now goes back and hits that. Don't think he's got enough though. Fielder goes back and he claims he's looking like he's not sure. I got a feeling he might have just stepped on the line here. He's looking like he's not sure. Man, I thought he had it covered, but let's just check out the feet here. We'll see if we got anything conclusive. This one is probably the best and only look we'll get. Still moving. To me, it looks more likely than not that that foot's on the line. Is it in the air, though? This is a really, really tough call. Looking at that, I think it's 6. It's just my opinion. But here's the thing with boundary stops. You better be sure. You better be sure, because if you're not sure, then you need to give it to the fielder. Just feel there. You see him in the way he moves his foot. It's a suspicious kind of step that he takes. I have a feeling it's a 6. It's actually a big moment in the game, isn't it? See, and then he looks down and is like, uh-oh, did I touch the rope then? It's a really tough call, be honest with you. What's your call at home? And, he's been given out, so there you go. The third official not satisfied that the rope was touched. And look, he was kind of on the balls of his feet. That's all you say about that one. So I guess that's the correct call made, unless you are positive that that foot is touching the line. Remember, it can be over the line if it's in the air. So we'll have a look one more time here. If it's in the air, then it's fine. And the other thing is you never really see the rope move. So I think when you put all those things together, you can't be sure that that foot's touching the line. So I think it's the correct call. So it's a tough one. But yeah, even the fielder wasn't sure himself. Just remember, just to let you guys know that the Crickathon is still going. Will we see a golden ball today? What do you think? And congratulations again to Lynn from the UK, who was our winner for yesterday. Go to crickathon.com. No matter where you're watching from around the world, you can get involved in that. And we certainly hope that we do have a golden ball, but you just tell us what you think. And crickathon.com continuing. Thanks to our partners at HCL Software. Tony Lewis. Well, he's the beneficiary of that. Talk about a game of inches. It's a game of millimetres, really. Chandram's the new batter. With it all to do. About an over behind where they want to be now. Chips down the ground for 1. So, Lewis coming up with the goods again, although they could have quite easily have been 6. But I've got to say, I think that when it comes down to it, if you look at the criteria that the off-field officials are looking at, the ICC criteria clearly says you have to be sure it's a boundary, and I don't think you could be. Penalty side appeal. If it's anything, it's off the pad. Then he throws at the stumps despite the batter having 2 feet in his crease. Interesting decision. And, that's costly because it means that Bastians will retain the strike. See what the call is there. Can't call it runs. Off the pad. But I'm more interested about why he throws here. Bastian's just tapping his legs, and then as if he was delayed, he was buffering. He says, you were out of your crease for a moment, even though that moment had passed long before the throw. So Rocky misses from point blank range. And connect the errors. It's the end of 5 overs. It's 47 for 3. And we get to the second half. Rico forward with me and Rico. Ryan's still there, but that run rate required is climbing, isn't it?
It's climbing, but look, I mean, the key is, as you said, Ryan is still there, and he's the sort of batter that, even if, for whatever reason, this rate got to around about that 15 mark, there's one man out there that can still do it. They've just got to bowl well to him. You just still get the feeling that there is one big over in this match. There's going to be an over where the likes of Ryan Bastian is going to get after it. It's going to go magical, and that brings them back in this match. Looks like they're going here with Manuel Anthony.
Yeah. So, yeah, Ryan, got to get moving. What do they still need here? 69 of the second half. Tall order. Starts with the dot. These balls are just slipping away at the moment.
Yeah, the thing is also what's in the back of Bastian's mind is that if he gets a single, I mean, is he then just basically saying, well, it's not going to happen in this over? Oh, that's a tight call. That's a tight call. Does this catch any of this line? They've been very strict on these line calls. That's a real tight call.
I think for me that one's just inside when it passes the line. But the other thing is, look at where the bowler is. Andy Nady might not get a good look at that, in which case I think you don't get the benefit as a bowler. I mean, yeah, look at where Anthony's ending up here.
Yeah.
This is something, I know it's tough because the umpires, they always say, why don't the umpires do something? Problem is, nothing seems to help. Because look at where the bowler is. Yeah. So, otherwise, all your day would just be warnings.
He's holding his head there thinking, oh, so close. It was close. Here's the pad. You're going up. The umpire's going to say, can't give it. I can't see it. I can't give what I can't see.
Now he's over the wicket. See, because what it is, a lot of bowlers are just used to always turning one direction.
Well, what about this for a wild throw?
Yeah, that was air-mailed, wasn't it? No, but so for example, Anthony always bowls and then turns left. But when you're around the wicket, you need to go right to get off the pitch and get out the way. He doesn't have any problems when he's over the wicket. I still think I'd like to see a no ball free hit penalty for this.
Yeah, he's going to do it again for sure. There he goes.
Yeah, and look, see then Andy has to kind of crane his neck.
But it's also, look, it's also down to the umpire to be assertive and say, okay, look, you shouldn't be there. I'm giving you. And we saw that Tim Wheeler was doing it yesterday. A couple of times to the bowler said, look, and then the final time said, right, I'm giving you a warning here now. Spoke to the captain. That's the way to do it. And then the bowler just thought, okay, fine, I'm going to go. This is an opportunity. Big moment in the match. And the catch is taken. And that could be the pathway for the Masita Warriors to book their place in the semi-finals. Is the big wicket of Ryan Bastian's. He was just feeling the pressure as the dots were mounting up. He knew he had to go big. That rate crept over the 15 mark in that over. Goes for the shot, doesn't get it right, and a fine catch taken with the man coming in from the boundary.
Yeah, it hung up a long time, didn't it? So, yeah, it does just kind of go in. Ryan knows he's in trouble straight away. And a fairly simple catch taken. That man, Soman, he has been good today, hasn't he? And he wasn't going to let that opportunity slip. So a key moment in this game as Bastians holds out for 29. Nobody else has reached double figures so far in this innings. And the Crusaders, I feel their chances slipping away as he trudges off the field. The score is 50 for 4. As Shahid Hussain comes to the crease. Well, somebody needs to do something and quick. Otherwise, they're just simply going to run out of time in this chase.
Yeah, well, that's the key wicket for me. And I think the man who takes the catch, Saman, certainly my player of the match already. He's scored the runs early on, got them off to a great start, 41-15. He's bowled well and then takes a crucial catch.
Could be another one, but it could be 6 as well. And in fact, is the ladder. Maximo. Well, Hussain comes out. This is exactly what they need. They need someone that can clear the boundary. He hits his first ball out of the ground. What a good shot this is. Just picked up off a length and he drills it.
It's a lovely shot, actually. You're absolutely right. It was in the slot for it, but he's still got to put it away. And he does. Beautiful, clean hit. But they still believe. So even with Bastian's gone, Hussain comes out. It's the first one straight down the ground.
6 bowlers used in the first 6 overs, 56 for 4. Let's check that equation. 60 off 24, so 15 and over. You need some big overs. And just look at the bowlers they can bring back. That's the thing about bowling 6 different bowlers in the first 6 overs. You pick your best 4.
Yep.
And you've got options, even if 1 or 2 have been expensive. No one really has gone the journey either in this innings. So the sport for choice, they're going to go for Sukumaran in over number 7. And so Chandram, captain in the absence of Michael Gunatilaka. Unfortunately, not in the country. It's ball down the leg side, this will be called wide. So Sukumaran had some issues with control earlier. He went for 10, wasn't the worst over. One just hitting the seam, going past the hip.
Yeah, you see them trying to get through the overs pretty quickly as well. They're wary of the time with Sukumaran. You see, as soon as the ball is bowled, he's running back to his mark. So a big effort being made to try and to get this over in quickly.
They normally work off 4 minutes and over or so. So the fact that they're under 12 minutes for 3 overs. Swan is hanging, but it's going to just be away from the infielder. Cleaned up by Baristo Baby. Yeah, so look at that 4 minutes and over or so. Remember, that timer is just to finish the 9th over. So as long as you finish the 9th, by the time that runs out, you're fine. But this is where, if you're bowling a lot of extras and stuff, you've got to re-bowl them. That can slow you down as well. This one, no foot movement really from Hussain. And he pumped his first ball for 6, but he couldn't deal with that one from Sukumaran.
Yeah, it's good delivery. You can't drive that one for 6. If you're not using your feet coming out, it's going to do you every time. And you're right, Vinny, no foot movement, good dot ball.
This one swings on Sukumara. It'll be called wide, correctly so. Got to say the umpires, they've had a big workload during this series, as they always do. And a lot of calls to make, a lot of calls you don't see as well, such as checking on the field every time and all these things. Got to say, I think they've done a really good job. It's something that just continues to improve. Here's Sukumara. Well, gets this right. This one should be a simple catch. And once again, it's Soman, and he takes the catch. Well, lightning strikes twice as the Warriors, they're looking good at the moment. That's half out now for the Crusaders. And in the 7th over, it's 59 for 5. 6 and out for Hussain.
Yeah, well, he goes to try to take on the same shot as before. But I said, is the length. They're not giving the length. So clever bowling from Sukumaran. He knows that Hussain is looking to play the straight drive. He doesn't want to put the ball in the slot. He's just holding it slightly back, just slightly short of a length, which means that when that shot is being played, he's not going to be able to execute it as well as the last time. So it is going to be 6 and out for Hussain. And, it's just the one scoring shot to his name of the 3 deliveries that he faces. And once again, Soman taking the catch.
You saw that one. Well judged again. Takes it, doesn't break stride. Soman, he's been brilliant, hasn't he? And now, Rashmika, the new batter. What can he do? Yep, you can dab a 1, or what I think is a 1. Well, how about this for some party tricks?
They decide just to not take another.
I like this from Rocky. If you can't get the out, be flashy. Let's have a look at what he does here. This is behind the back job, is it? Yeah, there we go. Could have just flicked it normally, but why do that when you can go around the back?
Liking his shades as well, Rocky shades. Mentioned that earlier in the group stages when they were playing. Got those nice white shades on.
Edged away, and this will be a test for the outfield. Well, the outfield's quickening up, but that one flies away, so Chandra gets a boundary. A bit fortunate, but it'll count. It's 64 for 5 after 7.
Yeah, I think Masita will take that. I think if he doesn't make any contact here, it would have been a wide. It gets bowled again. So maybe that delivery has cost him 3 runs, but hasn't given the extra ball away. As we have a look at what's coming up next, now this is going to be very, very interesting.
This should be a banger. Well, look, Johnny Grimmer comes back for Marsa, but let's look at Sweet United. They've won the toss. They're going to bat. Have a look at that top 3. Now, if they fire, despite the fact that they finished 4th and only won 3 of their 8 games, they're taking on a Marsa side, which have been in really good form. And yeah, Marsa, again, they've been on the bench for a while. These 2 teams, they have played in the quarterfinals before, and actually Sweet United had the same situation. They were 4th, but they beat Marsa that were top of the table on that occasion. So, yeah, looking forward to seeing that game, and it starts in around about half an hour. New over starts with the wicket, and yeah, disappointment as Rashmika, he swings all around this one. And really now the Warriors, it's theirs to lose. And it's Bristow Baby that comes back and takes a wicket, 64 for 6.
Well, the Baby, he shushes the shusher as Vidusha has to go. And he doesn't want to go. He wants to stick around there. And Bristow Gravy, well, he cleans him up, doesn't he? The same way I used to clean up my bowl of Bristow Gravy. You always got to clean up the gravy with a slice of bread. When he says, well, I'm going to clean you up, knocks them over. The stumps go down. Well bowled from Baby.
Yeah, the Warriors, they look happy, don't they? No, you were talking about, and a few people were talking about the disadvantage or perceived disadvantage of playing Group A and then not playing the second week and having to come back. But I think also make you fresher. I mean, it also gives you a really good look at your potential opponents. And you really zero in on the team that you're going to play. And yeah, for me, I still think it swings and roundabouts. If you're playing Group B, if you've got no real injury concerns, then I think it's nice to hit the finals with a bit of momentum. But we've seen a lot of Group A teams doing well. And I think for me, it's probably 50-50 now.
Joe Thomas is the new batter. He can give the ball a bit of a thump. But it's more than just a bit of a thump he needs to give it now. He's got to give it plenty of thump. Thumps as well. What a throw this is. Well, this is thrown like a rocket. Rocket arm from the fielder. Batters, they have to go. Go straight away. Watch this throw. I mean, it's a laser. But if it could have been into the gloves of the keeper, it would have been out. And this is out. This is another boogie, oogie, woogie Kookaburra 5-ball as he knocks over the stumps. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Let's go, baby. Let's party. And Bristow, well, he's cleaning them up. It's another one. Bites the dust. Boom. Chuck of the Hutte style. Oh yeah, that is nice. And look at that. Mazagekani. And that is a beautiful, beautiful delivery. Zabardasti bowling from the Bristow Baby King as he takes another one. Well, they're certainly happy about that, as Chandiram will have to go for 7 off the 5 deliveries that he faced.
Yeah, and so the wheels falling off now. Crusaders, they had a good finish to the group stage, but now it looks like they're just finished. And the Warriors, they can really track this, I think, to the good start they had with Soman, the way he went out there and hit the ball. They've had a big score to defend, and they've defended well.
You better. Lefty comes in, hit the Rahman. The pads. It's an optimistic appeal from Gravy.
You like Gravy, do you?
I like Gravy.
Gravy baby.
I like Gravy.
He's coming up with some good gravy at the moment.
And of course we're in Malta, and some of course the meat pies in Malta are absolutely fantastic. Yeah. But I think they're missing out on a trick here. You see this one, it's right on the money. Oh well, this is right back on the foot. You don't do this, guys. Don't do it. And he's going to hurt himself. Well, I tell you what, he's taking his shoe off, his sock off. Put a bit of gravy on it, maybe. You got any ice cold gravy? You shouldn't be stopping the ball with your feet. How many times do we say it? You're going to get hurt. This is smack back. No, he puts the foot out. That's not the way to do it. And then down he goes.
Especially at this stage in the game. It's not rocker surgery, but it might be foot surgery. That baby. Yeah, baby's in the corner at the moment. Ouch. Don't take the sock off. Well, I don't know what you got for a broken foot there, but well, on come the gloves. And I'm always a bit concerned when I'm at the doctors when I see that rubber glove going on. Let's see what's going to happen here to baby.
Daniela is on to look after the baby. Well, he goes down like a baby, doesn't he? Of course he goes down like a baby because he's using his feet. You don't use feet to stop the Kookaburra. And, well, he's walking around on it. He says, that's it. I'm done for. Well, there you go. That's the end. We were talking about gravy. I do like gravy, and I was saying one thing that they missed out on Malta here. They have these lovely meat pies. They've got to have a bit of gravy with them. There's nothing better than gravy soaked in, meat pie soaked in with a bit of gravy. Well, I tell you what, he's done for. And he's ready to get on the gravy boat out of here because he's not looking a happy chappy. He's pretty quick to take his sock off, and he's gone. He says, that's me. I'm done. Doesn't waste any time. So, takes his shoe off. Well, what happens if he gets a phone call now? Where is that shoe? Anyway, so this over. How many balls? Was that the end of the over?
Baby's gone.
It was the end of the over. Yeah. So he's okay. You think
the baby.
I've done my bit.
Yeah. We got 12th man, Tom Thomas, who can come on. But yeah, I mean, at this game, this situation where they still need pretty much 50 in 2 overs, I won't be sticking out my foot.
Well, Danielle has fallen him back into the hut, so he's going to get maybe a bit of a foot massage here and nice things happening.
This is the one time you probably don't want a foot massage when your foot is broken. Or not broken, but sore.
The magic spray was
no pain, no gain.
No, I wonder if he's tickly. Can you imagine?
I never had the magic spray.
That's a good question. If you hurt your foot and you're tickly, you got tickly feet, do you still, is he still going to be laughing?
Be another one, you know. Look who it is. In fact, this time, switch around. It's Minesh Mathai. He will take the catch. And so, Crusaders, well, the approach is right. Jojo, who had a couple of good strikes with the ball, but unfortunately strikes this one straight to long on. It's an 8th wicket falls now, 67 for 8. It's almost done and dusted here in quarterfinal number 2.
Yeah, so Jojo, we know you can hit the ball pretty hard, but up in the air. And once again, good catch taken, comes around, gets himself in a good position. And I like that. It's like a gymnast. You know when a gymnast nails the landing? Well, that's exactly what Minesh Mathai does here. Nails the landing, spot on. Well, 10 out of 10 for the catch.
When they got hit,
the landing as well.
When they got hit, I assumed that Soman would be under that for another catch, but he's just snuck across to long off now. So, an easy take for Mathai, who's now in that position. Just clocks up. He's got no idea where it is. This is Lakshita Senratna. And he's another guy. He bowled very well, I thought. He's a skillful swing bowler.
He shouldn't be doing this, though, should he? Not without asking
Yeah,
permission.
that's...
Yeah.
Is that giving the ball back, or is that just making sure the ball doesn't hit stumps? He's a bit lucky there. This stage probably doesn't matter. But if that's while the game's alive, I'm sorry, you're going.
Yeah.
Because that ball was spinning back. Okay, probably wasn't going to come back and hit the stumps. But it was coming back.
It was coming
in that
back.
direction.
If there was an appeal there, they would have had to have given this out.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's no doubt.
Yeah.
It's just, it's morally, do you appeal or not? Yeah, that isn't too smart. But anyway, I think the result's pretty academic here at the moment.
Cecil Joy, the captain, he's having a better time in this over than he did in his first. That went for 17. Of course, captain's prerogative. Come on to bowl when you think you might get a couple of wickets. And that's what he's hoping to do here. But he's picked up one. Let's see if he can get another.
There he goes for this. Gets a fair piece. This is going, and gone. Maximo. Well, they've got to use this a little bit earlier. I need more of it now. There's Harun Magal. We'll see him leading Malta. He's getting ready for quarterfinal number 3. But right now, this one is up and it's out of the ground.
Yeah, nice hit on the left-hander. Hits clean through the ball. So, well, maybe the captain, Cecil Joy, thought he was going to have a bit more luck, but he doesn't. This one gets put away.
Here's Cecil Joy. Goes the short ball. It's hooked away. It's hooked down to the ground again. Maximo. That one's even better. That sent everybody scrambling. Well, there's Johnny G. Well, you don't want to get injured before your game, Johnny. That one's into the officials' tent, and really, that one could have done some damage, Rico.
He could have done some damage, Johnny G. I think he was just trying to get out of the way there. Look, he's doing a bit of scoring. He's actually operating the scoreboard here at the Malta International Ground. That was the remote he had in his hand. Well,
I don't think that bounced off Johnny G's buns, but if it did, he's in pretty good shape, isn't he? Last ball of the over. Joy, it's being stubborn. And he's going to hit again. And yeah, they could have used this before. Rahman gets one. He'll retain the strike. 81 for 8. Just looking again. Speaking of Johnny G, let's have a look at that Master team. And they've got a 7-1 record through the group stage. So, yeah, 7 wins versus 3 wins. You'd say, well, this will be one-sided. But Sweetie beat the Master last time this exact situation came up. And you can see that Master, though, I mean, they'll want to kind of certainly make a different impression this time in the quarterfinals against Sweetie. And Kosla Mihar and Fanyan Mughal, pretty good top 3. Kanner at 4 as well. So it looks good to me. Uttam Banik as well. He's been a good addition, hasn't he, with his left-arm spin. Yeah. And Farhan Masih, again, he delivers more often than not. So, yeah, that game is coming up, and it's only 20 minutes away now. In the meantime, if you want to watch some more cricket, you watch Germany versus Italy. Germany at the moment, 36 without loss, chasing 108 for victory. Italy had an epic collapse in the first half of that game. Germany, the lower-ranked team as well of those two. So, plenty of cricket coming your way today on ECN. Now, it's time for the last over, and Soman getting a bowl. Why not? He deserves it.
Yeah, Soman. He bowled a very good second over. Picked up the first wicket, didn't he? And definitely here in the running of the player of the match, especially after his batting display as well, where he scored 41 of the 15 deliveries that he faced. So a good all-round performance from him. And just looking to finish things off here, just going through the process here, going through the motions, as they say. Edge gone, thank you very much. That's another. So Senavi Ratna will have to go. Slightly slower delivery, I think, this time from Ajin Soman. No mistakes from Rocky taking the catch. And both Rocky and Soman, big smile on their face. Yes, trying to get a big hit here. Just finds the edge of the bat. Good smile from Rocky, saying, "Yeah, we've got another." And Soman says, "Don't worry about the celebration. Let's just go back." Well, look at Ajin Soman. He's smiling even before the catch is taken. He knows he's got his man. That is the end of another batter. So Senavi goes for 1 of 3.
Yeah, Crusaders have a bit of a bogey, I think, in the quarterfinals. Oh, I'm not sure we've ever actually seen them get past the quarterfinals, actually. But they'll be disappointed. But again, they've had some highlights, haven't they? They've played some good cricket. It's just a shame they haven't been able to play their best, I don't think, here on the quarterfinals day. Last chance saloon now. Joe Wardner will be the new batter at number 11. And Soman well, chipping back in with another wicket. Certainly a man of the match performance for me.
Yeah, he's dirty without fail. So go on. Are they going to bat all the way through? It's going to be all out.
I think they might
Okay,
get all
I'm
the way
saying all
through.
out. Going to knock them
If
over.
this is on the stumps, I might change my opinion. Oh, there you go. He'll get a run. Why not? Nice shot by Aranga. He's almost run out. He's made that pitch look a long way, didn't he?
He does well actually to get back on the ball here. I was thinking as soon as he gets a straight one up there, he's going to get the wicket. He lets himself down doing the fielding. Or
I
maybe
don't know where
he
he's
thinks,
going. He's running into where the ball's going, which was stupid, really. Because if he'd gone to the other side of the pitch, he wouldn't have been in harm's way. Anyway, Rahman, he's been pretty good. See if he can finish it with a bang. He gives it a ledge and he'll take the run. So he'll finish 15 not out, I think. And they will bat out the overs, seems like. But still, congratulations to the Warriors. They will be the second team through to the semi-finals tomorrow. They'll actually play the winner of the next match in the semi-finals. So it'll be the winner of either Marsa or Sweet United. Last ball of quarterfinal number 2. And, oh, well, they'll take this. This is off the end of the bat. And this is going to be 4 to finish. So flatters the scoreline somewhat. Jay Wadana with the consolation boundary. But it is the Warriors deservedly there through. And the lower ranked team comes off, although we did say it wasn't a lot between these two teams really. And ultimately, it will be Cedar who will advance. Look, shame to say goodbye to the Crusaders. They played some good cricket, especially when you think they didn't have players like Bilal Khan at their disposal. Michael Gunatilaka as well, not available for the last couple of days. But they made a run. Unfortunately, it comes to an end here in quarterfinal number 2.
Yeah, and celebrations for the Masida Warriors. The Warriors, well, they have been looking pretty sharp, haven't they, in this one? I like what they've got in the bowling depth. I think the bowling is good. Like I say, they've got maybe a little bit short on a batter, but when you can get batters like Ajin Saman go out there and do a job for your side, they've always got somebody to call upon. And that's the one thing I think the Crusaders just missed today. And with Michael Gunatilaka not in the side, and Gopal Thakra, who batted really well yesterday, he's not able to play it as well today. They were always going to be up against it, and just too much to do just for one batter in the side, really.
Yeah, true. So you can see now we've had half of our quarterfinals. The Blasters and the Warriors, they are through. Coming up next, Marsa versus Sweet United, and that should be a really interesting game. Starts in 15 minutes, so not too long to wait around. In the meantime, you can flick over, if you like, to the ECI, which is happening in Desert Springs right now. These are the teams for Marsa and Sweet United. Now, good toss to win, I think, for Sweetie. They will bat first. Let's see if they can bring it. It'll be some pretty good bowlers up against a top 3 that can pack a punch for Sweetie United. Let's have a look at the highlights. Well, so much of this I felt was down to Ryan Bastians. You know that he is one guy that he is powerful. He was able to get them so far, but to be honest, didn't have a lot of help as they embarked on this fairly large chase.
Yeah, and that was the wicket that nicely bowled from Ajin Saman. And you can see that the opener, Angelo, just backing away there. Didn't quite fancy the pace, but look, they had their highlights as well. And with some good shots that were played by Bastien, but this was just a really great bit of work. Great work there from Rocky. Just alert, wanted it, and there's the finger that goes up to give him the rewards. And the problem was that nobody really could give any support to Bastien. I mean, that was a big hit. So Vishka's saying, well, look, maybe I can. He fires this one out of here. But that was the only one that he could manage to do.
That was an interesting one, wasn't it? I think it was a good call. Couldn't really find any evidence that he actually was on the rope. He may have been hovering over the rope, but yeah, I think they get that one right. This was an interesting one. It was down the leg side, flicked the pad, and Rocky immediately had buyer's remorse as he threw that one at the crease. He said, well, I'm in, and I've been in for some time, but I will take the run. So Bastian stole the strike back. But yeah, this was the issue, though. I mean, he had signs that he could get them so far, but then he held out for 29, and you just knew at that moment that it probably wasn't going to happen for the Crusaders.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't. I mean, looking at that one from Rocky when he misses the stump from so close, you got a feeling that's one thing you could do a bit of practicing here in Malta. Just get players trying to hit the stumps from close range.
That was a brilliant start from Hussain. That was the first ball he faced, so he thought, well, hold on a second. Maybe there is some life in this, but unfortunately, he wouldn't score any more runs. And that guy, well, Ajin Saman, he was brilliant with the bat, with the ball. He had good hands as well. And, well, they just kept coming. And baby, it was Bristow who was coming up with the goods. And Warriors, of course, they're all smiles. They are through to the semi-finals tomorrow.
Yeah,
he just shushed the shusher there, didn't he?
Shushed the shusher. He did, and then he comes back with another one. So yeah, good bit of bowling from Bristow, and I like the length that he bowled there. You know, he's a tall lad. He's got a bit of height. He bowls in a nice, good straight arm action. He gets the ball right in the block hole, and well, that's the only thing he shouldn't do. Look how quick he's get the shoe off here. And hey, Satalagi. The shoe comes off. The sock comes off. Daniela comes onto the field, the medic, and off he goes.
It's the worst idea as well to start taking shoes and socks off when you do that, because then suddenly you see when the swelling starts to happen. Anyway, unfortunately, the score wasn't swelling for the batting side. Crusaders falling short, and we saw Matthias shuffled around to that similar position. Well, this one put the officials under attack. Ultimately, it would be over and out. And so, man, not even bothering with the celebrations. They can set their sights on tomorrow. Now the Warriors, where they'll play the winner of Marsa and Sweet United. That's a match which is coming up next in around about 10 minutes. We'll rejoin you here from Malta for quarterfinal number 3. Let's have a look at the scorecard. And look, it wasn't a terrible effort from the Crusaders. They finished on what I think is about a pass score of 88, but it wasn't enough to chase down the Warriors' score. In fact, they end up falling 27 runs short. 29 from Bastians, but nobody else got going at all. Rahman with the consolation 15, but you can see all those single-digit scores. Look, all 11 two-score runs, but ultimately no one could stick around long enough. They couldn't score quick enough to challenge this target of 116.
Yeah, they couldn't. Just have a look at the bowling there. It's plenty good bowling. And the captain was expensive. Even when he brought himself on towards the end, I thought he could pick up some cheap wickets. But good bowling again from Ajin Soman, definitely my player of the match. And also Bristow Baby, he was doing the cleaning up towards the end there as well. Will be a little concerned about his foot when he got thumped, but I reckon he's going to be okay. But a fine bowling display from the Masida Warriors as well. Yeah, just a good all-round performance from them. The Crusaders, well, what can you say about them? They're a team that have always been there and thereabout here in Malta, haven't they? But I think you're right. I think they missed one or two key players, and certainly the likes of Bilal could have made the difference for them.
Yeah, could have. Look, wishing them all the best. Not too long until the next game. Look, just one final thing. Not often you see every single batter in that team, 11 of them scored at least a run, and every bowler, all 6 of them, took a wicket. So, well, everyone got a little bit of a something, but it was the Warriors that get the win. We'll be back in just a few minutes to take you into the afternoon session, and it will be Sweet United batting first against Marsa. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. We'll be back very shortly on ECN with more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello, welcome back to Malta, and we're halfway through quarterfinals Friday already. We've seen 2 winners, and so we know 2 of our semi-finalists. Now we'll get to find out another one as we start the matches between the top teams and the 4th teams in the respective groups. And we're starting with quarterfinal number 3 here in the afternoon session, and we will see the hosts, Malta Cricket Club. They're taking on Sweetie United. Well, let's see what happens. This is a very interesting rematch, actually, because these 2 teams have met in the quarterfinals before in this very situation in June 2021. Sweetie pulled an upset off on that occasion. Let's see what happens, though, at the coin toss. See who gets that win. It will be Stefan Gooch to do the honours, and he'll be with the 2 captains.
Tails the call. Tails. We'll bat first. Okay. Good luck, guys. All the best. Have a good game. Cheers.
So it is Umar Ul Haq who wins the toss, and Sweet United get an early blow. They're going to bat first. Look, I like that. I think that both teams probably did want to bat and put some runs on the board. And when these teams did meet back in June 2021, it was the same situation, like I said. Malta had topped the group. They looked really good. Sweetie, they had scraped into the finals over Gozo, but they just pulled out a really good performance. So they'll have that belief that they could do that again. That was a bit of a shocker for Malta because the other 2 series that they played, they actually won. So in this game, I think Sweet United batting first is good because we know their top 3 is very, very dangerous. If they can put a big score on the board and bowl well, just think they might be able to catch Malta on the hop. I think this is a lot closer than a normal 1 versus 4 game. For Sweetie, of course, we're going to look forward to seeing Waka Afridi, but also Kasim Mohammed's been very good. And Al-Qadir's just been off, hasn't he? But he hasn't really had to do too much because the other 2 have batted so well around him. But for Malta, of course, they've got some very good players. Niraj Khanna, he's always dangerous. And Malta, to be honest, they've got a bit more bowling, I think, than Sweetie have been running into in the group stage. So really looking forward to this one. It'll be a great game to start the afternoon session. Quarterfinal number 3 is on the way. Sweetie United, they've won the toss. They're going to have a hit. It's over to you, Rico Full, to get ready for the start of the next match.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo there, looking very dashing, looking very young as well. It looks like he's had a bit of a makeover, doesn't it? But yeah, and happy Peacock Friday to everybody as well. As we get ready for the match between Malta, the home side, taking on Sweetie United. You see there from the coin toss that Sweetie United electing to have a bat first. I think that's a nice positive move, and would expect to see that Kasim Mohammed will be out there opening. It'll be interesting to see who they go with. Look, they had normally went with Anil Qadir, but then he's been out of favour the last few times. Whether they go back to him or maybe they could even go with someone like Waka Afridi. He's been in great form with bat and with ball. 609 fantasy points to his name, 439 to Kasim Mohammed. And on the other side, Malta, well, Niraj Khanna has been the man in the form with the bat, but the all-rounder Fahim Mughal, he could be pretty key as well. But they'll be happy that they had someone like Numan Moher come back in their side. And also Farhan Masi hasn't played too many matches. And also, of course, young Johnny Grimmer comes back into the side as well behind the stumps. Malta in their traditional green, looking to go all the way through to the final yet again. Malta 99 to 87. That's what the bat versus ball wall is. Tanigas about their prediction. Yeah, remember Malta in the 3 series that we've had here have won 2 out of the 3. It was the Super Kings that have won the other one. So they're looking to make it a hat-trick of victories. See the bowler that we saw for the first time in this series is Balakapati. Bowled very well, very nicely. Looks like he will be Kasim Mohammed and Anil Qadir. So they're going back to a partnership that worked well for them before. Kasim, he just looks like a player that when he's going, he seems to be in such good form. Let's have a little chat here at the moment with the bowler, Balakapati. I'm not sure what the conversation was there between him and Kasim Mohammed. Yeah, he just makes it look easy, but he's one of those who makes it look easy and then he'll just play a rash shot. And the man at the other end, Anil Qadir, he's always gives you a chance. You've got to take him early. If you do, right, you see the back of him. If you leave him out there, you give him a couple of chances, he can hurt you. Here's the first ball of quarterfinal number 3. Kasim plays it away. No run. But one thing I'm expecting to see better from Anil Kadir is he's backing up. And he seems to sit in his crease and doesn't seem to move a lot. I'd like to see him actually looking to get to the other end and also looking to take those singles. And more importantly, turn those singles into twos. Balakabati once more. Short. And this is a lovely shot. Rocks back deep into his crease. And he gets the old swivel in. Does it MJ style? Oh, as this one goes to the boundary. Lovely shot. Nicely played. In full control. Just a little bit too short. Balakabati. And delightfully played shot. See there from the shirt of the fielder. And also some of the palm trees around the ground. The wind slightly picked up here. By no means is it cold, but it just could play a part. And that ball is in the air. See, it's a chance, and they've got him. They get the dangerous Kasim Mohammed, and it is the captain, Harun Magal, that takes the catch. He's absolutely pumped, and so he should be, because this is the danger man, and they get him. Balkapati bowling in the right areas, and draws a shot from Kasim Mohammed. He doesn't get the height on it to see. See this again. He wants to go up. He doesn't. Goes low. Harun Mughal gets low as well. And catch taken by the skipper. And it's the dangerous Kasim that has to go. Balaklapati is the man that gets the breakthrough. So it will be 4 and out for Kasim. Of the 3 deliveries that he faces. You see, just doesn't really get any grit, any oomph in the shot. And you can see he's absolutely pumped. So, get the first wicket, and this field, this 3 and 6 field works. Having the extra man out on the offside, catch taken. And Harun also, if you look at the field, he is several meters inside from the 30-yard circle. So even though you've got some men on the circle itself, he's in, and he's in for that particular purpose, to take the catch, and it works a treat for him. That now brings Waka Afridi out. Afridi, he's played 2 very good knocks in this series, both of them getting him past the 50. Made a fine 74, not out as well, but again, a little bit like Anil Kadir, he will give you a chance early. We saw in the match when he made the 74. On the way to that, he was dropped on 0, a straightforward catch by Sam Aquilini, and then he was dropped on 4 as well. That's a lovely delivery, a peach of a ball, well bowled, an absolute jaffa. Let's watch this again. Goes wide, darts it back into the batter. Afridi, no answer to that as he gets beaten. 4 of the over, a ball to go, 1 for 4 so far. And finishes with a dot. Paklapati, a very, very good over. Nice take there from Johnny G. Thanks to Ravi and Shazad for these stats. Let's have a look at the top batters for Sui United. Well, one of them has gone back already. That's Kasim Mohammed. He doesn't add too many more to the 146 that he scored before the start of this match. Afridi is right up there, 196 runs to him. And then you can see Anil Kadir, 122, but 61 of those did come off just 1 innings. Marsa, Fahim Mughal, 200 runs to his name. Niraj Khanna, 161, and then also No Khosla as well. But they've got depth. They've got 1 or 2 other batters that can make an impact as well. With the bowlers, I think Fahim Mughal has been outstanding. And Hassan has been pretty good for Swihi United. As this one is up in the air, it's a chance if they can get there, and they can. And, well, this is not a good moment for Mohammed Suleiman. He just looked really rigid when he's running into this. Mohammed Suleiman, he needs to take it. This is the big opportunity. I said they'll give you a chance, both these batters. Well, that is the chance. And, well, that is Kadir. That ends up being dropped on 0. Big moment there. Suleiman just didn't look right, did he? Just didn't look right. He needed to bend. He didn't. He stayed upright, very rigid, not being able to take that catch. That gives United a big boost, a big opportunity. Afridi now on strike. Gets a bit tucked up, wants the single. And yeah, just have a look at Anil Kadir here. He just stays standing inside his crease. Watch the delivery. Look at him standing there. That's really poor cricket. He hasn't even moved. See the bat? The bat is still inside the crease. He lets himself down. Somebody needs to have a chat with him and say, hey, come on. This is the way we do the backing up in this game. This one gets played out to the offside. Take the single. And asking the question here. And I think they might be going upstairs to have a look at this. Here's the throw. And the bat just goes down. Very good work there from Johnny G, though. Very acrobatic. Have a look. This is sensational. Look. Oh, that is amazing. Really is good. But the bat does get down. Nicely done, Johnny G, setting the stand. It's nice to have Johnny G back as well. Of course, he played the first few games for Malta, then had to go to play some cricket in Italy. And he's come back and he retains his spot behind the stumps. This one is an edge and it's hay poquito de suerte ahí. Eso es 4 carreras. A bit of luck for Kadir, gets the edge. They did have early on, they did have a slip in place when Bakalapati was bowling, but not for Fire Mughal. So Mughal will consider himself a bit unlucky. Afridi, you say, I played for it. Slower delivery, clever, nicely bowled. And Kadir just lets this go by. Doesn't offer a shot. You see he's backed away. Feet going backwards. Tries to give himself room. And so when that ball is in that slot, he's already sort of wrong-footed himself. There's no way he can lunge forward into that. And this one beats him. And, Johnny G doing the roll and stop. End of the over. So 6 come off it. 10 is the score. 1 wicket down. Just have a look at where Marsa finished, of course, right at the top. Just the one loss for Marsa. And this is where everybody in Gozo will say, it was us, it was us. Yes, it was Gozo with the team that beat Marsa when they amazingly bowled Marsa out for just 30 runs. So what a highlight that is for the Gosatons. Remember, they're not didn't make it through into the quarterfinals because of net run rate. But that certainly was a magical moment for them. They will stick with Bakalapati. It's firmly hit. Nice shot. And the fielder gets hands to it, but I don't think he's going to do enough, is he? Well, but this is, that's good. It's nicely signalled there by Numan Mahir. I'm liking that. It was a little bit too spicy for him, wasn't it? What's up, Wasabi? That's what. A little bit too hot for the fielder. Gets down, but it's not unfortunately able to get the body onto it. And though he chases after this, Numan Mahir, look, great camera work there. Absolutely fantastic. Well done again to our production partners, Spring Productions and Andis, and the likes of Coriolis and also Karina, doing a fantastic job. I know that it's been appreciated by our global cricket audience. Excellent bit of work there on that that replay. Bakalapati firmly hit. Harun Mughal does the chasing and it gets the throw in. Nicely done. Wants to get another breakthrough here. Down the ground and over the head of the fielder. That's going to be 4 runs. Afridi, he backs himself to play it and gets it spot on. Gets enough on this, doesn't he? He was out to a similar shot yesterday. Look at the divot that leaves as it smashes into the deck. But a nice shot, confident shot. Rucker Afridi just starting to get going here now. Nice shot. That'll certainly make him feel a bit better. A bit of confidence will start to flow through him. Attempted slow ball. This might be called a no ball. I think it will be. Let's see, umpire Tim Wheeler is on this straight away. Goes for the slow ball, gets it wrong. But look, nicely played as well by Afridi. Keeps his eye on it. Doesn't try to whack it, does he? Doesn't get excited and think, okay, full toss, I'm going to whack it. Just gets in line with it and gets on top of it and guides it through to the boundary. So that's 5 runs just there. 4 and the 1 for the no ball. So a bit of a fight back here from Swihi after losing Qasim Mohammed early. Goes for this and it's going to go all the way despite the one-hand effort from Fine Mughal. Remember, it was a free hit, so the catch wouldn't have mattered. But this is all about Fine trying to stop the boundary. It clobbers this hard. This is where he was caught yesterday by Yusuf. So he knows about this area. Once again, he's got to watch out for that. Got to try and get under these. I mean, that time it wouldn't have mattered. It was the free hit. Just got to be a bit careful. But he gets the 6. So that was 11 of 1 ball. This one's going to be a wide. So Pakalapati, the gamble to bowl him out early, doesn't pay off. He went for just 4 in the first over. This one has gone magical. 25 of his spell so far this over. 21 runs from it. It's not over yet. He's trying to get this 1 ball completed. Afridi doesn't really need to take a risk now. And he gets beaten by a good one. And he gives the thumbs up to Pakalapati as well, who finishes his spell well, but he will be disappointed with that over. Score at the end of the power play, 32 for 1. And a fine time to welcome back into our commentary position here to the legendary Mr. Maximo. Welcome back.
Yeah, it's good to be back. And big hello to everyone. That one sticks out like a sore thumb, doesn't it? That's a magical third. And so now we're going to go into the middle overs. Yeah, such a game of inches, isn't it? It was a good effort from Fanya Magar last over to try and pull that in one-handed. But it just came off the end of his fingers and goes for 6. So those things can make a difference. So Sweet United, I think they're that upset with where they are. And look, it is a funny one, isn't it? When he's been on song, he's been so destructive. He's also been bogged down a fair bit in the last couple of days. Afridi, though, he is such a unit. He's at the non-striker's end right now. There's Kadir. Chops on. And, well, he just loses his shape and he loses his wicket. Magal, after a good first over, strikes. And that's 2 of the top 3 back in the shed now at the start of the 4th over. It's 32 for 2.
Yeah, well, Kadir, he might need to go and see Daniela as well about a broken hand, because he absolutely smacks his bat as he gives his wicket away. Yeah, I mean, it's not a good shot. I think he just plays far too early, and he says, "Ganda shot." He's having a little conversation with his bat there. He said, "Aaki tu kita, aaki kar deta, apni wicket tod deti." There he goes. Not very happy. Of course, he's not very happy indeed, because he's another batter that they would have been relying on to get some runs for him. He's going to go and run a ball 6. So it is Fine Mughal who gets the breakthrough. So they do stick with using up both the openers straight up, and it's worked for them. Remember, they've got plenty of options with the ball. Got Farhan Masi, who can bowl as well, and they've also got the likes of Numama here. So the options are there, and they've got the spin options as well. Haven't got that's well bowled. Haven't got the spinner, whose name eludes me at the moment, that played in the group stages. Left arm who bowled very well. He's not with them. David Atwal is the 12th man. Actually, they have. My eyes are deceiving me. I see his name now. Uttam Banik. He's the man I'm thinking of. I think he could be useful here. We have seen that the slower bowlers have been useful, and I think that's why they've kept him in the side ahead of David Atwell. So let's see how he fares in this.
Yeah, we'll find out. And so now, well, Sweet United, another challenge for them, I suppose, after that wicket. But Krishnan's pretty good. He's got real fast hands. See if he can be a support to Afridi. He's facing up now on 20.
Places well up, a great bit of fielding. Lovely pick up and throw there. I'm liking this. Marsa, they're up for this. They want that hat-trick off titles. What a good bit of fielding. Well, that's the man I was looking for. Uttam Banik shows that well, he's pretty classy in the field as well. Beautiful pick up and throw. A little bit of rock and roll and throw. I like it. Krishnan. Is this in the same area? It's nice soft hands. And this time Manik is able to get a bit of a foot on it to slow it down for Noel Kosler. He gets a nice throw in straight into the gloves of Johnny G. So fine, Magal. Back to his mark. Been good so far, just a 10 of the 11 balls he's bowled. There's the last one. And it's that slower delivery as well that he bowls so well. That's been part of his, I've talked about, this is the fourth time that we're doing a series here in Malta. So fourth time I'm here. And he's another player, I mentioned a few, but he's another player that has learnt so much from the amount of cricket that we played here. I mean, he used to be just somebody who just charged in and got trying to bowl as quick as he can, but over the last couple of years, he's got the slower delivery, he's got the variations right, he's cut back on his run, just concentrating on getting the ball in the right areas. Really has improved as a bowler, and his slower ball, well, it works the treat for him. Score 36 for 2 at the end of 4.
Yeah, so run rate under control at the moment. Afridi, if he just goes crazy, that there's anything possible really. He could really peel off a few 15 to 20 run overs before you know it. This is out of control. So Sweet United, remember they did beat Marsa back in 2021 in this exact match. Pretty good start this from Vahan Masi as he's worked away for a single, first ball.
Vahan Masi, he's an interesting bowler because it doesn't look it when you see where he's bowling from, but he gets a bit of zip in his bowling, gets a bit of pace, and he gets a fair bit of bounce as well. So it's a difficult one to get hold of, Vahan Masi. Well, this is going to be pretty close, and the umpire says no, it's more than pretty close. It's out. It's pretty full. I mean, there is a bit of swing that the umpire has to think about, but I do think this is going to go on to hit the pegs. We'll look at it again, and Vahan Masi gets the wicket. Let's have a look at this. The ball is swinging, but look, he steps right across. And yeah, you just get the feeling that's going to go on and hit the base of leg stick.
Hits him on middle leg, really. You can kind of see it. And you just can't see that missing leg at all. So full straight. And the result is great from Arsa. And unfortunately, Hari Krishnan, he can't really get the game going the way that he wants to. He misses out on that low full toss, really. He is the third wicket to fall now, 37 for 3.
Yeah, manages to get to 3 of the 5 deliveries before he has to depart. So disappointment there because Afridi is running out of partners. He needs somebody to stay there with him. And looks like it will be Hassan. Looks like he's come out to join him. So you see that LBW decision once more. I think, yeah, there he is. Umpire Joy the trigger. He puts his finger up and sends another one back.
It was certainly warranted on that occasion.
Good ball, well bowled in the block hole. A bit of a misfield from the initial fielder, but Harun Magal is there to tidy things up. So Adnan Hassan is the new batter. And his role has to be surely, as long as Afridi's there to keep him on strike. Afridi goes for the big shot and he launches this away. This goes all the way. Shaba, bowl with Bale Kinasona Shakalagya. And look at that. He sweeps himself off the floor to hit this one. Gets everything behind it. And 6 runs, beautifully hit.
What a good shot. And this is what he's capable of. And he's able to do it with increasing frequency, but maybe not, because he's going to be gone. 6 and out situation. And it's Pakalapati that takes the Cats. So Afridi 28 and out in a big moment in this quarterfinal, because that is the danger man who is dismissed. He tried to go again, didn't get as much as 44 for 4.
Yeah, good catch from Pakalapati, and Massa know the importance of that wicket. It's just not there for the shot. He knows it when he hits it. It's exactly what I was saying about Fana Masi. He does get a little bit of extra bounce that some of the other bowlers don't get, and that's in that zone. It's a very difficult one to get away. Maybe he could have played a different shot to it. Maybe he should be looking, maybe it was straight at him as well. He could have thought about the uppercut. Maybe he should have been looking at this one. It comes to him a little bit too quick, but a good bit of action. So gets hit for a big 6, but then comes back well. As we have a look at ECL 23, we had a look at different groups yesterday. Which one should we have a look at today?
Look, that's what haven't we done in a while. You know what? We could go back to Group F, because this is the last group we'll see before Championship Week. So this will go Thursday, Friday, Saturday of Week 3. Sunday will be off. Monday will be Championship Week. Now, number 1, how good is this? We've got the Irish there, and it happens to be St. Patrick's Day. And maybe that'll become a bit of a tradition, because remember, they were there during St. Patrick's Day last year. And so, CIYMS will be the team from Ireland. You've got Punjab Lions Nicosia, they're back. Of course, they did really well last year in their group as well, narrowly missing out on Championship Week. Ariana Keefe, previously Ariana Akif, are there, and they're from that southern region of Sweden. So, unfortunately for Albi's Army fans, they'll have to put their support behind Ariana Keefe. And then Istanbul KSK, they're a bit of a surprise pack. I mean, we know that the Turkish team struggled a little bit last year. Let's see if they've learnt a bit before this year. Different club, though. I'm sure they would have been watching. And Werash, featuring Conrad Greenshields and the Stomans and a few others. Junaid Khan, I'm sure, probably make an appearance for them as well. Yeah, so Group F, that'll be an interesting one. And this is a great thing. We're going to have a big kind of turnover, if you like. And the teams, well, here's the thing. Some teams, take England 11, for example, they came and had a slow start. You won't be able to have a slow start in that format, because instead of 8 matches and finals, it's just 4 matches and finals. So the bottom team after the 4th match is played, everyone, it'll be over.
Yeah, talk about over. That is the end of a very good over there from Fanamasi. Just concedes just 9 runs and picks up those 2 very important wickets as well. And got the wicket of Waka Afridi. That was an important one, but before then he got to Hari Krishnan before he could get going. So that leaves Marsa in a very good position. 44 it is of the 5 overs, and Sri United now need to see where these runs are going to come from, who's going to be able to get some runs for them, because the main contributors are no longer there. Good start on the new bowler. So yeah, Sri United, is their hope. Can somebody get them the runs they need? I mean, all the runs they've been scoring has either been Kadir, Qasim Mohammed, or Afridi. They've all gone. So if they are going to get to a score around about 100, then these 2, you just get the feeling, have got to get a good partnership going. And maybe someone like Bilal Kadir, who may be coming in next, can give them some bit of support. But I'd like to see the captain, Umar Al-Haq, come out as well. He's somebody that he's a cross-hand bandit, and he can give the ball a fair whack. He can hit the boundaries.
Yeah, I mean, what can they get to? This is always the issue with Sri United when they lose that top order. They can fold like a cheap suit, really. You don't want that to happen. As this is Arslan Ashad. Not to be confused with Arslan Ahmed for Sweet United, who, this man we do call the headbanger.
It's going to be a little bit too wide there from Ashad. So they'll take whatever they can get at the moment, whatever comes their way. A good chat on the YouTube at the moment. So keep it up, everybody. Loving what you're doing. This one is going to get past the fielder. It's going to be a lucky boundary. And 4 more runs. That's going to be... Kozlat's going to chase after this. Creeps up on him pretty quickly, but he does well. Get the bat onto it. So 4 valuable runs from Hassan. Got to stay focused as the 50 now comes up. 51 for 4. In this, the 6th over. Shard just goes a little bit too wide there. Needs to bring it in a bit closer. And does. Shorter delivery once more. Well fielded. Quick underarm throw. Another single. Ball to go in this, the 6th over.
A few spectators down, which I'm liking as well.
Well bowled. This is better. Right in the block. In the block hole. Causing problems. That end of the over. Score saying 52. So Malta, at the moment, they'll be very happy with the way things are going. They've got the danger men out. They won't want to let the Swee United off the hook. Malta will know that they themselves have had a few issues with the bat. So they'll be keen to try to restrict this score to no more than around about 85. I think that's what will be their plan. It's going to be Farmasi. Oh, that's a beauty, absolute beauty. This is a boogie, oogie, woogie, kookaburra fireball. That is just too good. That would have got a lot of batters out. No, there's no shame in getting out to a delivery like this. This is just quality. This is top draw. This is fantastic bowling.
Yeah, bang. That's about as good as it gets, really. And you can see Ajit Hassan just tries to get anything down on it. Perfect Yorker. Because look, where it bounces, it is right between the feet. I know we talk about the crease as where you try and aim a Yorker, but it depends where the batter is. Just look at where this bounces, right between the feet. And yeah, well, he takes a bigger swing the second time, but by then the ship had sailed and Sweet United, they fall further behind in this game, 52 for 5.
Yeah, and now you got Bilal Qadir that comes out. We saw him a few times yesterday. He wasn't able really to get anything going. Marty will try to get the same sort of delivery into him. Gets this one outside the off. That's nicely played, actually. Chase on for Konsler. Gets the foot down on it. But just a single take, and I think that's a missed opportunity for the batters. You can see that that is Akhtar saying, hey, there's 2 there. Why aren't you running? And Qadir saying, well, it's okay. I'm just saving me energy, maybe. Harun Magal just having a little chat there with Farhan.
Yeah, what can they get to? Massey's been great, though. 3 for 9. Got more to come, potentially. Oh, dropped. This would have been an absolute belter from Johnny Grimmer. Well, maybe 60 years ago he might have taken that. It went very quickly. And, well, Johnny G, I know he loves the spectacular. Look at this. I mean, it does go really quickly. It does well to maybe get a bit of leather on it, which probably stops it going for 4.
Yeah, I mean, that would have been a sharp take. He does get gloves onto it. Does well to do that. I think that's raced past him. But I think the glove, at least it does save the ball from going to the boundary. It's really well bowled. Clever. Sees the batter move early. And Bilal Qadir trying to give himself some room down the leg side. And you see Fana Masi says, well, okay, I'll just put it right there where you got no chance.
One step ahead, hey.
This one is on the money, and a little bit of hesitation between the 2 batters, but there was always a single there. Nice to see Bilal prepared to take it, and he will. But look at those bowling figures. And Hanamasi 3 for 12 now with the ball to go.
Yeah, take you back to June last year. I mentioned this game a few times. A few people asking for some more information on it. And I'll give it to you after this ball. We'll see. Searches for a 4th, and he would have had one too. And now he might have a run out. We should have a run out.
Oh, well, what happens here? Well, what do you think here? Now, look,
This is an interesting one because, I know what you're going to say.
Yeah,
you
go on.
continue. No, I was
Okay.
going to say he gets in the way, but does he change his where he's running to deliberately? He knows that he's running that side, and here, I think that's out. I got to say,
I reckon.
he's
look,
running down one side of the pitch. He knows where the ball is. He knows he's in trouble, and he deliberately, for me, he doesn't need to go this wide. Look, he looks. I think that's gone.
Nobody appeals. There's not appeal.
What's going
There's
on?
not an appeal.
Wow.
I think if they appeal here, I'm with you. He doesn't have to take that line to go back. And the other thing about it is not that he turns around and goes back. He's looking.
He looks
He's looking where the throw
runs
is coming.
5 metres. Okay, maybe it's enough punishment that he cops it in the elbow. But, wow,
Yeah.
I'm really surprised that we didn't see an appeal there. Look, maybe it's a sign of where we're at in the game, that Master are feeling comfortable. But there's not, you say, or is that sporting to appeal? I mean, it's legitimate because it was pretty unsporting, if I'm honest, with Bilal to run sideways. I mean, he was like a crab there. He went so far sideways. I'm really surprised there was no appeal. I thought there was an appeal.
No, there was no appeal.
I'm sure that I saw the bowler appealing. Maybe it was an appeal that was ignored or turned down. Anyway, this one is going to be close to the boundary, not quite. To the correct side for Funyan Magal. Yeah, give us your thoughts in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. Well, I went in full analysis mode there. It seems that no one cared except me. But anyway, I was just we take a walk down history lane now. That's Marsa and Sweet United have met in the quarterfinals before.
Slice, is it? It doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah, so that was the 25th of June back in 2021. And it was the first quarterfinal. And Sweet United scored 92 batting first. And yeah, Marsa just couldn't chase it down. They ended up with 85. Noah Kosler was top scoring with 36 in that game. So pretty keen to avoid a repeat, aren't they? At the moment, they're playing well enough, you'd say, to reverse that result. And Bannock's coming on now, and he's been a bit of a find as well for Marsa.
Yeah, he's bowled well, hasn't he? And fielded well in this match as well. Bannock, that was a nice looking shot there from Akhtar. Whips it away. Kadir, though, has got to play his part here now. Just got to keep getting bat on ball. That'll do. Hits this pretty well. Should be fielded without any issues, and it is from Mahir. Remember him. He's taken some great catches in this position where he is at the moment at long off. Bannock. Well, goes for the reverse Malachi, and does they get bat on this? I think he does. That's probably what saves him. And yeah, there is bat. I think if he misses this, he's absolutely plumb. Look, he's right in front, and he gets fortunate because he's not actually looking at the ball. Don't know how he plays that. But gets a bit of luck. And does Akhtar. Firmly struck, but again to the fielder. We've got this field spot on, have Marsa. And even though these two are making good contact, they're not getting the boundaries that they're after. So just 7 runs of that over from Banik. As the score moves to 62 for 5 at 8 overs. So what can they get of the 12 deliveries left in this innings? They would love to try and push on to maybe a score around about 85 if they can. And maybe with the magical over, try and get into the 90s.
So where can they get to? Yeah, probably 2 balls we're looking at. But you look at the strike rates of the batters at the crease. And that's not going to get too many if they're doing it this way. Well, wow, it's got the overarm there. Bilal, he has some sort of weird anti-run-out immunity kind of cream on him or something, because this is another one. Should have been out. Look, he just should have run and underarm this. For some reason, he goes the big heave, and everyone's running everywhere.
Everyone's running everywhere. The batter, well, I like the dive. Gets the dive in and it keeps the bat on the ground as well. Swing and miss. Well, Rashad. Keeping the ball in the right areas.
Marsa. Is it a bad time to bring up the fact they got rolled for 30 by Gozon? In which case Sweet United might have plenty. Whatever they score, they'll be fighting for every run. Another one, and full straight. It's just simple as you like. And it's going to be another wicket. It'll be 63 for 6. And it's Aslan Arshad who moves Abdul Akhtar with a spicy Yorker. Again, feet go nowhere. And Marsa right on target.
Yeah, backing away. We've seen a lot of that from the batters, and a lot of the batters as we United do the same. They back away, try to create room for themselves, but if the bowler gets the ball on the money, then you have to go.
Well, Wayne's just said he's going on Amazon and he's trying to search for some anti-run-out cream, which is what I think Bilal must have been wearing. Got to tell you, I still don't accept there wasn't an appeal, because I saw the bowler go like that and like kind of half appeal, and no one seemed to care. We got the technology. That's one that it's very hard to call on the field, because think about the umpire. The umpire's watching the stumps normally, not really watching the batter. But when you look at the technology, when there's such a big movement, oh yeah, I just think it's definitely out. But anyway, he's played the system and won. He's still there. He hasn't really made them pay though, has he? 8 off 8 at the moment.
Well, slightly shorter delivery there from Arslan Ashard. He certainly does. We've seen this from Arslan a few times. He does bang it in.
Question from Mandrake. Any word on baby Bristow's foot? My feeling is he's fine. I've got no other extra information on that, but I think his last ball made a big deal about it. Hey, guess what? Another bowled. And these straight balls are just doing the job. It's full, it's straight. It's another wicket now. And well, he might have had the anti-run-out cream on, but it doesn't protect you against bowled. And you see this one right on the money. Marsa turning it on here in the third quarter final at 64 for 7.
Yeah, it's very much the same repeat of the dismissal of Akhtar, really, isn't it? Backing away, taking yourself away from the ball, and then, well, the bowler just thinks, well, okay, if you're going to go that way, I'm going to go full and straight on the money, knock him over. That's exactly what he does. Very good bowling there from Arslan Ashad. So 64 for 7. There's 9 overs get completed. So, well, it doesn't happen in the 9th for the batting side. It does for the bowling side, as Arslan Ashad does really well.
Right, last overtime. What can they drag themselves to? Here's Noman Mihar. Good start. Lent's been really good, I think, especially through the second half of this innings from Marsa. Really not giving him too much at all. See where this one bounces. Although he does kind of York himself, but yeah, that's spot on. Right between the feet. Couldn't deal with it.
Gets down, plays this pretty well. I mean, there was a chance that could have been called a wide. Now to think about getting the second, but well, let's see if it's ready. Hussain, it's already got his back to it. Has to rush. And by the time he gets himself in, he looks to go again. You can see Hussain, he's not interested at all.
A bit of a chat here. Don't know what this is about. All right. There we go. Haroon is getting a bit of a rub down. What's he done?
I don't know. We're going to see a bit more.
I mean, that looks...
think just a bit of cramp, I think.
Well, I mean, he hasn't done anything. So is it cramp or has he strained it?
Doing what?
Haroon.
Come on, Daniela, get yourself out there. He said, just get on with it. I could stay out here for a couple of deliveries.
Well, they got David Athwell to come on, but I don't know who'd be slower. Haroon like this or David? Anyway, let's find out. He's going to stay out there.
It's got to be a bit of cramp, nothing else. Anyway, here we go. Mihar. It's that slower full delivery. He seems to be on his feet anyway at the moment. That's Haroon Mughal. Though he is hobbling about. You can imagine what's going to happen here now. Ball's going to go up in the air. Haroon's going to have to try and run to it. And he's going to be hopping to get to the ball.
I can't wait to see it happen.
Gets played onto the onside. So Marsa just seem to have this under control, don't they? This looks very much like a match that we've already had today, where Malta Day were kept to 69 and the Bajuba Blasters knocking them off with 11 balls to go. That was the very first quarter-final. This one will be called a wide. Bowler a little bit disappointed to see it called, so goes to 67. So remember that match I'm talking about was Malta Day got to 69. Yeah, disappointed to see that one called as Numan.
70.
Well, with this one, it is Harun Magal.
Oh, no.
He's going to blame his foot, but he ran brilliantly.
Keep the camera on Harun. I don't really care about the ball.
He's going to hobble.
Although it was almost a run out. There's several people on the ground, but I'm more interested in Harun. That old war wound playing up again. Have a look at this. You called it, Rico. He said he's going to have to do something. And, yeah, well, cue the stretcher. And then the other end.
There he goes. He's gone down now. I knew this was going to happen. He needs to use some little excuse of giving himself a little massage here.
Well, Harun, it's a long day. I hate to say it's 2 balls remaining. He can always just trot off. It's hardly Rick McCosker batting with a broken jaw, is it? Him staying out there for 2 more balls. Anyway.
I think it'd just be the one. I think this is the last ball.
Is it? Yeah, it is 2.
Oh, and it will be a run out with it. And, yeah, well, hang on a minute. Did he?
Nah, I think he's all right. It's just 1. So I think they turned down the second.
Well, hang on a minute. What happens here? So here comes a throw.
Yeah.
Johnny G takes it.
And then the player's pretty much dead here. Gets in. Okay. He's fine. And then everyone starts walking off. And Johnny says, hey, mate, I might just try and get a sneaky run out. No point. And it's going to be 71 off the 10 overs. Well, it's not the worst score. I mean, we've seen 3 or 4 scores in Malta defended that were this or below. But Marsa, they certainly have the personnel to knock these runs off pretty quickly. But having said that, Sweet United, they have some weapons of their own. And I wonder if the ghosts of a few games past where Marsa were bundled out for 30 might come back on show in this third quarter final. But really, it was pretty clinical, especially when they removed those top order players. That was Harun when he had 2 good calves, take an important catch. And the men in green, well, they were pretty keen to avoid an upset here. That was very obvious at the start of quarterfinal number 3.
Yeah, very keen indeed. And they got the early wicket and the big wicket of Qasim Mohammed. But then, you know, that Waka Afridi comes in. He's a dangerous man. And he's the one that you've got to have to try and get hold of pretty quickly. And a little bit of luck here at times. And there was this one as well, which was an unfortunate one from Numan Mahir. He tries to make the stop, but the ball gets through him and does get to the boundary. So they did have a bit of luck as well. This one was too high. Played very nicely by Afridi. But did get the no ball. And then this one, he got lucky with. There's one thing I did say when that happened. That was where he was out the other day. As we saw the wicket of Anil Kadir. He was very disappointed with the way he got out. Punches his bat in anger. Then has a word with it as he walks off. So I said, "Aatu ki kar dita?" And he said, I don't like you anymore. So we see that there again. But yeah, one thing about Afridi, we've seen where he's got out so many times. That one there, you saw it was pretty close. Fine Magal trying to keep it in the field of play. It was a free hit, so the catch wouldn't have mattered. This one was absolutely plumb. And that was Hari, the helicopter Krishna, that he had to depart. Somebody had to stick around. But Afridi, after playing 1 good shot for 6, he went for 2 on the spin. And when he found Palakapati, and that's the area that he tends to get out on. And Marsa, they had that well patrolled. This one got away from Khosla, was 4 runs, but then after that, really, boundaries were hard to come by. And Final Masi, I think he just bowled brilliant. These Yorkers that he bowled, I mean, that one was good enough to get any batter out. As you see, disappointment from Bilal as he had to go. But just gets that one on the money all the time. The new batter comes in. It says, right, what we're going to do with this one was dicey. Here's the throw. This is the one where we don't think there's any appeal. You see there's no appeal. He's just going, oh, no. He doesn't actually appeal. If there's an appeal there, I think that would have been out. It should have been given out. But then it was the time for Arslan Ashad to get his radar right. He saw the batters trying to give themselves room. And that was Akhtar taking a step down the leg side and being bowled. And you see another batter, the same fate, once again trying to give yourself some room, and the stumps being knocked over. So it was once again a clinical display from Marsa. You see at the end, this error from Harun. Well, he had a bit of calf trouble before that, and maybe that is what he's going to be blaming that catch on, though he did look okay towards the end of it. But just seeing that the scorecard will come up shortly. Let's have a look at this. The key batter, really, Qasim Mohammed. He played one lovely shot before he got out. And Haru Mughal took a spicy catch and didn't make no mistakes with that one. Then Anil Kadir, we saw him getting out, playing onto his own stumps. But Waki Afridi, he was the key. He had to stick around. And when he was done by that raising delivery from Vanamasi, then it's going to be very difficult for them to get back into the match. The Master bowlers bowled very well, really. Bangladesh, second over was expensive. But other than that, you just have a look at the economy rates of all the other bowlers. Vanamasi, 3 for 12, outstanding. 2 wickets also for Arslan Ashad in that one as well. And Banik, he only got to bowl 1 over, but he's somebody, if they can get past this, somebody that can really perform really well as well. Let's have a look at the mid-match summary. Swee United, it's a low score from them again. Once again, they're a team that if they don't get one or both of their top order batters game, they will struggle to get runs on the board. They only managed to get 71, so 72 will be required for Marsa to win this one. Look, Marsa themselves, I know they've been the team that dominated the Group A, but they had a few hiccups themselves with the bat. So I reckon that their captain, Fanu Mughal, has probably had a stern word with his batters and say, hey guys, come on, forget the 71 score. Imagine that you're chasing 120 and go out there batting like you're chasing 120. Let's see how that reply goes. Join me, Rika Full and Mr. Maximo in around about 10 minutes time when we come back for the conclusion of our third quarter final.
Hello and welcome back to the Master Cricket Ground. Beautiful Friday afternoon. Bit breezy at the moment actually. It's just picked up and right now it's Master that have picked up some steam in quarterfinal number 3. Getting the big threats in this first innings to restrict Sweet United to 71 for 7. So 72 will be the victory target for Master, who topped Group A with a 7-1 record. And by comparison, Sweet United in Group B just kind of lost form, if anything, towards the end of the week. Had a horrendous day of results yesterday. And yeah, today they'll be a bit disappointed they couldn't put a few more on the board. Even if you can get 90, I think with some of the bowling options they've got, a lot more competitive. But we have seen scores like this defended before, and we know that Master, occasionally, it can all go wrong for them as well. They, in fact, have the lowest score for a completed innings in this tournament so far, when they were bundled out for just 30 against Gozo earlier in the tournament. This is going to be Waka Afridi to get us going. And he is going to have to play a blinder. You'd have to imagine if they are going to have any chance of defending that. And so we are almost ready to go. We'll have Noah Kostler facing up. It'll be Fanya McGall at the non-striker's end. Just waiting for the clock to tick over. It's always nice when you're running a little bit early. Just a reminder, you can get in touch with us as well through the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network. Lots of good things happening behind the scenes at the moment. Certainly appreciate your support, as always. Plenty of cricket happening today as well, with ECI happening in Spain as well. We saw Germany countering to a 10-wicket victory over Italy earlier today. Anyway, here we go, 72 to win, and it starts with a shocker, really, from Waka Afridi. And I suppose that's a new ball for you sometimes, but see, certainly wasn't the best effort from Afridi first up. Not the way you want to start your chase, your defence, I should say. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, and joining me once again in the commentary box. You see a much better delivery from Afridi that time. It's Rico Full. Rico, well, Sweet United, certainly they're pushing things up the mountain, aren't they, in the second half of this?
Yeah, they certainly are. I mean, that's much better. That's where we've seen Afridi all the time. I'm not sure what quite happened with the first delivery. It was a bit of a shocker, but he comes back with a good one. Kostler. This is his sort of innings. I mean, he doesn't have to do too much. He's not a big hitter at the ball. He plays correct cricket shots. And with this rate required around about 7.2, he knows that he can just stroke the ball around. He's got something like Fine Mungal at the other end who can, well, he can hit the ball pretty big. Good opening partnership. We'll get them off to a good start here. And these two openers complement each other pretty well. Another good delivery. Nice bit of movement away from Afridi. He's got a big smile on his face. Nice to see him playing and happy about things. Of course, he'll be a lot happier if he can pick up a few wickets. That's what we need to do here. Get some quick wickets. Good delivery for the length. He's asking here, thinking there may have been, the bowler thinks he's got something on this. I'm not sure. Also, I don't know if this ball goes onto the ground. Yeah, it does. I mean, if there is anything, it's played into the deck anyway.
I don't see that, to be honest. He was climbing as it got to the keeper, couldn't hold on to it. Hari Krishnan has the gloves today for Sweet United. They've been sharing that around a little bit. But yeah, Afridi, got to keep things tight, got to build some pressure. It's hard to see how they can do this, but starts with Waka. Pretty nice looking shot this time. Takes it on. Direct hit, could have been interesting there. Noel had to get moving.
Yeah, it was a good shot. Uses his feet, get to the pitch of the ball. Just quite happy to take the single, but very good running. He backs himself to get in there. He knows from the throw coming from Qasim Mohammed that he was never in any danger. Oh, well, it was in the air and the fielder comes across. He needs to take this catch. I don't know, I'm not sure what he's doing here. He's diving into this ball. I don't think there was any need to do this. And McGall, he just opens the face of the bat and he just hits the ball easily up in the air. The fielder comes in. Well, he's dived all around this one. And Afridi can't believe it. He's still standing there just giving him the daggers, saying, how dare you? How dare you put that down to my bowling? Not a happy chap at the moment. That wasn't a good look. Look, he's got the field for it. Got the 6-man out there on the offside.
Yeah, it's frustrating, isn't it? You need to hold your half chances. And yeah, sometimes when you get a bit of luck like that early, you just feel like there won't be any wobbles after all. As it gets to the end of the first over, 7 for 1. They get what they need pretty much off that first over. 138 matches without a golden ball. I've been waiting a while, haven't we? I know that we broke a ton plus kind of streak in the ECC. We only had the 1 international golden ball. Now we'll be waiting for a second. Of course, that is the Crickathon question as well today. Will there be a golden ball? On paper, I think 4 pretty close contests, but yeah, so far, 2 games that weren't particularly close, and this one, if Marsa bat the way they should, it shouldn't be close either.
New bowler setting his field. It's going to be the captain, Umar Al-Haq. Sometimes there's a few issues with his line. He has trouble controlling the swing. Captain needs to bowl well, needs to take wickets quickly. Can he be a hero for his team? Huck starts with a good one, straight to the fielder, and he hits, he'd be in trouble. And the thing is, I mean, it's a difficult one here. I think if you're the fielder here, Qasim Mohammed, I mean, he thinks he's got to get this throw in quickly. But I think in hindsight, if he just lobs this back to the bowler, I mean, look where Khosla is. He's nowhere. He's stranded. It just needed to be a throw into the bowler. Though, you've got to say, he's a long way away from the stumps as well. Maybe that goes down as half a chance. Fine Mughal goes back on strike. Just drops the bat onto it, wants to go. He's sent back by Khosla. He's running into trouble nowhere else. United need something special to happen here. Who can give it to them? Who can give them the wicket they need? Who can put the pressure on Marsa here? Somebody needs to shine. If Shah has bowled well as well, maybe it's going to be his day. Nice delivery. Nice to see that Umar Al-Haq. At least he's getting the ball in the right areas. Making the batters play at everything. Here's Afridi. Was very disappointed towards the end of the last over. Thinks and believes he should have had a wicket. I think he's right. The fielder overcomplicated things and didn't take the wicket. Tidy over so far from Al-Haq. Well, and just as I say that, he sprays this one down the leg side. And this is where it starts to go wrong for him. From Umar, the captain, he bowls tidily, then as soon as he gets one wrong, and he can't get it back on target again.
Yeah, Umar won't want to bring it up, but does still hold the record for most consecutive extra deliveries bowled. Anyway, see if we can get on target here.
Worked away behind square. Take
nothing in the end. Fucking Mughal wasn't going anywhere.
Yeah.
The longer you can hang in there, you're just starting to think there's a possibility. So that's the thing. You've got to throw what you think are your tightest bowlers up front. Yes, you need to take wickets, but you take wickets also by building pressure, don't you?
Yeah, definitely do. And Khosla. He's drawn to this. He gets a fine snick. And he goes. And sometimes that's what happens, you know, when you don't do the basics. I mean, that last one, both batters, they don't take the single. And Khosla then in the back of his mind is thinking, okay, if I'm not going to get runs to my name taking singles, I'll go for the big shot. And, well, look, there's just, he was nowhere near this, no foot movement. He won't be happy with that stroke at all, Khosla. As I said before, he's a very good batter. He uses his feet well. This time, those feet stay planted. He's like a tree that's rooted to the ground.
Yeah.
He gets an edge and he has to go.
He slashes and loses, doesn't he? No, so he's going to have to go. And first wicket falls, 10 for 1. They haven't blown him out of the water here. This is exactly what you have to avoid if you're Sweet United first up. You know, if there's a fast start, if it's a bang-bang power play and they've got kind of 30, 40, you can pretty much kiss the game goodbye. But so far, they've hung in there. And no, we chases a wide one. And a little feather through to the keeper. Hari Krishnan does the rest. And the score, 10 for 1, as we see This game taking a little bit of a twist, mini twist. Not much cutter though. He's going to come to the crease at number 3. And again, he's a very experienced campaigner.
Yeah, Niraj Khanna's been in good form with the bat. He's right up there with the nice run scorers for his side. It's well bowled again from the captain, Umar Ul-Haq. That's a good over from him. Only 3 runs from it.
Very good over.
Wicket as well.
You can see that the number one thing the batters are thinking is don't get out. So isn't it funny? When you start having that don't get out mentality, then it's kind of counterintuitive, but it's actually an approach which is probably not as well suited to T10 cricket, regardless of the situation. Let's have a look at how Group B finished. You see Sweet United, they really didn't finish well at all, to be honest. They slid to 4th in the end, but they did just make the finals with 3 wins from their 8 games. Day above them, they've already exited. And unfortunately, Southern Crusaders, so have they. So Sweet United trying to fly the flag, but if Malta do this, we'll have 3 games and 3 Group A winners so far. Afridi comes back to bowl the 3rd over. And AUM, you wouldn't count them out. I mean, the Knights, they have to go in as favourites, no doubt.
Yeah.
But AUM, they're a very good side to finish 4th, aren't they?
Yeah, certainly are. And AUM, I think we haven't seen the best of them either. I mean, they scrape through some of their matches. Afridi comes to bowl, he's 2nd. Oh, this one could be close, you know. And asking the question, and the umpire says maybe it's a little bit too high. I'd like to see this again, you know. I reckon this was a very good shout.
Well, you think that Joy likes to trigger people. Yeah, I think it is high. It's a good decision. I mean, he has the benefit of his head being around about the height of the top of the stumps. So, yeah, I think if you look at this one closely, it's climbing and it's definitely going over the top. Good decision.
Yeah, very good call there from umpire Joy.
Nicely done. Good umpiring again. I think they've been excellent. Here's Khanna. Even that, I mean, that should be an automatic run, but it seemed to be a lot of jabber before they got through. I think, I guess you wouldn't be human if you didn't have a few nerves. You know, you are playing for your tournament life, and you're thinking, look, we really should get these, but it's a nervy start. I mean, already, you see, they're not quite at the rate. It's climbed to about 7.8, 7.9 at the moment. And you see, the number one thing they're thinking is don't get out here.
Yeah.
Whereas, you know, you've got a fairly long batting lineup. You don't have to be so conservative.
Yeah, this is why I was saying that to the captain. Harun McGrath would have been saying to his batters, look, don't go out there thinking you're chasing 72 for victory. Go out there thinking you're chasing 110, 120. Bat that way. But they haven't really done that yet. I mean, even like that one there from Farhan McGrath, I mean, he scored now with that single. He scored 206 runs in this series. Those are the balls he's whipping away to the boundary. He's hooking and pulling. But he's just not doing it because he's thinking, oh, I don't need a boundary here. I'll just take the single. That's negative batting. That gets you out.
Some of the best advice I've heard is like, pretend you're chasing a bigger score.
Yeah.
So pretend you're chasing 110, 120 here. Get on that pace. Don't limit yourself. Handcuffing yourself. And, right now, they're going to get through this power play in the teens, it looks like. 14 now with the ball to go in it. Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, for example, how often are you chasing like 140 and you finish 110, right? But if you're chasing 70 like this, bat yourself into a hole, you might not be able to dig your way out of. Afridi wicketless. One more chance. Won't get a wicket here in the quarterfinal, but he does keep it under a run of ball. McGall retains the strike with a single, and after 3 overs, it's 15 for 1.
You see, sometimes what teams can do, and maybe that's what they've done here, sometimes the team could say, you know, look, it's Afridi, he's the danger, so we're not going to get out to him. I can sort of get that to a point, but the thing is, I don't think it's going to get that much easier with Suhi. I mean, they are a team that can, I mean, some of the other bowlers, the slower bowlers, could also cause you a few issues. So, yeah, maybe that's not the way to approach it. Asif Shah, he's been bowling very well as well. Then somebody like Arslan Ahmed, remember, he was in top form with the ball as well. So it's a little bit of a risk. They are going to go with Shah here now. I would have gone with the captain to finish off here because it's not often that Umar Al-Haq bowls a really good line and he creates problems, and he did today. He bowled beautifully, and I think he probably should have backed himself to bowl the next. Maybe it would have been another tight over. That over, his first over, only went for 3 runs. He's going for Asif Shah here though, but I think Al-Haq probably would have been the better option.
Yeah, Asif Shah. Just, you can't afford to have one guy bowl badly either, really. Can't afford to have that magical over. It's just such a big proportion of the score. So they're all set now into the power play. So you can have up to 5 outfielders. They're choosing to have 5 as we get ready. And it's Mughal. Let's see if he attacks in the 4th over.
This is nice. His full length delivery though from Shah. That's nice. He gets it on the money to start off with as Qasim Mohammed comes in to do the fielding.
Yes, I mean, here's the thing. If you haven't attacked in the power play when there are only 2 outfielders, well, then what's Mughal's go here when there's 5? You know, is he going to take on outfielders? I wonder. I mean, Kana as well. He's had a careful start. Look, I'm not criticising too heavily. I'm just saying that if you're going to do this, well, you better stick around. You better be able to accelerate. Otherwise, you're digging a hole that if you do get out, you're causing problems for the batters to come.
Yeah, you've got to play your natural game no matter what the match situation. This one, the fielder gets a stop on it. I don't think it quite carries. He does pretty well, but I'd like to have seen maybe Abdulakta really frame himself at this to try and go for the catch.
Yeah, I'm not so sure. I mean, I'm testing my language skills. Does that hit him the cooler? How do you say it?
I think that was more the beard and other leg.
Okay.
Misses the backside.
How am I meant to say that?
Culo.
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 Yeah. I thought that one hit him squarely in the culo, but maybe I was wrong. Walking stick 77. As if sharp.
Good
bowling. I've got pre-jitters here, really. Masa, they're looking a bit laconic for me. This is a bit of lazy Friday afternoon batting, but take nothing away from that delivery from Asif Shah. It was a good one. But Mughal 8 off 10. It's very unlike him.
This is more like what we're used to seeing from Fire Mughal. This is the shot I was talking about the last over, where there was a couple of deliveries in this zone, and he decided just to play defensively at it. This is more like it. It's there, he backs himself, and he creams this. And though they've got 3 fielders in that area, pretty close to each other, it still gets whacked away. Just making a change here in the field for some reason. Mid-wicket comes in here. Just wondering, okay, what's the plan here? So mid-wicket comes in, so they're leaving himself with just 4 men out. So they want the mid-wicket a bit closer. Interesting. Just trying to cut that angle maybe, I think. Sif goes for a pitched up delivery, and the throw that comes back in, just making sure that Niraj Khanna doesn't get too far outside of his crease. A lot of talk going in the direct. Well, free hit being called here. Now, what was that for?
Must have 6 outfielders, that's all
no,
I'm thinking.
I counted only 4 were out. Only 4 were out. So I don't know what that was for. Because they actually brought the man from who was back from the mid-wicket boundary inside to leave 4 out. So, beats me. I missed it, whatever it was. This is being smashed away, and he makes the most of it. He goes all the way. Balle. Well, that's the way to deal with it. And he smashes this out of here. Big hit. Boom. Shaka lagya from Mughal.
Yeah, here's the thing. It's the same kind of ball he's been patting back for about 10 minutes.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's a turning point, isn't it? I mean, again, we're not quite sure what the no ball was for. The umpires are all over it, though. And yeah, that one gets cashed in.
This one will be called a wide. The only thing I can think of is that they brought the mid-wicket in because he was out before and they had too many out, but that ball's passed. It's too late. You can't call it then. So I don't know. I mean, well, maybe we'll find out later, but it was a bit of a weird call. As if sharp. It could have been a foot fault, of course.
Yeah, it could have been.
This one is, again, slightly shorter. They run one quickly, and Niraj Khanna puts up the stop sign early. It says no, stay there. And that will also be the end of the over. So the score now does start to move along better. Let's get to 30 at the 4 over marks. 30 for 1, a much better over. They double their score in that over. It goes from 15 for 1 to 30 for 1. And Marsa now probably breathing a little bit lighter and a little bit happier about things.
Yeah, they are. And so let's see if Sri United can find somebody somewhere that can just kind of get this back under control. At the moment, pretty much, I think 7 and over required, is that right? 6 overs, 42 runs, so pretty much right on the rate. So even with that kind of disastrous no ball free hit situation, that's where you're just hanging in there.
They're going to go with Bilal Kadir. Once again, just checking his field, just moving the man who's at third slightly wider. Goes short, and he's going to get punished straight away. That's not a good delivery. And Fire McGall puts that away. But good luck finding that one. That goes into the area where all the big snakes are. So I'd leave it there if I were you and just ask for another. But there's a brave man that says, I can find it. I don't mind the snakes. Well, the snake charmer. He goes in there, and he gets it as well. Well, there you go. Well done to that man, whoever he is. He's very brave. Good shot. So Fire McGall now finally decided, you know what?
Yeah.
I'm going to play the game I like playing. Play some shots.
Well, again, can't criticise him if he gets there, but he's been given a pretty bad ball there to cash in. And he wasn't going to miss out. That was into bullseye territory as well. So now, Bilal has to get it right.
Just gets played out onto the offside. It's a clever batting from Fire McGall. He knows he's got the boundary. I'm quite happy just to say, right, okay, can now just take the single, maybe give Niraj Khanna a bit of the strike. So 3 or 4 deliveries himself. And he hits this beautifully. This will go. And that is a powerful hit over the point boundary, over on the offside. Just rocks back and hits this hard. Boom. Shaka. Lagya Kinna Sona. And see that one. Well, it wants to go into the clubhouse. Goes behind the stands.
Good shot, isn't it? Really good shot. Middled it.
Looks to take the single. Give the strike back to Fire McGall. Gets stopped. Bilal Kadir not happy about things. 2 boundaries being hit off this over already. And this was an interesting shot, just luckily enough for Niraj Khanna. There's nobody at the normal orthodox point position, otherwise that would have been a very straightforward catch. To gets the single after he hits his boundary, so back to Fire McGall. And yeah, it's a good decision to leave that one alone. Bilal just firing one in a little bit quicker, but goes too wide. Just looking to finish the over with a dot, but gets the direction wrong. And it has to be bowled again. This one was pretty wide as well, but Fire McGall, he's happy to just play this out into the offside, take a single, and off the 5th over. So 46 the score. So they're right. They're cruising now, aren't they? They made hard work of it to start with. There was that opportunity, remember, to get Fire early as well. They did take it. So now these two looking comfortable. Drinks, well, maybe Drinks are going to provide a wicket. It's like we've got a bit of a sail behind us.
Cruising. We might be cruising away soon. Because it's the first time the wind's here. I don't know if this is a good sign or not, because there's been a bit happening. Do you know there was quite a big earthquake in Italy, 5.5.
Was there really?
Yeah, and luckily we're probably far enough to not be affected by that. But we haven't really had any wind at all. The fact that we've finally got some, I don't know if that means the rain's coming or not. Hopefully not. Hey, let's have a look at what's coming up in this second match in Spain. This is only 10 minutes away, so after this finishes, you might be able to get a peek at some of this. And look, Italy made such a good start, but they collapsed to be all out for 107, and Germany knocked it off without losing a wicket at all. So this is the second match, and once again, Italy, well, they're not deterred by that. They're going to win the toss, and they're going to elect to bat there. So Charlie's over there watching, and if you'd like to watch, you can also watch it on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. But yeah, I think Germany, it might be a few guys wanting a hit. Talakan with a pretty good 69 or 59 balls. Grant Stewart made a good start as well for Italy. He made 54 or 40. But you know who turned it around? Muslim Ashraf from MSC Frankfurt.
Well done to him.
He's a friend of the show. And he took a double wicket maiden actually to start a collapse where I think it was something like 6 wickets for 16. Italy lost. And even though they rebounded to get over the 100, it just wasn't enough. So, yeah, plenty of cricket coming your way. And, of course, that game should go even past the end of quarterfinals Friday. So when we finished here today, if you are following the ECS principally, you can turn over and you can watch the end of that. So, yeah, plenty of cricket. And big thank you to everyone over there in Desert Springs that are working on behalf of Spring Productions. Charlie's over there. Martin's is over there. Michael, of course, is there. Samir and Manav are there as part of the Blue Crew. And loving your work. Right here, though, writing's on the wall for Sweetie. There's now or never. And it's going to be the headbanger. Arslan Ahmed to come and bowl over number 6. With just 26 required of the second half. And that's not a good start. It is no ball 4. And really, time to wake up the fat lady, because I reckon that Sweetie United, they could be looking for the exits.
Yeah, not a good start at all, is it? It's a bad ball, full toss, gets put away, and also, well, to make matters worse, that ball never happened, but the runs go on. That's 5 from nothing. Whatever they get from this one, the free hit gets added onto that for the score of this one ball.
Yeah, and Mughal, well, he's kind of a free hit specialist. I think feel like he could hit a 6 most balls, but just doesn't want to take the risk. I suppose that's fair enough. He has been delivered a bit of fruit. Free hit time. I like the appeal. It's too high anyway. And it's free hit.
Yeah, it's into the body. Better delivery, though. It's a slightly quicker one from Arslan Ahmed. The slower ball has worked well for him. There's been times when he's managed to deceive one or two of the batters, but just gets it wrong. Let's see if he can now he's got his line where he can get a good one in here to Niraj Khanna. That's better delivery. Niraj is quite happy just to get bat on the ball, work it away. Difficult one, isn't it, to set the field here now? I mean, what are you looking to do? Try to keep it tight, or do you bring everybody in or bring them back?
Yeah, it's a real tough one. I mean, you need dots, don't you? If you're going to lose, you might as well lose quickly. Gamble on dots, probably maybe think about bringing people in. Because the thing is, for the most part, Mughal hasn't looked to force the issue. He's been happy to just dot up the good balls. Been very selective. I think probably overly selective. But anyway, he's out there and he's done a pretty good job. I think when you look at the results, just 19 to win now.
It's going to be quarter wide, so once again, not a good delivery. Letting himself down, so it looks like Marsa looking to knock these off pretty quickly.
So yeah, Sweet United trying to turn something around. It might a miracle.
Well, this is a long way up in the air. Has it got the legs to go? And the fielder, I think he stepped over the rope here for sure. And that is going to be 6 runs. And unfortunate for Asif Shah. It was always going to be a tricky one because it goes up the air a long way. You can see the wind is blowing around, so the wind's going to take a bit of this as well.
It's actually a pretty good catch, but it's the second touch on the juggle. The juggle wasn't third or fourth there, and once he touches the rope and the ball at the same time, that's one of those ones that he could have actually been over the rope and not be touching the ground and could have kept juggling it, but yeah, there was just a moment there where he's touching the rope or over and he's touching the ball. So that pretty much sums it up, doesn't it? So when you're juggling, you've got to make sure you don't go too far into the audience, and that's unfortunately what happens to Shah. Maximo time. And now it's a matter of time, isn't it, until Marsa book their place in the semi-finals.
Yeah, and looking good, isn't it, for the teams from Group A. So maybe the rest is good. There's Marsa. Look to get there now with Khanna. He's just quite happy just to fend this one off and to see off the over of Arslan Ahmed. He goes with 15 in it. 61 after 6 overs. Just that 1 wicket down. Well, this partnership continues after it was no Khosla. He's the only man to forward. He was caught behind by Hari Krishnan at the bowling of the captain, Umal Hope. But again, go back to that. I mean, why does the captain... I mean, you saw there his first over, over number 2, just goes for 3 runs.
Yeah.
Why doesn't he come back? The only way you're going to win this match is to bowl those sort of figures and take wickets.
They had him on the back foot, didn't they?
Yeah, you got to, when you got the team on the hook like that, you've got to keep the pressure on. There's no, I mean, what is he saving himself for? That's the question. He's still got an over. What is he saving him up for? Is he really expecting to bowl the 10th over here? As Mohammed Kasim comes on, this is a glorious shot. It is such a good shot. It goes all the way. Balle, 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 kinna sona. Boom. Shaka lag gaya. Que guay, que grande, que genial. Que forza tienes esta hombre. There's that 6 more. Manos arriba from the umpire. He's so quick onto it. It's Fahim Mughal. He's eyeing up a 50 here. Well, Maximo would win it. A 4 would tie the scores. Maximo will also give him his 50. And he just blocks this away. No run. I think he's waiting for the perfect delivery to get the 6 for the win. And also for a very fine 50. Qasim Mohammed gives him that delivery, and this is out of here. Balle, 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 brrr. Well, there you go. That's the way to do it. Fine Mughal. Shaba, shaba. Sare bolo shaba, shaba for Fine Mughal. बहुत अच्छी बैटिंग की थी, जबरदस्ती बैटिंग, gets his 50, 51 of 25 deliveries, and also not only does he bring up his 50 with that Maximo, but wins the match for Marsa and wins it in style.
Yeah, it does. And look, I maybe said I was being a bit negative towards Fanyan, but really, I suppose you look at it from his point of view, it's a clever innings in the end, because he's basically saying, look, if I'm still here, if I'm not out, there's no way that we're not chasing this down. That's probably what he's thinking. He doesn't want to get out early. He can understand that. I suppose the difference would have been in the middle of the innings if he had gotten out after being quite conservative in the start. But really, Marsa, well, they arrest the demons of the 25th of June 2021, where they were knocked out of the tournament after topping their group by the 4th place Sweet United. But there'll be no repeat of it this year, as Marsa, they are the 3rd team through to the quarterfinals. They will play the Warriors at 1 quarterfinal number 2. This is what's coming up next, last game of the day, and we have a bit of an extended gap until this starts. About 35 minutes until the first ball. It's the Edex Knights versus AUM. The news from the toss, the Knights, they've won the toss. They're going to bat. Just have a look at those players at the top of the order. Samuel Stanislaus and Basil George listed to open in with Dilip and Babu and Paul. They've got a lot of big hitters there, and I think they're bowling. That's what they've really been able to execute well in this series. AUM, look, don't forget the tank though. They'll be chasing. Prajapati's in there. Maybe he will click. So have Malik. He can be very dynamic as well. Jit Patel make up their top 4. So look, plenty of players on both teams to watch out for. That's a lot closer than it looks if you look at their group records as well. So that match starting in just over half an hour's time right here on the European Cricket Network. In the meantime, if you want to look at some international cricket, you can do on the other stream. But right now, let's have a look at this. And it was a kind of careful start, wasn't it? Backfired on Kosler. He didn't survive, but Fanya Mughal, he did. And he would finish this game early. Marsa getting the job done.
Yeah, getting the job done. Really, I think played it well. I mean, they're a little bit of overcautious start maybe, as we mentioned, from the 2 openers. And the concern always is there that if you're too overcautious and don't play your game, you could end up just giving your wicket away and then afterwards pondering why didn't you play your normal game. Well, I think Fahim Mughal, he soon decided, well, you know what, I think I am going to play my normal game. And this one was out of here. That was in the snake pit. And then we also said that was a cracking shot from Niraj Khan as well. That 6 over the offside there. And these two, well, then they got going. And to be honest, they were fed with some, well, lousy bowling as well. Full toss. That was a no ball that got put away. This one was an opportunity. By this time, it was probably a little bit too late. As if Shah does juggle and catch the ball, but in the process of juggling, he juggles his feet over the boundary as well. But Fahim Mughal then just thought, you know what, I'm going to finish this in style. He needed a 50 to bring up. He needed a 6 to bring up his 50, and he did it in style by almost putting the ball in the tennis courts. And that was the end of the match. It was done quickly, and I think you can see there from Qasim Mohammed, a very good player in his own right. He knows, as he congratulates Marsa, that well, today Marsa were just too hot for them. The better team, ending up being the winners and booking their place in the semi-final.
Yeah, look, if you're going to defend 70, you better bowl and field out of your skin. They didn't. I think there were just a few too many bad balls. You got to do what Gozo did to Marsa and really have the game of your life. So Marsa, they'll play the Warriors tomorrow. Now we just have 1 quarterfinal to go here on QFF. Quarterfinals Friday. It's the Edex Knights, who are batting first against AUM. So you can see, so far, the Blasters, the Warriors, and Master Cricket Club, they are through. They'll be joined by either the Knights or American University of Malta. And what should be a very exciting finals day tomorrow, weather permitting. let's have a look at the scorecard. And it was a kind of a slow start, I suppose. I thought maybe they were batting themselves into a hole. Kostler went after nicking his 7th ball for only 2. McGart was also pretty cautious, but he was able to turn it around. I think aided by some loose bowling. He ended up bringing up his 50 off the last ball of the match. Cutter with one really nice strike in there over the offside for 11 not out. As far as the bowlers went, Ulhark 1 for 3. He was the only wicket taker, and yeah, I'm with you, Rico. No idea why they didn't bring him back, because you see, then they bring on Azif Sharp. He was pretty expensive. I think in a game like that, you got to put all your resources up front. But maybe it's a case of the captain wanting to not bowl himself, but I think sometimes you have to go with the best option. Some of that is yourself. So Marsa, they get there with 21 balls remaining. Fairly one-sided game again. So will the close one be coming in the last game of the day? Join us very shortly to find out. We'll be back in 25 minutes, take you into quarterfinal number 4. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Rico Full with me. I'm going to tune in to Charlie Hunt over in Spain for a little while. You can too, but make sure you join us back here because it should be a good one. It'll be Boom Boom Basil and Super Samuel who will be opening up when we return in Malta for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Welcome back to the Master Cricket Ground. Beautiful Friday afternoon, quarterfinals Friday, and we're almost done, but there still is one more match and one more semi-finalist to be decided. Let's get ready for quarterfinal number 4. It's the Edex Knights taking on AUM, or the American University of Malta. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Stefan Gooch is with the two captains.
How you want to call? Heads the call. Tails.
I'm going to bat first.
Okay. Good luck, guys. All the best.
So it is the Knights that win the toss and they get to have a hit first. That does seem to be a bit of a trend, but we still got to bat well if you bat first. That's the thing. Just wind picking up a little bit as well this afternoon, and a lot of the time the bat is hitting into it. That might be a reason that we have seen some teams struggling, especially to hit the ball straight, but still the Knights, they certainly looked the goods in the group stage. They were 6-2, but were susceptible at times. They did lose a couple of matches along the way. But having said that, we know that they are a very good team. I think their bowling and their fielding has been on song. Let's see if they can keep that standard up here. They have had the day off despite being in Group B because their rest day was yesterday. Look, talking of the American University of Malta though, we know that they're a team that have had some success in the past. They've been improving all the way, and a little bit disappointed I think that they finished 4th. They finished with a 3-5 record, just edging out a place in the finals by net run rate only. But we know that they've got the tank Darship Tanker at the top of the order. And look, I think two teams that I think it's a lot more close than the finishing positions in their group would suggest. So 1 versus 4, but I think it's a lot closer than that. Well, Peacock Friday is almost over. We can enjoy this one. Quarterfinal number 4 on the way. Edex Knights winning the toss and having a bat. So over to Rico as we get ready for quarterfinal number 4.
Hello and welcome back to the final quarterfinal today. Quarterfinals Friday, also Peacock Friday, as well as it is the Knights that take on the American University of Malta. Expecting this to be a very tasty affair, and maybe another one that perhaps is going to be a lot closer and goes down to the wire. You see from the coin toss that it will be the Knights that are going to have a bat first, so they'll definitely be relying on a lot from Samuel Stanislaus and Basil George. Stanislaus, they're hoping that he can probably bat maybe all the way through the innings. Basil George give them a fiery start, and well, they'll be excited with the way some of the other batters have performed. I mean, Nias Puliril, he was absolutely sensational. One of the matches where he went berserk, smashing the ball to all parts of the ground. And also their captain, Avinash Dilip, also found some form. So, got some good batters that come good at the right time. This is what the bat versus ball war thinks about this one. The Knights, 92-90. So it's going to be a close match. They're feeling it's going to be a close one as well. And AUM, well, they are relying probably a fair bit on Abhishek Prajapati with bat and with ball really. But also Darship Patanka. The tank has got to be pretty big in this. And I think Jidesh Patel, the captain, needs to perform pretty well. Navdeep Gill, haven't really seen much of him. Be interesting to see what he offers them as well. So it's going to be Mahbub Ali who's going to open up. He, of course, is another good addition to AUM. If he can get going, he can hit the ball pretty well as well. Nice to see a fair bit of support here as well for both the teams as we start the final quarter-final here. Which one of these two teams will we see tomorrow? First delivery is down the leg side. It's quite a quick and spicy one for Stanislaus to have to deal with. Maybe a little bit too spicy also for Darship Patank. It rattles his gloves, but he's not able to take it cleanly. But the batter's quite happy on this occasion just to take the wide. So the first run's on the board, courtesy of the extra. Stanislaus looking to carve this away, misses out on it, dot ball. Stanislaus has been in good form. He's scored a couple of 50s in this series, and Basil George the other end. We've seen some of his firepower, though Basil, unlike Stanislaus on several occasions, got himself into the 20s, and but then giving his wicket away. So can he go big here today? And this one probably will be too wide. It is. So wide ball called, second extra in the over. He's got a good amount of pace about him. Just needs to get the ball in the right areas. Just having a look at this field. 4 men out on the leg side. One of them back on the boundary. Square leg is back. That's a very good delivery. And that's the areas that he needs to be in, especially with the ball zipping off the seam as it is here. Gets a good carry through, doesn't he? Nice delivery. Almost cutting Stanislaus in half there. Stanislaus, how long would he wait before he goes for a big shot? Well, tries to get this one past the fielders. They'll get a one, think about two. Wants to take him on. It's going to be close. He's going to be out. And this is a disaster. It's an absolute disaster. They get the wicket early. And it's going to be Basil once again running himself into trouble. And Basil George will have to go. And this one, I just want to see this again, whether this is the ball. Is it a direct hit on the stumps? Have a look at this. I think it is. I think the ball just catches the stumps and breaks the bails here. Basil wants to take on. Look, they always say never take on a misfield. Basil, he wants to go for it. And to his peril, he will go for, well, it's a diamond duck. It doesn't phase the ball as he gets run out. And that is great work once again from our production partner, Spring Productions. But Basil George, that is an absolute disaster. He goes without facing a ball, wanting the two. You can see both the batters, they're both agreed when they're going for the first. They both say, yeah, we want it, let's go. And it wasn't to be. Look, Prajapati, he picks up the throw, gets the direct throw in, and that's a great bit of work. You see more work there from Daniela. I think it may have been the bowler, perhaps. He caught a bit of that ball on his finger that wanted a bit of the freeze spray. So, yeah. And actually, it's not the bowler. It looks like that's more Rashid Patank. I wonder if that's the first ball that we saw that caught him on the finger. He seems to be in a fair bit of pain with it. And not sure what's happening here at the moment. There seems to be a bit of discussion. Maybe they're having a look at this again. I don't think there's any doubt about this. I think the ball does hit the stumps. And Rashid Patank, he's the one who seems to be in a bit of bother. Everybody seems to be around the umpire, so I'm not quite sure what the issue is here. But there certainly is an issue with Rashid Patank here. Not 100% sure what happened. Yeah, he's in a bit of issue, so I'm not sure what we missed here. But he doesn't seem to be very. It doesn't seem to be very good. Yeah, I think they're changing the keeper here, and well, she's thinking, well, you coming to me or am I coming to you? Let's see, Johnny G there in the background. He's watching with intent. No. Danielle is on her way back. I don't know where's the bag. Hang on. There is something. She just looks like she said, "Come with me. Come into my office. I'll sort you out." I think the only thing I can think of this is that one that he wasn't able to take early on. That was down the leg side. But, you can see though, there's no issues at all about the wicket. Prajapati, the man involved in that. Well, there's the treatment happening here, and we'll. Looks like we are going to get ready to start. Mr. Maxwell just got a bit of the giggles and he's trying to get me started, but no, I'm going to be a true professional here and get on with things. So the wicket does go down, and it looks like he's been joined out there by his captain, Avinash Dilip. Still in this first over, so obviously that the clock you can see there has been stopped. Now, here we go. Back to the action. Stanislaus has had to wait. Well, he goes for the aggressive hit, and he's got this right out of here. Bolle, kinda sona. Jaka Lagia, big hit. And Stanislaus, he's now got to put behind what's happened and be focused and try and get a big score on the board. And they're going to have to try and get this victory without any contribution from Basil. A nice shot, just using the pace against the bowler there. Bubali once more, slower delivery this time. Well bowled. Stanislaus now has to get his skates on as well, the captain, unfortunately, Jidish Patel, wasn't able to pick that up cleanly. Avanish Dilip, the captain. He comes out, and he's there because of that, the wicket, the direct hit that got out Basil George. Getting Basil, the big batter, out for 0, not facing a ball, going on the misfield. First ball then for the captain. Gets a fair bit of this. Once again, it's Prajapati, and this time, well, he wasn't able to pick this up cleanly. But, the batters do get through, and look, this is how important that wicket is. Of course, for Basil George, he's right up there, 221 runs. He doesn't even get a chance to face a ball this time round. So a lot is going to depend on these two out there now. At the moment, Stanislaus 152 and 103 runs scored by Avinash Dilip. On the other side, well, you can see how much they'll be relying on the likes of Dashit Patanka. The tank, 185 runs. And then also the man who's just doing the bowling there at the moment, Mahbub Ali, is going to be pretty key. Prajapati is just starting to find his form. With the ball, Prajapati has been key, along with the captain, Jidish Patel. And in terms of the nights, it's all been about just Matthew. He's been really good. And Nitin Babu, well, watch out for him as well. He bowls a very good line, and also extremely good catcher off the ball as well. And Basil Paul, he's going to get the ball to swing around a fair bit as well. So the thing is, though, we've got to try and get runs on the board first. So Samuel comes back into position. Needs to go to the other side. Jidish Patel, left armour, the captain, come on to bowl here now. Bowling to the opposite number captain. The two captains do battle. It's not a good delivery from Patel. The wicketkeeper struggles to hold on to this. Remember, makeshift keeper. Don't really know what the issue or how serious the issue also is to Dashit Patanka. Of course, they'll want him to bat. That's the big thing. As you see, Jidish Patel just reminding his fellow captain, Avinash Dilip, then he needs to go to the other side. So see there, the player behind the stumps is now Matthew. In the air, chance, and taken beautifully. No mistakes at all. Really nicely done. Just gets himself into position, doesn't make any mistakes. And it looks like that is Tariq Shah. Takes a very good catch. It's not the best of shots though. And it's another wicket that goes. Yeah, very good catch. In fact, it's the Navdeep Gill that takes it. Ajay on the back. But Stanislaus now, he departs. And the Knights, they're in a spot of bother. Stanislaus, just saw him play one aggressive shot down the ground for one big 6, but that's it. He goes for 8 of 6 deliveries. There's Gill taking the catch. And Jidish Patel, the captain, now in with the wickets. You just get the feeling here now with those 2 wickets, that of the 2 dangerous openers, Basil George and Stanislaus. It's going to be an uphill struggle here. Nitin Babu is the batter that now comes in. You see that absolute silence at the moment from the AUM camp. They're feeling that they're in a bit of trouble here. Hesitation, they decide against it. Oh, this could be another. Is the bat down? Is it not? Avinash Dilip doesn't look like he's concerned, but I tell you what, I reckon this is closer than you think. And they're just falling apart here. Have a look. He starts to go, and then he's in no. He shrugs his shoulders, no hurry to get back, and maybe only just, you know, only just. Just keep an eye on the bat, and I think just there he gets past the line. So not a lot in it. Only just does he get that bat down. You've got to buckle down here now. The Knights. 13 for 2. Again, a risky. Oh, well, what are they doing? The communication here between the two batters is terrible. Well, there he is. There's the Patank. He is on the field with his fingers taped up. Look, there's no communication at all. The two batters here just have to come together and say, hey, come on. You know, it's simple. Yes, no, that's it. And Jitesh Patel, he's disappointed that the throw didn't come in. But look, can't be too disappointed. He's got a makeshift keeper in there at the moment. This is nicely played away. That's a good shot. It's one that we've seen Nitin Babu play a number of times. It's his go-to shot. He just rocks back and guides this into that backward point area. Nicely played. That'll release some of the tension. So nicely played. Tariq Shah is the man that's taken the stumps. So, I mean, you can't be expecting too much from him. Just needs to, I think you're just basically saying to him, look, just try and stop him. Well bowled. Well, he does more than try and stop him. Takes that quite nicely. The Shah. Good delivery from Jitesh Patel, getting the ball in the right areas. Always difficult when you get that change of angle, of course. The left armour creates a difficult line, particularly for the right-handers to face. It's something that they're not used to. It's again, left arm over. And up in the air, loses his shape a little, but he gets enough off this. Prajapati thinks he's going to be in the action for a moment, but it's not to be. This one clears him, so it's another nice shot from Nitin Babu. He backs himself to get it. A big, clean swing of the bat. He goes all the way. 6 more. Una cita, una grande. Manos arriba, árbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. 6 más as the over comes to an end. And that's 2 overs down. And the score 23. But 2 wickets down, and they're the top 2 wickets. This is how the AUM side got themselves here. You can see net run rate was what it came down to. You see the Warriors finished above them on net run rate. And Gozo finished behind them. So maybe they were a bit fortunate, but the net run rate got them here. Prajapati. It's well bowled, nicely played, trying to get that in the gap, but the fielder is up to the task. Good pick up and throw. A very tense match. You can feel this is really tense. And we welcome back Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandhu, into our commentary position here. Vinny, a tense feel about this match.
Well, I mean, there should be tension because you've got 2 pretty good quality teams out there. Only one of them's going to survive. And oh, George doesn't even survive long enough to face the ball. No, all bust, no boom. This is such a good delivery. It's an in-swing and it keeps going. And Tariq Shah doing a pretty good job back there. I mean, this goes a long way. And he's more arms than legs on that occasion.
What a take this is. I said, well, they probably just want him to make sure he stops them. He does more than stop them. That's a fantastic one-handed grab.
Yeah, sure is. So, news. The tank is back on the field. He dislocated a finger, but he's back on the field only as a fielder. And the issue being there that if he stays off the field, and I don't think wouldn't be able to bat. Again, I don't know, dislocated finger, is that an external injury or is that an internal injury? That's the thing. I mean, it's not, you can see it. It's not like a blood injury. He's back out there, though. So he wants to be out there. He won't be keeping, though. And well, let's see if it inhibits his batting as well.
This is the big question, yeah. That's the big question. I mean, it can't be It's not going to be easy, is it? We did see a glimpse of him with the finger bandaged up. But Dupati, good delivery. This time he gets past Tariq Shah. Does well to get a bit of glove onto it, but there's a lot of swing. And you can see there, Rashid Patanka saying, yeah, don't worry, it's okay. Don't worry, just keep it there. You're doing okay, and he is doing okay. So these two, Dilip and Babu, very, very important partnership. Avinash Dilip not had too much of the strike at the moment. Remember, more than capable. We've seen him make a half century in this series.
Another good in-swinger. This one's back at Prajapati. He's certainly a player that is capable of turning it on, not only with the ball, but also with the bat. I mean, he's a bit frustrated, I think, that he couldn't score as many runs as he wanted to. But this guy, Nitin Babu, he fascinates me. I think, you know, he doesn't get so much of the raps with the bat, but he's a really clean hitter of the cricket ball.
Yeah, he certainly is. And a clever player as well. He's good at knurling the ball around on the offside as well.
Another good in-swinger. And what I'm not seeing here, as we see that ball getting away from Tariq Shah. End of the power play, it's 26 for 2. What we didn't see there is the batter getting across and trying to hit with the movement. He was always fighting it inside out. That was always going to be tough to Prajapati, who was really hooping the ball in. But at the end of that power play, I think AUM, they'll be the happier of the two teams, having removed the two initial threats of Basil George and Samuel Stanislas. They're gone, and we know that quite often if those two fail, the Knights can be a bit brittle with their batting lineup.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they are key, and the key to the success has normally been that one of those two has gone on and scored valuable runs for the side. That's not going to be the case in this quarter-final, so they're heavily reliant on this partnership here. And also, look, you've got to remember there was that Puli Royal who played a marvellous innings the last time we saw him. He smashed the ball all over the place. So they have got other batters that can come in and give the ball a good slog, but I think they just need to lay that foundation there first, and that's what these two have to do.
Yeah, you're not wrong there. So Jungid is going to come into the attack. Over number 4 on the way. Bowling to Dilip. He gets the ball, it's pitched up, and it's a brilliant catch. Unbelievable catch, and it's Kulthum Akram. It's the old Statue of Liberty play. Well, everything going right, but this was a proper super glue job just in the circle. He pulls down a skyscraper.
This is an absolute beauty. A one-handed grab, and he's got big smiles on his face. Of course he has. And they're saying, well, don't hurt that hand, because look, he looks like he's got enough of this to get it over the fielder, but he times the jump to perfection. And there you go, you called it. That is the Statue of Liberty catch. It's an absolute corker.
The thing is, he is so surprised that has stayed in his hand. I'm telling you that right now. It's an incredible catch. Well, you're going to remove another key batter, do it in style. And so I think Chunkin's pretty impressed about it as well. He'll take the wicket. And so 3 back in the shed. Dilip goes to an absolute classic catch. He goes for 2. It's 26 for 3.
Yeah, nothing going the way of the Knights at the moment, as they lose another key batter. Or not too many on the board. He goes for 2 off his 4. And, well, Janjit comes on to bowl, gets a wicket straight away. Doesn't get any better than that, or does it?
Pulirial comes in now. Again, Knights. Nothing too wrong with their run rate, but you know, this game for me now, it's back in the balance. Proper coin toss from here. Pulirial, he's another guy that's quite capable. Angle away, this should just be a single. So Pulirial's off the mark.
Yeah, just guides this away. Pulirial, a similar sort of shot that we've seen Nitin Babu play a bit. So here we go. Pulirial, he normally likes to play his shot. We saw him hit the ball beautifully the last time that we saw him. Smashed the ball to all parts of the ground. Is he going to be able to perform here today?
Jungid, he's the beneficiary of that fantastic catch from Akram. Now delivers a wide to Babu. He just looks powerful, doesn't he? He's tall. He's got the long levers. He's got a good swing of the bat. He's got a good eye. Loves this format of the game. And Babu's a guy, he's not too leg side conscious. He'll hit through the line of the ball. He'll hit straight. He'll hit over cover. There's a big gap over cover right now. Again, does he have the courage to attack in this situation? Well, he nicks. and it will be handled. Nice work there to keep it to 1.
Yeah, it's done very well, that part of the ground. He's that man in the field. I think that's Zohir Malik. Really good work from him. Yeah, Bully remember, it was 31 of 15 when the Knights played and beat Sui United by 42 runs, 103 to 61. So we know that he can give the ball a good whack, but different circumstances here today.
Comes in a bit, and yeah, they go on the hit. Has to hustle, gets there. So yeah, Knights. I'll be curious to see like how much they're willing to gamble here on still making that 100 plus, or whether they're just a bit more careful and trying to keep wickets in hand. It gets in a bit of a tangle, but it's always going to be a single. Last ball of the over coming up. Babu reaches. He spoils a wide here, but what he will do is retain the strike as we get to the end of the 4th over. Pretty good over. I think I'll remember that over though for the catch from Gulfan Akram, who takes an absolute hanger. And after 4 overs, the score is 31 for 3.
Yeah, it was a great catch, wasn't it? And it's a memory that he will cherish and treasure for a long time, and that's the beauty of the European Cricket Network. It's out there forever to see, thanks to our production partners. But yeah, what a highlight it was. The European Cricket Network making players' dreams come true. Well, which one of these two teams are going to have their dreams come true? One of them will make it through to tomorrow's finals day. The other will be eliminated. Who will it be? Well, stay tuned, because at the moment this is a nervy sort of start for the Knights, but they're just keeping the score ticking along. 31 for 3 or 4. I mean, they're probably around 10 runs behind where they would like to be, ideally, to try and get the 100 on the board.
Prajapati comes back in. You know, he's a good player as well. He's a guy that bowled a very good first over. So Knights, their backs against the wall here. No matter what you do in your group stage, I mean, they've got themselves in a position where they've topped the table. They're playing the 4th ranked opponent. But I mean, AUM, they're a pretty good team to finish 4th, like I said earlier. Yeah, Babu, just a shade better than run a ball right now. I think he needs to up his game. He tries, but once again sliding into him. So just being strangled at the moment. This is a good performance from AUM.
Yeah, there's the picture of the tank. You can see he's a little bit hurt at the moment. He's got that, looks like he's the small finger or the 3rd finger on his left hand that's been bandaged up quite badly. Once again, it's into the body, and this is where I think both the batters, they need to be trying to find a way to put that away. There he is again. So yeah, it looks like those 2 fingers have been taped up, and he's not going to be able to bat like that, that's for sure. So he's going to have to go through the pain barrier when he's holding the bat. I'm assuming that he will have a bat. We don't know. We'll have to wait and see, because that will be a concern if they do AUM go through and progress tomorrow as well.
Another good in swinger. He still is determined to go inside out, Babu, and hold his shape. So, I mean, it's always a risk if you want to go across the line, but it's almost a risk taking. I think it's Prajapati, who at least you're hitting with the movement. Yeah, I think Patanka, he wouldn't be out there if he didn't plan on batting and opening the batting, at least trying. You know, it's annoying, but obviously, if he's fielding, I assume they pop the finger back in. Saw the expert work there from Daniela. Yeah, you always just hope it's there's not a little crack in it as well. And it can be uncomfortable as wicket keepers. You know, often you'll have a few little cracks around those hands. Some get fixed, some don't. That's Patanka. He's a key to the chase, that's for sure, for AUM.
Japati, tidy so far. What a spell it's been. Just 5 runs from the 11 balls he's bowled so far. Can he finish it off well? He'd love to get a wicket.
This is the one that doesn't swing. I think it's a deliberate variation. It's called a wide. Tight call. I don't think he'll mind having another ball, though. I still think this is another opportunity for him to get Babu. Can't really see because his beautiful hair is in the way. Do have a suspicion that catches some of the line.
Yeah, Aftab Khan and Umpire Amar, the men out there at the moment. The umpires, once again, have had a very, very good day. Been well led by Stefan Gooch.
Inside out again. It's been the go-to, so he survives. Prajapati, Babu hasn't done too much damage yet. He's run a ball 15 as we get to the end of the over. It is 37 for 3. Very, very good afternoon. Geez, I'm going to miss Malta a lot. I know we've got one more day here tomorrow. Now, hopefully the weather holds. That's something that we're always keeping an eye on. But it's been absolutely wonderful to be back here. A big thank you to everyone that's made us feel so welcome. And I know that tomorrow, fingers crossed, that the weather stays good. Reminder, you can follow us on our social media, and also you can look at our website, europeancricket.com. A lot happening at the moment with the ECIs as well, but Malta, it's always a really special place, and we always love coming here, don't we?
Yeah, it's beautiful. I mean, look, it's almost like become a family to us, isn't it? It's the fourth time that I'm here. We know the players really well, but I think the other good thing about coming to Malta is, apart from, of course, it's a beautiful country. I mean, the landscape is fantastic. It's a nice place to be in, and always walking along that promenade, and very cosmopolitan as well. I was saying to you the other day, the number of people that you meet that are from all different parts of the world. It's a great place to be, lots of things to do. So certainly, if you've never been to Malta, definitely worth coming to. And the promo videos tell you what it exactly looks like. But no, one thing I was going to say about the players, it's good to come back here and see the players that we know are already playing, but also the new players and the new teams. Cricket is growing hugely out here.
That is something that we've mentioned a few times, and it's a great facility here at Mars. I know they're working on some other facilities as well. I know the ground in Gozo, there's big plans for that as well. So I think that will also allow them to scale up and maybe play some more competitions, some more games concurrently. So I think that's really exciting. So big thank you once again to everyone for having us here in Malta. It's always a pleasure to come here. We were lucky enough to come twice last year because there was a slight change of plan in the middle of the year, so at fairly short notice we organised a relocation of a series to Malta. It was about 40 degrees, had to be the hottest series that we did last year, but we certainly enjoyed it nonetheless. And it's great to be back. This is our 4th ECS in Malta. I'm trying to think of places that have had 4 European Cricket Series. I mean, Barcelona might be close. Anyway, here we go with the second half of this first innings, and it's Sunil Jangid to bowl. And this is a miss-hit. And it will just be a 1. So, AUM, certainly the box seat. Babu has not hit his straps yet.
Yeah, he's only managed to find 1 that he sent sailing out of the ground. But other than that, I think it's a 1, 4 and a 6. So, and Pullaria, he hasn't got going at all. We know that he can, and now's the time to do it, the second part of this match. Well, this pretty well, will drop just before the fielder. They'll take the single. That's the other thing, the ones that they have hit, 9 out of 10 times they've gone to fielders. So just looking to keep the squeeze on here. Jangid coming in once more here too.
Yeah, Babu, it's going to go one way or the other. He's going to come good, or he's just going to stay in this gear the whole time. Again, they're bowling really well to him because he's one player. He doesn't want to step across and challenge the leg side. He wants to go through basically the natural arc of a batter, which is kind of straight to cover. So you look at that footwork, he backs away. Yeah. He's one guy that, you don't want to give him the width. They've bowled really well to him so far. This time, to give him width, he backs away and can barely reach it. Get just a single. You don't mind that at all. Yeah, so the Knights, who were really the form team, I mean, pretty much a week ago when they entered the competition, they blew apart overseas. But, just with Basil George going without scoring, with Stanislaus going early, and Babu, who's been there for a while, hasn't found his feet yet. Now he tries, and he should be gone, and he's dropped. Well, remember that moment. Zohaib Malik really should have done better here. He'll know that. Babu gets lucky. In fact, that's Pullaria, Pullaria, who reached it up. Of course, Babu got the single last ball. And Zohaib Malik, well, he went back, and he won't want to watch that replay. And Babu, can he cash in on the mistake? He sure can, and he blasts this. Maximo! Well, falsely accused him of being dropped, and Nitin might have just heard that. And remember, he wouldn't have been facing if that cat was taken. That time, he gets it where he wants it, and he smacks it for 6.
Yeah, I mean, that could be the turning point. Could be the moment where the acceleration comes in. I mean, they have bowled well to him. It kept him frustrated. But that one, I mean, you know what he's going to do. You know which way he's going to come at you. So I just think that Jangid just gets the line slightly wrong there. And it is Nitin Babu who's able to get his second Maximo off this innings. 47 now, 3 down at the end of 6.
Yeah, still, where can they get to? 6 over check-in time. I mean, with someone like Babu there, he's more than capable of giving you 15 to 20 run overs, things like that. I mean, if they go at, that's the best case, 15s from here, they could get 60, they could still get 100 plus. One mistake, though, that's the thing. And apart from that shot, he hasn't looked likely in this innings. Pulariel, he survived a scare last over. And this looks pretty close, and it's gone. He got a long way across there, didn't he? Kantala comes into the attack with immediate effect. So Pulariel gets to life, but doesn't last a lot longer. Let's see this stump to stump. I have a suspicion it was Plum. And I think, if you look at that, I think it's certainly Plum. So Nias has to go. And the partnership is broken. It will be the 4th wicket. It's 47 for 4. Pulariel goes for 6.
Yeah, the first one is really trying to send out of here. But clever bowling, good bowling change as well. Takes the pace right off. These guys are want pace on the ball. Certainly Pulariel goes for the big one. And, well, I think that's an easy decision for Aftab Khan. Puts the finger up. So just when I thought they had a bit of slice of luck, Pulariel was dropped. And the drop was an easy chance really, wasn't it, from Zohab, and then the single allowed Nitin Babu to hit the next ball for 6. I thought that could have been the turning point, but not to be, because Pulariel, he goes, this is the way he goes, LBW in front, good start from Kantala.
Yeah, Kantala knows, I think straight away, he goes to run and said, whatever running I do here, I feel it's probably wasted energy, because I have a feeling it's going to be in vain. Kantala gets a spot on. Prajapati's looking at that going, well, I bowled my heart out for 2 overs, I deserved a wicket. And how come Kantala comes on and very first ball gets the batter just to swing across the straight one. Again, Prajapati's running in and putting effort in. Kantala just comes in off a couple of steps and wanders the arm over. But still, I think that Abhishek Kantala's a pretty handy bowling option. Both Paul coming in immediately wants a conversation. Wonder what this is about.
Yeah, having a conversation with the umpire at square. Not sure what he's saying to umpire Amar there, but
he didn't want to rub down for luck, did he, Bose? Because I mean, that was his.
He didn't whisper to him, say, "Hey, Humps, I've forgotten something." I wonder.
This is missing, but he'll scramble through for a leg by. What do you think he said?
I think he might have said, "Hey, Humps, I think I left my box behind. Can I go and get it?"
Oh, well,
I don't know.
It was close to it then.
There's definitely something. I'm just wondering if there's been a bit of walkie-talkie conversation to the.
I wonder who gets the honour of bringing the box out, and can you put on Daniela's rubber gloves? That's the question.
Yeah. Well, that's just a suspicion. This one, he goes for it, and it's going to drop short of the fielder. He'll take a single.
Yeah, change of personnel. So, yeah, Bose is out there now. Nitin Babu, again, another miss hit. That's one that he does decide to go across. Maybe because of the slower bowler. Bose get off the mark. Some bat on this, and he will get off the mark this time, but just a single. Brings up the 50, but with a third of the innings remaining. Yeah, Edex Knights. It's almost now or never to launch something. AUM. Looking at their batting order, they've listed Patanka at the top, no surprises there. Prajapati at the top as well. Zohab Malik at 3. Jit Patel at 4. Yep, this should be gone. Well, he almost gets back here, you know.
I think he may have just got back, you know. Let's have a look.
Remember, the Zohab Malik, yeah, it's not Zohab Malik, pardon me. The keeper is Tarak Shah. Well, he grounds it, but I think he's just gone.
Yeah, he's out.
This is everyone's dream, to be reserve keeper and take a stumping. But we'll wind that back a little bit. You can see he's just out. So, hey, I'm going to give him some credit here. We haven't seen Tarak Shah doing any keeping ever, but he takes a very good stumping. And that will be the end of Bose Paul. It's pardon me, that's Nitin Babu.
Yeah, Babu goes.
Yeah, Babu's going to have to go. And so his innings comes to an end as he wildly charges at Kantala, who has 2 wickets now. And yeah, right now, AUM strengthening their grip on this innings. It's 50 for 5.
Yeah, I was just about to say, look, if they could get to a score of 80-something, then knowing that the bowling attack that they've got, you know, I'd still back them to maybe defend it if they can get the earlier wickets, and also don't know about the fitness of the tank and how much that hand will hinder him. But they've got to get there first, and that losing that wicket there, that is going to hurt them. As a new batter comes in, and it's Sharju.
Let's pull the over. Well, this is a thick head, should be stopped, but he just does a proper Sydney Harbour Bridge job. Had to get off his feet there, but he didn't want to, and unfortunately, That will go to the boundary. Is that Patanka, though, in that position?
No, that's normally it's Zoheb there. Let's just see if it is Malik. That's where he's been fielding.
No, I think that looks like a tank running away to his left. Anyway, he was so quick we didn't actually see. But anyway, it's the end of the over. 54 for 5, so they do get a boundary. So like whoever wins this game plays the Blasters in semi-final 1 tomorrow morning. We already know semi-final 2 is Malta versus the Cedar Warriors. And then we'll have a slightly shorter break than usual because of the sunlight fading pretty quickly these days in Malta. But we'll have the bronze final as match 47 and then followed by the final. And it'll all start at the same time, though. It's 7:30 a.m. GMT. It's 8:30 in Central Europe. It's 1 p.m. in India. Join us for finals day right here from Malta. Plenty of cricket coming away on ECN over the weekend. Well, here's Zoheb Malik. This is a challenge ball. Wow, he's so lucky to get away with this. I know this spins back, but where is it when it passes the line? Yeah, that's a big wide, I think.
Yeah, I think that it does catch the line. Should be called Zoheb.
He gets it a bit more in anyway. Yes, that's another frustrating one for AUM.
He is one that has taken some taps. I remember a couple of games where his first over's been okay, but his second over they do get hold of him because he does bowl it sort of in that slot. If you've got the right shot, if you can get under it, you can send him away.
It goes after this. Prajapati launches, can't get there. Maximo. Well, they need somebody to fire, and there's Vishnu Sharju who comes in and he gets enough to get over Prajapati.
Yeah, well, I think we might. Prajapati is thinking about maybe he needs to call the medic as he pulls up here. He's holding a bit of a muscle in his buttock there. Then Daniana could come on and put her gloves back on again.
He gave it everything, didn't he? And yeah, it's an interesting kind of total here where they could go 80s. If they go 80s,
yeah, I think 80s with their bowling attack,
par, isn't it? Yeah, you think about their bowling attack. It's true. So many ways they can win a game. The Knights do have the most complete attack, I think, in this competition. And yeah, they still have to bowl well though. That's the thing. Says Akram, who took fantastic catch earlier on. So the other way it could go though is you get these guys and run through them, and maybe you can still keep it to something in the low 70s.
Oh, this is a wide, but why does he play this ball?
Yeah, exactly.
Why does he play this ball?
Sometimes, you know, it's worth hanging one out there just to see if they take the bait. And this is one. Sharju's so keen to hit boundaries, and I get that, but you just got to know that this one's going to be called wide.
Yeah,
Let it go.
He almost trips himself over playing it, but that was the end of the over as well. They finished 64, 5 wickets down, so 12 deliveries to come. Yeah, I still do think if you can get to an 85 score here, it's going to be very interesting because I think the Knights certainly have got some really good bowlers there. Remember, Jais Matthew will cause troubles, Boss Paul as well. Nitin Babu's been really good. You know, there's like Justin Sharju's there as well. Yeah. So they've just got to make sure that they can just finish here. Well, 12 deliveries to try and get, well, if they can get 20 plus runs here.
It's big 12 balls in the game, I think. Mehboob Ali is going to bowl. Low full toss, just the one. Would you take 76 here? Would you take a run of ball if you were the fielding side? Probably. Would you take it to the batting side? Probably. I don't know. It's an interesting one. I mean, you just feel already, if A went back well, they should win this. If they don't, they won't. But Knights are not going to make it easy for them. Out comes the helmet. Helmets, plural. So I think it's always a good idea to don the headwear.
Yeah, the pace coming on with Mehboob Ali, it makes perfect sense.
Good ball. Pace from the 12th man as well. I like that. Not wasting any time. Yeah, so yeah, Mehboob, the powerful striker with the ball himself. We didn't mention him yet. He's listed at 6. That seems a bit low, to be honest. I think he's got a bit higher. Short and angled in. Both will not turn up the volume on this one. We'll just get a single.
Gets good bounce, doesn't he? Mehboob Ali's a strong lad. He does hit the ball into the deck hard, so he gets good response from it to see if they're able to get him away. And a bit of a swing and a miss there from Vishnu Sharju. Nothing. I think you've got to try try and get inside this and either look to hook over the leg side or look to play the uppercut shot. Not easy though, because he does bowl a very teasing line. And they'll try and come around the wicket here.
I'd
Not
be
sure
getting
why
a-
the
I'd be-
change.
I'd be getting across. Oh, this one gets through. See, this is one, you're not going to be LBW from the way he's bowling. So get across and try and get inside of it. I think that's probably the thing. You see, if anything, he's backing away. He's letting it go the other side of him. That one was upstairs as well, wasn't it? It's the one for the over. To pitch up a bit. I still don't think he's pitching up that much. See, and this is up. And this time he's going to try and go offside. Again, just a single. So yeah, Mebu Bali stepping up with a pretty useful over here in the ninth. And the Knights, they want to launch 80 plus, but he's making it really tough for them.
Yeah, he's bowled well. I wonder who's going to go and bowl the last. Or would they go back to Zoe Malik? I think it might be a bit risky, but we'll have to wait and see.
This is just a single to finish the over. Post Paul hasn't quite found his feet yet, but he is still there, and it's the end of 9 overs. It's 68 for 5. Can the Knights get the dozen they need to get to 80, or will they be swinging in the 70s? We'll have to find out as we head into the last over of a very fascinating quarterfinal number 2. Quarterfinal
Yes.
number 4. I don't even know what
Number
the day is.
4.
Number
yeah.
4, right?
But it's been a low-scoring sort of day again, hasn't it? We've seen a few days where those scores have gone up, but look, first one, 69. What they put on the board, and the Blasters getting there with 11 balls to go, and then we see the Warriors, well, they got to 100, 115, thanks to a good finish. But Southern Crusaders 88 for 9, and then the one before this, we United 71 for 7. Marsa getting them pretty comfortably. So it's not been a high-scoring quarterfinals day.
Here's Jit Patel, finish things off. And this one is blasted through cover for 4. What a cricket shot. Yeah, Paul enjoys this angle, it goes across him. And he's been looking to go this area the whole time. He's been a bit cramped, but Jit angles into the wheelhouse. What a good shot.
That's a great shot. Look how quickly he gets himself into position. He creates that by getting into the right position. Jitesh Patel just continues with what he was going to bowl. Doesn't take into account the movement from Boss Paul. That's a delightful shot. Gets them in the 70s now.
See, this is one time I would probably go around the wicket if I was Jit Patel and try and take that away. It's been a pretty effective tactic through this innings to cramp the batters up. Boaks wants the same again, I think. It does go a bit straighter.
We're going to run here.
This is mishandled by Tariq Shah.
Got to
Again,
come back.
Pataki, you can see he's got that left hand strapped. That was the finger that he dislocated. He did start the innings as wicketkeeper, Darshan Patanka, but because he dislocated a finger during the early part of this innings, he's gone off, got treatment. He's come back not keeping though. And that's all about being on the field. He's just hiding at fine leg right now because they want him to bat. I'm sure about that. So, more to come. This is launched and it's going a long way. Maximo! Well, the late runs are coming. Bosport was slow to start, but he likes to look at Jit Patel and he raises the score to 78.
This is a terrific hit. Really is. We saw him using his feet earlier coming down the wicket and playing an excellent shot through the covers. This time he stands in his crease and he whacks it straight over the head. So, are they going to get into the 80s? Get into the 80s and it's game on, I'm telling you.
That is the 80 actually. After that, now there's more. Do they go 2 here? I mean, he's got the hot hand. And now you might as well. They were always looking for that. And now I think this is where you go, yeah, okay, sure. Vishnu Sharju has had some good shots of his own, but sometimes when you're up in a contest like Bosport is right now, as soon as this gets past the bowler, they know they're going.
Yeah, very good running, very good.
Good awareness.
Yeah, I'm not sure about running across the wicket though, there from Bosport, but still, they were looking for it and they got it.
Yeah, as long as he doesn't run into anybody. All right, so I'm going to keep going, and the next one is lifted away. Should just be 1, but they're going to take on the 2, even though this will be run out. Again, clever, I think. You've got Bosport. He's winning this battle, so you want him to face as many as possible. He's sucking in the big ones right now, but it will be 1 run and a run out. Again, that's just good awareness. I think maybe now that's the 80. I think it was right the first time. Anyway, I've got it as 80 for 6. And Vishnu, well, he felt he's on some sort of beep test there, but he had to keep running. But he does well for his team, and well, he's actually a big part of that resurgence that has seen them get to the 80, and still a couple of balls to go. As Vishnu Sharju that is, has run out for 14 off 8, 80 for 6. My guess is when this happens, there's a 1 short that hasn't been picked up yet. tell you in a second. Got 2 to come. Swing and a miss. They
This is
run,
out on it,
and they'll
and
be run out. So I'm not so sure why you do this. I think on the screen
I think it's because the last ball of the innings, buddy. That's the reason why they go for it.
right, fair enough.
So
It was a short run. When they ran 2 byes at the start, it was a short run. That was where the confusion is. So yeah, just checking on this now. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it will be the end. And so my guess is that we may end up with around 82. Again, why does this always happen at the 10th over? I'll tell you why. Because pretty much everything is happening in this 10th over. I'm going to go 82 for 7. That's what I'm going to go for. Target 83, regardless. It's in the grady 80s. Could be a very good game. And maybe, Rico, we'll get that golden ball we've been waiting for.
Well, maybe. Well, that was a disastrous start for Basil George. When it was no boom-booms here from him. It was nada. He didn't even get to face a delivery. He was run out for a diamond duck. And the only boom-boom we saw was the boom-boom to the little pinky there of the tank. He's a big lad, but he was in all sorts of trouble. I think dislocated one of his fingers, but he did have to come back on the field of play. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to bat higher up the order. All sorts of rules and regs come into play. So he did stick it out there for his team. Another fine catch taken that time from Dabdeep Gill. And they had the Knights in all sorts of bother. And it was Nitin Babu who was finding a bit of form, hit a couple of boundaries. He hit a couple of maximals as well. But what about this? What a spectacular catch that was from Gufam Akram. A one-handed stunner. A little bit of a jalebi catch here on quarterfinals day.
Yeah, that was an incredible catch. We haven't seen too much of Akram, but he'll certainly enjoy that replay. And he had hot hands as well, because he had plenty of high fives coming his way. But the funny thing was that, Babu just couldn't get going. Nitin Babu, you saw the pillory heel where he got dropped. Didn't cost him that many in the end. Babu, this is the one he did lace. And look, that's just a sign of what he can do.
Yeah.
He just wasn't able to do it for the most part. It was plum LBW. Kantala getting wicket with his first ball. And look, in the end, low 80s. We're still trying to confirm the final score. But I do think when it comes down to it, it'll be a very interesting finish. Got to say, pretty good job as well by the backup keeper, Tarak Shah. Meant that he didn't bowl, but always nice to get a stumping. He wasn't planning to do the keeping, obviously. Vishnu Sharju came out, made a pretty important contribution as well, and just kept things rolling towards the end despite the loss of those wickets. That was a good one. It just got over Prajapati. He looked a bit sore and sorry for himself as well. But some good late hitting. Both Paul then came good, didn't he? This was probably the shot of the innings for me, just using the angle. And Chit went for quite a few in that last over. And so Knights hitting the ground running. They do get to what I think is around about a par score, but they do have an above par attack.
Yeah, they certainly do. That's the thing. That's why I was saying, if they can get themselves to the 80 score and get those early wickets, they know that, look, both these two teams are very similar. Both have got strong batters, but not too many of them, really. The others can make small contributions, but if you're going to score the big runs, it's really a couple of guys you need to get out early. Prajapati is going to be one of them. Zohib Malik as well, and then, of course, Darshit Patanka. But, of course, his fitness to hand, how much he's going to be able to perform with that injury, we'll have to wait and see. As we have a look at that scorecard, I think Nitin Babu, he played a very important role there in the middle, especially when you see the top three, Stanislas, George and Dilip, failed to produce. And then, of course, a very valuable 18 of 13 deliveries from Bospal gets them to the score in the 80s. 82 for 7 it will be. And look at the bowling figures. Look, nobody really disappointed. I think everybody bowled well. Jinesh Patel, he'd be a little bit disappointed with that final over, of course, with that many games. But look, that's always going to happen. But he was brave enough to bowl it. All the other bowlers bowled really well. 2 wickets there from Quintala. I think he was fantastic, but he only got the one over.
Yeah, that's the thing. They could have brought him back in the last 82. That's what we've got. I'm not sure if that incorporates the one short or not. So the target, I think it's 83 based on what we see there. There's a chance a run might come off that. We'll get that confirmed during the break, but we'll be back here. And when we return, it will be the final innings of quarterfinal Friday. Who will be the last team through the final stage? Join us very shortly to find out. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full. Back very shortly with the final stanza of QFF. You're watching ECN, and this is the FanCode European Cricket Series Malta.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to the Malta International Cricket Ground when you get ready for the last innings of the day of quarterfinals Friday. And it's going to be the innings of the American University of Malta. They are requiring 83 if they are to book their place in tomorrow's semi-final. The Knights though, we know that they're a strong team. Got a good strong lineup of bowlers. Most of the bowlers, the likes of Matthew and Boz Paul, do get the ball to shape away viciously. That they need to take these wickets early. They've struggled with the bat, but I still do believe that they've got themselves, despite losing big wickets, all of the top three very cheaply, including Basil George going for a diamond duck. They have managed to get themselves to a score in the 80s, and I think a team like the Knights, with the attack that they have, can certainly defend that. Prajapati is going to be facing up first, and it will be Matthew to bowl. Here comes Matthew. Slippy is in place. Nicely played for Prajapati. Take the single. Once again, it's not a big run chase. The required rate just above the 8. But it's wickets that they want. Get some early wickets here. Get a few tight overs and trying to put that pressure on. Trying to get that rate up to around about 10. That's what they're looking to do. The new batter is Mahbub Ali. So they do go with Mahbub, and well, he's one guy that can really hit the ball big, and I think you've got to bat him in the power play, I believe. So Matthew now to Ali. Ali comes down and he hits this. So almost 2 feet off the ground. They look to take the 2, and well, I think he may just get back. Direct hit may have been interesting, but it's still worth having a look. I just feel that Matthew had a lot to do when the ball comes to him. Let's see here. He pushes it on, and yeah, he's in. The bat's already been slid in. And this is all about the batter, Prajapati, just running in the straight line. He doesn't deviate. He doesn't try to go around the bowler. He just says, I'm going to get there, whether you're in my way or not. And he slides the bat in and makes it home. So Mahbub gets the 2, but you see the way he charged Matthew. Wonder if he'll try and do the same. Matthew would surely be looking just to get the Yorker in. This time there's no movement. Wide called. Once again, the umpires have been very tight and very consistent on these. If there's anything anywhere near the line, they're calling this early. So it gets called. Here we go. Matthew. This one gets worked away. Take a single. I just think Matthew here, somebody like Mahbub, who's looking to come down and hit that and take you on. You just trying to, he's getting the swing. Just get the Yorker length delivery in. Trying to get him cleaned up, coming down, and then you're right into them. Then really the tank will have to come in. We don't know about his fitness. It's well bowled. Prajapati not taking any risk. 5 on the board. To a couple of deliveries to come in the over. It's got every time they're keeping that the score lower than the rate required when it's a low scoring match, and they're just making it that little bit more complicated for the batting side. That's what they're looking to do here, just keeping that pressure on. This one gets played away and they'll take the single. So I get the feeling here that Mahbub is looking for a big shot to finish the over. He knows get a boundary here, and it's a good start for the university. And if it's just a single or a dot, I think it would be the Knights that'll be boosted by it. So this one for me is a big delivery. In goes Matthew. Mahbub, oh, he does get a bit of bat onto it. It is the Yorker length delivery that I was asking Matthew to try and produce, and he does produce it. But Mahbub, to his credit, he plays it fairly well. And it's the end of the over. It is 7, so just below where they want to be. Number of matches now without that golden ball moves to 139. Well, we always say, I know when we're doing a lot of European cricket series around Europe, when we have these sort of scores, the grady 80s, we know that they can produce some very exciting finishes. Maybe we could be finishing the day with a golden ball, as Boss Paul is going to be bowling the next over. And we welcome back into our commentary position Vinny Sandhu.
Well, I hate to break it to you, that streak's going to come to an end. I've got the tingle. I'm not the only one. Mars, an official scorer, he just messaged me. He told me he's got the tingle, and he's all the way over there.
Okay.
So we could be on here. Here we go with Bose, and this is a no ball first up, and not a good delivery. It's going to run away for 4 as well. So yeah, Mahbub, he deals with that one pretty well. It was at the body, and it was kind of cramping him up. But yeah, it's a good call, and he gets it away for a boundary. Free hit coming up.
Yeah, well, that's a disaster. It's 5 runs from nothing. Whatever comes off this next ball, you can add to it. So Mahbub says, thank you very much, Boss Paul. He's better than that. Let's see if we can get it right. This time it's in the slot. So that's not a bad comeback at all. It will be just 5 off the first delivery. There's Mahbub. Just shakes his leg a little. That's where we clonked him. Maybe just on the inside of the pad. Yeah, he's feeding it a little. That's a little bit of stretching. But he gets hurt by Boss Paul. And he still says, hang on, boss. Wait. Boss Paul once again. In the air. Chance. Big moment. They're pointing at each other. Somebody's got to take it, and it gets taken. Well, Basil George, he hasn't been able to do anything with the bat. In fact, he wasn't even there if you think about it, because he never even got to face a ball. All he did was run and run out. But now he holds on to a catch, and what an important one that is. Mahbub, he will depart for 8 of that. Was the 6th delivery that he faces. George taking a very important catch. He's got a big part to play in this match, Basil George. I think the 2 overs that he'll bowl will be really key as well. But the first things first, they get the breakthrough. 12 for 1. Mahbub has to go, and it is Najib Patanka, the tank, who comes out. But he's a wounded tank, and you see how wounded he is. He needs players to help him out. And Samuel Stanislav says, don't worry, I'll sort you out. So obviously we know that it's the injuries on his left hand. It was the left hand was where he dislocated that finger. I'm not sure it was the small finger or the ring finger next to it, but both of them were taped together when he was in the field. The question is now, how is he going to manage with the bat, and how much pain will he go through every time he makes contact with the ball? So big moment here. And Boss Paul, he started with, tragically, And, no ball for, but now he's come back and he's taken the wicket off Mahbub Ali as he gets set to bowl now to the tank. Bad delivery, but a brilliant take. This is a sensational bit of keeping from Avinash Dilip. This ball hits the surface and takes off. What a take this is. Well, this was 5 all over it. That's really good work from the captain. Not a good delivery though from Boss Paul. That's a better one, on the money. Gets respected by Rashid Patanka. Boss Paul just a little bit inconsistency at the moment with his line. A very warm welcome back to everybody in the chat as well as this one's played out, and no run, he's in trouble. Oh, a direct hit and he's gone here. And also I wonder if the wicket keeper's a little bit slow here. Avinash Dilip getting into position. Let's have a look at this again. He wants to go, he gets sent back. Here's the throw, and well,
good effort.
Great effort. A direct hit is gone, and also liking what Avinash Dilip does. He knows he hasn't got the time to try and take the ball and take the bail, so he gets there and tries to lunge the ball onto the stumps. A great bit of action there, well captured by our production partners once again.
Yeah, so
in production.
We'll get to see how much that injured finger is bothering the tank. Both a couple to go on this over. Pretty good one. And tank's happy to keep it out. So yeah, about 8 overs required. So yeah, not a mile off the rate at the moment. Maybe a couple of runs behind, but yeah, Boast Paul, he's been very impressive in this series. And now he goes straight through the tank. And this was the off-cut. It's one that doesn't really swing out. Patanka played for it. He's gone for a duck. So he has a nightmare game, really, Dasha Patanka, in quarterfinal number 4. Well, first he was knocked off the field, and now he's knocked out of the contest by Boast Paul. And the second over finishes with the wicket, 13 for 2. Big one gone.
Yeah, disaster. And what we're seeing in this match, that the big guns that both the teams possess in terms of the batting, and the big guns don't get any bigger than the tank itself. They haven't fired. It's a misfire from him. He goes for a 3-ball duck, and just like that, this match is thrown wide open. 13 for 2 at the end of the 2 overs. And look, I just want to give a big shout out to, I know we get a lot of viewers that are tuned in from the UK. I know that in the UK, it's a big day in the UK. Yeah, listen, you'll love this day in the UK today.
Yeah.
National Roast Dinner Day.
Wow, National Roast Dinner
It's
Day is something I could
National
really
Roast
get around.
Dinner Day.
And they're having it on Friday. Okay, I can get around
They
that.
have it today, and it's all about, it's all a part of the National Schools Week, National Charity for Life, the day that honours the importance of bringing people together, and also a great way to encourage youngsters to, well, eat together and eat lots of nutritious meals. So, yeah, there you go. So, in the UK, if you're having a roast dinner, enjoy. And, yeah, I'm feeling very jealous. I love a good roast dinner.
Yeah, I do as well. I'm going to say there's some good Sunday roasts as well. I know it's not Sunday, but I know have been around Europe, and you can get some good roasts here. I'm a big fan, actually. And you know, for all the vegetarians out there, there's a lot of good vegetarian options as well on the Sunday roast. They're pretty accommodating these days. Wow, this one really jumps. Babu, this one rocks Prajapati. This takes the shoulder of that, maybe a bit of the glove even.
Yeah, good delivery. Just nips back, and he gets always good height, Nitin Babu. I mean, he's a bowler I love watching because he's sort of got 2 run-ups. He's got the run-up to bowl the ball and the run-up after he's bowled the ball. Then he comes again.
Need to wait. And next one's just a single. Yeah, Babu. He's a really handy bowler to come on in the 3rd over, isn't he? And yeah, key over, last over the power play. It's when batters are often trying to then attack. They might have just faced a few balls and they're ready to go over the top. But yeah, Nitin's a really tough guy to get after.
Zoe Malik, the new batter. Babu. Oh, this one. It's a feisty delivery. And not only does it have to be fended off by Malik, I think the wicketkeeper, the captain, Avinash Dilip, he has a few issues with it as well. That one just takes off again. We've had a few of these today. Look at that one go.
Has to be the one for the over. Just does everything, doesn't it? So Malik.
I don't think it actually goes over the shoulder,
Don't
though.
you think?
No. I don't think
that last angle is the one I was watching. It certainly gets up there. Whether it did at the point it reaches him, I don't know. He bowls an off-cutter, and there's plenty of protection in this area of the ground. It's good field placing, isn't it? Because he doesn't bowl too many straight at the body. So, yeah, I'm actually quite amazed. They've got the point and backward point. Third man's up in the circle, so you have a feeling they're good enough to get enough bat on it to get it out there.
Yeah, Prajapati also likes to play that shot a lot, so I think they set the field to him. Zohib Malik will probably be eyeing up more the mid-wicket corner area where he likes to play. Prajapati, though, he's got to really try and bat all the way through here for his side.
Drives. And, well, shy. Plenty of work for the backup fielder to do, but he does well. Make sure there's no extras. That's from Eason, who had to go a long way. Let's have a look at this. I think he was just in. Yeah, I think he probably would have just made it. Well judged by Prajapati.
Well, he's backing himself, isn't he, Prajapati? That's a couple of times that he's ran those close ones, but he does get there.
Babu wicketless, but he has been effective. Last ball of the power play coming up. Good shot, straight to the fielder. But don't think it carries. I mean, if it does, it only just carries, doesn't it? That's the 12th man, Ajay John, who's on the field. Let's have a look at this. I mean, it does well to block it. I never thought this was carrying. In the end, did it? Oh, yeah, it did, I think. It did carry. It was about as low as you could get. Ajay, I still think it's a pretty good effort, but it was a half chance. You'd have to say that. End of the power play, 17 for 2.
It's a superb stop, though, Vinny. I mean, okay, you can and ah, was it, wasn't it? I think he's done well there. I think that ball was testing for the boundary, and Ajay John, he makes a super save. Ajay John, of course, he's on the field at the moment because Vishnu Sharju is slightly injured, so he wasn't able to come on. So Ajay John out there making a very, very good stop. So where are we at now? 17 for 2. And this is Nibin. I don't know if you would say Nibin Jose here or Nibin Jose. But, let's just say Nibin for now. He's a new player. Haven't seen him for the night, so they're going with somebody new at this point. Which, when you still got the likes of Matthew Woodward over the bowl, Boss Paul, I would have gone back to one of them now because I just think you get another wicket or two here, you're in the match. I think they don't think this is a bit risky, maybe.
It's a risk, but a risk that might pay off. Always nice to see a player with my IQ on his back as well. Wearing the 218. Neiman Jose.
Is it Jose? Jose.
I think it's Jose.
Okay, we'll go with Jose.
Anyway, here we go, over number 4. And right on the money. I mean, he's obviously been brought in because he's trusted to do a good job, despite not having featured yet. But judging by that first ball, looking pretty solid.
Not a bad start, is it?
Yeah. Malik's got to get going here. And he won't. He has to get going another way. And Jose goes bang! Full straight. Not the first time we've seen it today. Malik can't deal. AUM lose 3 wickets early on in this chase, and the Knights, well, they are believing that they can get the job done. 17 for 3.
Well, Malik has been done. Bye-bye, Mr. Batter, you're out. It was full, it was straight, and he's knocking him out. That is a boogie, oogie, woogie, Kookaburra 5-ball. And, well, Nimin Joss knocks them over. Timber, the castle has been raided. That's a sensational delivery. Well, I tell you what, they obviously know what they've got in the makings of Nimin Joss. They give him the ball and he knocks them over. And now, well, AUM, it is they who are in a bit of trouble. Zoheb goes. Who's going to be, if anyone, be their saviour?
Yeah, well, he's no bunny, is he, Jose? I mean, it's not like they need to go to somebody. They want to go to him. And I think that's pretty clear. New batter, Jit Patel, comes out. Yeah, the Knights, they are one team that I think they're probably the best team to never win an ECN trophy here in Malta. I mean, the first series back in 2020, you'd remember it very well. I mean, they were undefeated up until the final where Marsa did a number on them. And then the Super Kings knocked them out in the semi-finals in June last year. And then they lost the final again in the final series of 2021. Well, this is a fortunate one. Well, Jit Patel, he's fresh out of luck when he was bowling the 10th over, but he squeezes this. And you can see the bowler's reaction. He knows this could have easily crashed into the stumps. Instead, It runs away for a boundary.
Very fortunate. Mucho suerte ahí por el capitán Pital, because this one was crashing into the stumps. He gets a bit of inside edge onto this. Nibbin, he can't believe it. It's going to the boundary. Judas Patel, though, that's valuable runs for them at the moment. I mean, just look, one thing I said is what the Knights will try and do is trying to get that rate back up to about 10 required. And they're looking on course to do that. No run there.
Look at that run rate required there. That's what I'm looking at as far as who's winning in this game. So it's climbed, hasn't it? Started 8.3 and over already. It's up to about 9.6 probably after that delivery, 9.8 now in fact. So yeah, Nibbin, it's been excellent. Got to get that boundary. To get that 9 and over, it's very hard to do that if you're not scoring a boundary in and over. They haven't had one except for that French cut. It's over. It wasn't particularly convincing. And again, he says, it's a big mix-up. He's going to have to hustle back, but it's misfielded. Oh, lucky moment for Jet. He was away, but Prajapati, he was never coming. Look at it here. It's a quick yes, and Jet, he ends up watching the ball. And you needed to look at Prajapati. He would have turned around quicker. As it was, the bowler messed it up. Not picking the ball up cleanly. It's been a good over, though. Just that 4 off it at the moment. And now Jet goes over the top, and he'll get away with it. Fielders will make the stop. I suppose that's the difference between this outfield and some of the other outfields we've seen over the summer period of this year. Now, it's always running away for 4, but here it pretty much plunks. And at the end of the 4th over, it will be 22 for 3, and it's game on here in quarterfinal number 4.
Yeah, big time game on. I think they just get the 1 there as well. So I think the batters miss out on that one. I think maybe Judas Patel thinking it's going to the boundary. But you saw how quickly the Knights fielders swarmed on that ball. 3 of them came from nowhere. Basil George was one that did the fielding. Only the 1 run from it. 4 overs now done with here. 22 for 3. And that rate, well, they've done exactly what they wanted to do tonight. They've taken it from 8. They've taken it up to 10 now. And they'll feel that they are in this match, especially with, again, they've removed the top orders. Justin Sharju going to bowl here. I don't think he's bowled at his best yet, so maybe he's saving it for this quarterfinals day.
Good point. Sharju impressed me during the ECC. Here we go in over number 5. First one I think is a bit too wide. Will be called. Yeah, Justin had a really good time playing for the Malta national team. And yeah, Malta, they were, I suppose, a mixture of unlucky and I suppose was their own fault the way they got bundled out. Had a really good start to the tournament, whacking 147 against Luxembourg, but then blowing it, essentially. Although Luxembourg batted well to chase that down. And losing twice to France, who would end up sneaking through by a fraction of a point net run rate. But good to see Justin back on home turf, and yeah, a few people from that team out there. In fact, one of them is Patanka, who's already been removed from the equation here in quarterfinal 4 with Justin Sharju. I always like it when players, when they go to a higher level, they seem to play even better, and he was certainly one of those, I think. He bowled excellently.
Yeah, Prajapati here. I'm quite amazed how much strike he hasn't had. He's only faced 6 deliveries.
Yeah,
this is his 7th.
And it's too spicy to deal with. That's the thing, these Knights bowlers, they've got a few weapons they can use. I mean, a lot of the time they like to go full wide with a bit of outswing, but also they seem to extract a bit more bounce than others out of this pitch. And you see Prajapati just couldn't deal with it.
What do you think of this field on the leg side? And bearing in mind that they've also got the 3rd man inside the circle with the pace of Sharju. Doesn't seem right to me. They've got 3 men on the leg side boundary, mid-wicket inside the circle, but no 3rd man back on the boundary. With this sort of pace, any edge here is going to fire away to that boundary.
Tough one, this call, I reckon. Look at this. I know they have been harsh, but for me, I thought this was inside.
Yeah, never a wide that.
Again, you know, this is a funny one. We're actually in a better position than the umpire for wides.
Look at the bowler. I mean, yeah, that's complete shock, and I'm with you there. Poor call.
It goes a bit straighter, but it'll only go for 1 here, I think. They may think of a second. Prajapati's quick, but he thinks better of it. Good throw in. Would have been in trouble. Yeah, the thing is, because we're further back, so obviously where our camera is, we actually get a better view of the whole pitch. The umpire's got a slightly different perspective. He's not looking straight on at that wide line. It's just a slight thing. See, the bowler has a better view. By the time it passes the wide line, he's actually gone to here. Just saying. Just like a subtle thing. We'll give him a break. Here's Justin. Pitches up, driven through the point region, just the one. Again, just singles here, and this rate's climbing. AUM, this is a horror start really to this defence. I mean, they may feel they missed a trick to keep the Knights down to something around the 70 mark. That extra dozen or so. Looking hard to chase down at the moment. There'll be drinks at the end of this over. Prajapati swings it wide. That one is called correctly. And question from Joynal Aberdeen Tipu asking, where am I from? Well, I'm from Australia originally. I've been here a while now. And obviously, it's great to have you with us if you're just joining our coverage. Where are you from? Maybe you can let us know in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. We always love to see people tuning in maybe for the first time. Just can't really have an answer. Can you hear Prajapati?
Yeah, I mean, you credit to Sharju. I mean, all right, he's bowled a few wides, but the reason is he's trying to do this. He knows that Prajapati is struggling outside the off, and he just wants to keep the ball in that area. He's been very good so far.
It's one thing to have a plan, another one to execute it. Now they're going to bring in there another fielder on the offside, just saying, you know what? You're just not going to hit one on the leg side. I'm not going to bowl one there, and you're not going to try and hit it there, so why don't we reinforce? So 6-3 field. This will be touch the leg side, so he does go straighter. It doesn't matter. And AUM, with it all to do to stay alive in the tournament, 29 for 3 after 5 overs. I want to say a big thank you to everyone for joining in. And yeah, it's nice to have some other questions in the chat. See some new names, new faces in the chat. Has been Peacock Friday here. I've enjoyed my Peacock Friday, and know yours has been pretty good. Guess what? Weekend is coming though. And we don't just have finals day here. We've got more cricket coming from Spain tomorrow. Desert Springs and Almeria. Spain will hit the park. Rick, I'm sure you're excited to see them take on Italy and Germany. And Charlie will bring you that from 9 a.m. GMT, 10 o'clock in Central Europe, 2:30 in India. What do you think we're going to see out of the Spanish team?
I think we're going to see some exciting cricket, of course. I mean, it's Spanish playing. They're playing in Spain. It's a sun, sea, sand and sexy cricket. That's what I'm expecting. Yeah, look, I think I did love the buzz about the Spanish camp in Cardamom. I think the boys have come together really well. I think the new blood, the new players that have come in have gelled really well. And I think morale, team spirit, is, the team performance, so much is dependent on that. And I think they're just flying at the moment. And good things are happening in cricket, not just in cricket with the national team, but cricket in Spain in general. Good things are happening. Cricket is on the up. More and more people want to play it. More people are following it. And I think the team at the moment are just relishing in all of that attention.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I often judge a team by who misses out and who can't make the team. I think there's some very good players, not actually just from Spain, but also Italy and Germany. Like a lot of good players that we've seen not quite able to make the cut at the moment. But that sense of competition, internal competition, I think is important. And then the players who do miss out, they often do go one way or the other. They can kind of drop their bundle and be all in a huff about it, or they try and get better.
Right, yeah.
And the ones that get better, they're the kind of players you want sticking around. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what happens tomorrow. Different game, though, isn't it, when you've got those huge boundaries, like 75, 80-metre boundaries in some parts in Desert Springs. Slightly tricky pitch, I think, based on what I saw earlier in the year. I haven't seen enough of it today to make a judgment, but, yeah, you can't rely on always just smashing those boundaries. That's the thing. Anyway, let's go back to Jose, who's going to bowl over number 6, and this is a peach. And Prajapati, well, he is really struggling to get going. He's only faced kind of 2 balls and over in the first half. And again, he's just feeling there's no real intent here. It's a good ball, but still, I mean, you might as well try and hit it.
That's the key word, no intent. He's got to try and hit it. He's not doing his team any favours by just staying around and playing this sort of innings. He's not. I mean, okay, you could argue if he's still there, when it's 12 deliveries to go, he can smash.
Do you know who's coming in next, though? Mehboob Ali.
Yeah.
Mehboob Ali's coming in next, and he is genuine 6-hitter. Will he come off or not? I don't know. But at the moment, this rate is just climbing.
Well, Mehboob Ali, maybe he's got another name there. Mehboob Ali's been and gone, buddy.
I had him listed at 6. I just realised that he's already been and gone. You're right.
He's been and gone. He went for 8 of the 6 deliveries. So, yeah, I mean, they went with him. I think it was a correct call to go with him in the power play. He did manage to send one out of there. But, yeah, I mean, forget him. You've still got other guys that can hit it. I mean, Navdeep Gill, he's got to be a batter. He's in the side with instant bowl. He certainly can give the ball a bit of a clonk. And you've got Janjid there as well.
It's never a good sign when you've played innings and you've been and gone and people watching them haven't noticed, although that was pretty early on. That's probably why I missed it, and it wasn't what I had on my sheet. But look, when it comes down to it, someone's got to get going soon. Already, we're climbing towards 2 a ball. This is well struck, and they need more of this, don't they? Now, Jit, he's the kind of guy, he doesn't back away from a fight.
Yeah.
And he's the kind of guy I'd want out there, and he smacks this one, uses the pace well. 4 runs.
Yeah, he's a fighter. He's a real gutsy character. We saw a few times when AUM performed badly in the group stages and they needed things to happen. He was the first one to put his name forward and go out there. He opened the batting sometimes. He was the one who's determined to make things happen, and he's determined to try and get them to victory here. This will be a wide. And you see, just a shot like that, ball going to a boundary, and all of a sudden, Nibin Hoss, who's been bowling really well, is a bit flustered.
Yeah, well, I mean, it is a wide anyway, but again, look at his follow-through. And the umpire's saying, look, what are you doing? I mean, the umpire gets it right, but has to guess. This one won't carry down to Babu, who's a very good fielder. He'll make sure it's just one. It's the end of the over. So it's now or never for AUM as they have 4 overs to chase down these 45 runs. After 6 overs, the score is 38 for 3.
Yeah, even with that over, I mean, they don't get the 10 off it despite that boundary. So again, the rate just keeps going up. It's at the 11 mark here now. But yeah, Jitesh Patel, he's shown that he's got 12 of 8 deliveries. But really, I think Prajapati, he's got to be saying, I mean, the captain is out there. He's got to be saying to Prajapati, okay, look, okay, you've got to do better than this. You've got to now up it now. Otherwise, I'm seriously got to be thinking about getting somebody else to come in here.
So Basil George to bowl now. And you know that he'll be pretty much at the stumps.
He gets the odd one wrong, which goes for a no ball, because he likes to get the slower Yorker going. But when he gets it wrong, he can hang a bit. But he's going to be determined to perform well.
Goes wider though, first ball, gets away with it.
Yeah, no call there. I mean, he's very, very close to the line. Let's see this again. I mean, I'm thinking that, well, okay, maybe it just
maybe
goes.
just
Once
sneaks
again,
in.
we can't see properly ourselves here because of the camera angle. I think George's head was in the way of that.
This time it is an easy catch and it's going to be gone. And really, AUM, their skipper's going to walk off and they just cannot get anything going. It's an expert defence, isn't it, of more or less a pass score, maybe a few less, but the Knights, they're making up for it with the ball and in the field as Jit has to walk for 13. It's 38 for 4.
Yeah, Basil George, I mean, all he's going to concentrate on is getting the ball up in the right areas. He's not going to try and do too much with it, and he gets the wicket. And you just knew that he was going to be determined to get a good innings here in the field. He wasn't able to contribute with the bat. That will hurt him. He'll be just disappointed about it, being run out on 0. So now he's got to try and do it in the field. He's taken one good catch already, and it was the catch to remove Mahmood Ali. Now it gets another wicket. Stanislaus taking the catch. So now Jitesh Patel was the one who was moving along pretty nicely. He has to depart. Another batter comes in. Somebody's got to go boom boom.
Gill is the new batter. He tries. He's going nowhere fast. And you've still got Prajapati. He's batted into the 7th over for just 8. Yeah, that's frustrating. I mean, again, he wants to score quicker. I just think there's been some of these. Okay, he's got some good balls he's tried to cut and miss. There's just been some others that he hasn't been brave enough to play a shot at. Now, this is a bit of luck because this is going to run away to the boundary, I think, with the pace of Basil George. And so it is a 4 for Gill. Not convincing but effective as AUM hit the 40s.
Yeah, once again, that goes back to what I'm saying. With all the bowlers that have been bowling, the likes of Nibin, Basil here as well, and even with Justin Sharju, there's no third man on the boundary. You've got to have him back there. You haven't got too many runs to play with. Protect the boundaries. So, still no change though. They keep him inside.
Good Yorker. They go with the hit. They'll get the 1. Prajapati, he's got to be the man now. He hasn't scored a boundary. He's faced 13 balls. Yes, I know they bowled well to him, but yeah, with only 3 overs to go after this, and he has to get on a roll. Last ball for George in the 7th. Again, just not trying to hit it. He deflects. Suppose maybe I'll give that one to him. He wants to strike, but let's see what he does with it as we get to the last 3 overs of the day. 44 4 for 4. Let's have a look at what's coming up. And we can't tell you just yet, but it'll be one of these two teams taking on the Bajiba Blasters in semi-final number 1. Then Marsa taking on the Mceda Warriors. Then we'll have the bronze final, then the final, the decider, match 48. That's all coming your way tomorrow. Same start time, 7:30 a.m. GMT, 8:30 in Central Europe, and 1 p.m. in India. It'll be our final day in Malta for 2022. Make sure you don't miss out.
Looks like it's going to be Jace Matthew. He's going to bowl this one. He bowled a very good first over, just 7. And Prajapati then couldn't do too much with him. I wonder if he's going to be more of the same, or will Prajapati really unleash now? He has to.
Yeah.
It's 13 required per over.
Can't nudge him around anymore. And he tries. He'll just get one here. That's the other thing. Is that because he is just getting ones, he's losing the strike. And so he can't get on a heater. 10 or 15 now. It's frustrating. I mean, we've all been in this situation. You saw it a bit with Azim Sathi this morning for Mata Day. So I'm not really being critical of Prajapati. I mean, it's just the way it's going. And sometimes, a bit like Sathi this morning, the harder you try, the harder it gets to middle of the ball. This one's close. I think just going down the leg side as indicated by the umpire. We'll scramble through for a leg bite.
Yeah, Prajapati gets back. Yeah, good decision. And liking that from the umpire, Mara. So just letting him know straight away, nah, it's not. It's going down leg, and he's absolutely right.
Got to say, I'm not a huge fan of such a big single because it can put the batter off because you're looking at the umpire, and you start to think it's the finger going up when you see the arm movement. But yeah, good decision nonetheless. Just a 1 at the moment. That suits the Knights.
See, the other thing with Prajapati being there, you see, you could say you pull him, you yank him, but
for who?
Who's to come?
Yeah.
You know, and that's what the thing is. They're probably thinking, and maybe when Jitesh Patel was out, they're thinking, yeah, I could do that, but I don't think I've got anybody better that can come in and change the match situation, which is well, a bit worrying maybe because that one may be called. Yes, it will be. Just goes a little bit too wide. I mean, it's only 4 wickets down, and that's one. When I'm looking at this and saying, look, you're only 4 wickets down. You've got to take the risk here now. Prajapati's playing some nice shots when he's caressing the ball out in the up, but forget the caressing. Hit it hard. Try and get underneath it. Swing the bat really hard.
It's also the difference between somewhere like Belgium where we were, where they could really bat all the way down and hit boundaries. Here it just doesn't seem to be that same kind of depth. Got to give credit to the Knights though, they've bowled pretty well. I mean, that's another one, it's hard to get under no matter who you are. Gill gets the single. And at the moment, it's all rolling the Knights' way. A bit of a scare, I suppose.
Yeah.
They've lose both their openers pretty cheaply. In fact, George, without even facing a ball, it looks like, unless we see a dramatic turnaround, they will be playing the Bajiba Blasters tomorrow.
Yeah, Knights, remember, a team that lost out in the final on 2 occasions to Marsa. That's why they want to go all the way. They want to win it this time. And if they do, they're going to do it hard way. Prajapati ends up wearing this one in the gut. And he's going to feel that one. That was a sharp delivery. It hits him, cuts him in half. Just watch this. Ouch.
That seams in, actually. And so, yeah, Prajapati scrambles to the other end. We've never really gotten going. I mean, in this innings, what have we had? We haven't had a lot of boundaries. We've had 4 fours. And that's it. And Jace Matthew, he's had a good series, hasn't he? He just goes run a ball. So he does his job. It's been a team effort, really, from the Knights bowling unit. 50's up, but they're not going to get to this target unless something dramatic happens in the last 2 overs. 51 for 4 after 8.
Yeah, 51 for 4. The rate just keeps it. So really, it's a 9th coming up. It all happens in the 9th. That's what I say. And it all has to happen in the 9th. And once again, I mean, the batter that's come out there, Navdeep Gill, he's got bats on the ball. Hasn't been able to find boundaries. He's gained just over a run a ball. But you can see even with that, what rate he's gained, he's catching up with Prajapati. So this is it. This is where they need the boundaries.
Post Paul. All right. Not an easy one to get hold of, but you have to try. They do. Again, only 1. And so, well, they'll have to run for it in the end. 1's a fine. 31 off 11 now. Just looking at who likely bowled the last. You've got plenty of options, to be honest. I can't even guess. Probably Nitin Babu. He went none for 4 in his over. He's also got George that could bowl it.
Yeah,
he took 1 for 6. You got Justin Chadju that could bowl it.
There as well, yeah.
You've got plenty of options.
In the air, and well, gets put down by Basil. He'll be disappointed with that. He's a top campaigner. He shouldn't be putting those down, but it's just a single.
Yeah, the thing is, I think he's just concentrating more on stopping the boundary. I think he probably had more room than you realised there, Basil, to take the catch.
Maybe you want to leave Prajapati in there as well, buddy.
Well, here's another chance, and well, he's almost run under this.
Never,
he has.
never.
And well, brace for impact. Now he can't find it. Jace is a little bit like a terrier.
He hasn't caught one all series. He always runs. That's why I'm saying never, never. He ain't going to catch it. Look at the cap ejection here. Look at this. He almost does a somersault going back, and look, does the backward roll. Watch the cap go. Boing.
I like it. You know what? You can't drop what you don't touch. So well done, Jace. This is in the air again. Oh, guess who? Oh, he's been moved out of there now. Rajay is going to go back. Again, 12 man still on the field. And he will scramble back for 2, but again, not enough. Rajay's annoyed with himself. Wanted a better throw, but still, I think still the Knights looking very good in this contest. This foot doesn't slip back, does it? Don't think so.
The rope
Don't see any movement there.
No, there's plenty of people back there as well. If it did, they'd be on it. Yeah, it shouldn't be annoyed. They didn't get any extra runs from it, but standards. It's got to maintain standards. This will be hit down. Stanislaus does the fielding. That will be out. And it will be David Gill that goes. Stanislaus, good, clean pickup. Good throw, straight to the bowler. And look, if you're watching the game for the first time, sometimes we say the bowlers have to get behind the stumps. So this is the way to do it. Look, he's where he needs to be. Thank you very much. Job done. And that is the end of Navdeep Gill, who goes for 10 of the deliveries he faces. I think that might be, is that our man? Yeah, that is his Matthew down there. He's probably just doing a bit of stretching. He did probably stretch his neck a fair bit when he went down.
It was a proper kind of a backflip that he did, wasn't it? Anyway, you can see Gill almost gives it up, saying, look, I'm not doing much here. And I hope that Jace Matthews all right. I mean, he did. It wasn't a full-on back of the head hitting the ground situation. I think Sam's just checking if he's all right, because that can be nasty.
Yeah.
When you hit the ground like that. But it did seem like kind of rolled in a semi-controlled fashion. Anyway, couple to come now. 57 for 4. This is the difference. If they're chasing 70 versus 83, it's a big difference, isn't it, really?
Yeah, big
Here's
time.
Bose. And now this one should be another wicket, really. And it could be the end of Prajapati. It will be. Samuel Stanislaus takes the catch. And it's all over bar. They're shouting AUM. I'm pretty sure with that wicket, any faint chances are gone. As Prajapati never got going in this innings at all. 12 off 19 for him in quarterfinal 4. And the ninth finishes with a wicket, 57 for 6.
Yeah, well bowled from Boss Paul. I mean, he's another one, isn't he? Who's really gone through the motions for his side. Remember, there was a time when he was injured at one point and he carried on playing. In fact, he bowled even despite that injury. The last time we saw him, he was still struggling from it. But look, don't forget the importance of his knock, Vinny, in this match. I mean, for me at the moment with those, I mean, he's taken, is that 3 for 12, I think, with that one. That was the last ball of the over. So, yeah, 3 for 12 he's taken. Also, he scored 18 of 13 with the bat. Very important runs. I reckon he's my player of the match, Boz Paul.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Those late runs were super important. Couldn't agree more. That's how you do take a nice controlled catch, as Julian Dawson says. So, Nitton, he's won the lottery to have the last over. They had plenty of options. Ready to finish it off with plenty needed. 26, I think, needed off the last over. And that one doesn't get them any closer.
Yeah, I mean, once again, one thing that we said about the Knights all the way through, when they're out there in the field, I mean, their performance, it's polished, isn't it? It really is. They bowl well. They do their homework against batters. They stick to a plan. And, well, they execute it pretty well as well. Well led by that man, the captain behind the stumps. And Avinash Dilip. They performed very well again as well. This one probably will be a wide. Just the wrist there comes into play. You see he tries to drill this one a little bit wider. But just going to be one that has to be bowled again. But you can see that it's only going to take something incredible to win this match. And the next ball becomes key. If it doesn't go for a 6, well, that's the end of it. So a very good performance once more from the Knights. They didn't really get the run to the ball. But what they have shown is that even when they're under pressure, even when the top batters don't perform, and 3 of them didn't perform here, this one gets worn by Akram, who himself had his own highlight. when he took a brilliant jalebi catch.
I just think they've got lots of ways they can win cricket matches, the Knights. They can bat you out of the game, they can bowl you out of the game. When they do both, they're pretty much unstoppable. I don't know what the issue is here. Maybe just a bit of running repairs on the helmet, or just making sure it's all fine. Yeah, but I mean, that's what we've seen today. And when their stars miss out, they just have a lot of capable middle order batters. And I think, they're probably, you said, okay, do they have the depth? I just think sometimes we compare the middle order to the openers who are outstanding. Whereas you look at their middle order versus the AUM middle order, I think they've certainly shown that they're superior in this game. And now this will be gone. Babu, well, he's got 1 foot on finals day. And the Knights, well, they are fired up, and why not? Akram goes without scoring. 3 balls left in the day. It's 58 for 7.
Yeah, it's a good delivery. I'm liking this ball from Babu, because he normally religiously bowls just short of a length outside off. And I'm not criticising good he bowls. It's the right ball to be bowling because no batter really has gone after him. But he just shows there that when he has to, he can get the Yorker length ball on the money, and it's too good for Akram. Unfortunately, he'll have to depart for the 3-ball duck. So more ducks to come. And that you can see there a very disappointed AUM team. The American University of Malta. They've tried, they've given it their everything, but it's just not happening. 58 for 7. Akram cleaned up by Babu.
This time now, just get one. Well, will he? No, it's going to be gone.
Out.
Well, everything going right for the Knights at the moment. And Patel's run out for a diamond. Well, we started with the diamond duck, didn't we, in the first bit of this game? And, well, in the end, the Knights have recovered from that. Great fielding, side-on run out, and that's just a sign that the Knights, well, they are going in emphatic fashion to finals day.
AJ John, take a bow. I mean, he's out there because there was an injury, but he's fielded brilliantly. Remember when he was on the boundary and he threw the ball in, it was always going to be 2 runs. They get the 2 runs, but he was gutted with his throw. He was really upset with himself, and that's why he's a perfectionist. He wants to do his best, and I tell you what, they don't come any better than that. That is a great bit of fielding, and what a highlight for the man who's on as 12th man. AJ John will take a bow. Well, this is a moment that he'll remember, and that's what we always say, the European Cricket Network making players' dreams come true. Well done to AJ John.
Yeah, he's having a bit of a word. He got rocked there when he was batting, but yeah, well, just almost done then with the day. Couple of balls to go, 58 for 8. Now this could be another one. Don't think it'll carry though. So it'll just be a single. And just a final note on tomorrow. So, okay, the Knights, they were the top-ranked team in Group B, but Malta did have a better record than them. So if, for example, both those teams made it to the final and got washed out, the Knights would not win again because Malta would beat them. But if Malta were to get knocked out in the semi-finals, then suddenly, assuming the Knights won their semi-final, they are the top-ranked team. Just something, hopefully it doesn't come into it, but we know there's a few showers forecast. Here we go, the last ball of quarterfinals Friday, and it's going nowhere. So it will be the Knights that hold on. They didn't do it using plan A, but they have bowled and fielded great. They've defended 82. It's the end of the road for AUM. Just wasn't the tournament that they would have hoped for. Again, missing a couple of players that they wanted to turn out, and in the end, they are going to finish up going out on quarterfinals Friday. But yeah, I've got to say that the Knights, they thoroughly deserve their victory, and now they can book their place on the finals day. We'll see them first up in the morning.
Yeah, another outstanding fielding performance from the Knights. It really has been superb. They really have led the way with the field. The catching is good, the bowling is good, and we saw there at one point when we're thinking about who's going to bowl the final few overs, that could have gone to a handful of players. That's how much talent they've got in this side. Okay, they have got those few hiccups with the batting, but what they have shown here today, look, with the likes of Stanislaus, who only made 8, George nothing, and Avinash Dilip 2. So the top 3 only made 10, but they still managed to get to a score 80. So the others can chip in. I mean, Boss Paul, I think his contribution was pretty key, as well as Nitin Babu. Nitin Babu, well, he's probably going to be challenging Boss Paul with the player of the match. But for me, I think Boss Paul, his runs came very importantly, and then he took the key wickets as well. But we're going to leave that to the guys that make those decisions. But well done to the Knights. They've shown again that even when they're under pressure, they're able to perform. But that fielding performance from them and bowling was sensational.
Yeah, and sometimes you lift when you need to. I mean, they certainly didn't have as many runs as they wanted to, the Knights, but this is kind of when they do their best work as well, I think. But I wouldn't say backs to the wall, but they were at times during that innings. And, well, the tack, well, we know he had a bit of an issue with his finger earlier on. And I think they were just relying on him to get quite a few of these runs. But he was shocked and rocked by Paul. And, yeah, for me, I agree. I think Paul, he was my player of the match in quarter-final 4. He's a big reason the Knights are going to finals day.
Yeah, he bowled very well. Really good campaigner. He gives 110%, doesn't he? And we've seen that all the way through. What a performance it was for him. And that was a big wicket to get, wasn't it? That was the key one. And, well, this was our man again. And John, remember that? Again, disappointed with himself, where I think he saved 4 valuable runs there. And, well, keep a lookout for that man as well. He comes, that's a Nibin Hos, comes into the side. And we were wondering why he was taking the ball ahead of 1 or 2 others. Well, he showed us why as he gets the Yorker in. And Zoe Malik, well, he was the one that had to make his way back. Chidis Patel, the captain, we know he's gritty. He's a lovely guy, lovely player. He, gives 110% for his team as well. Played a couple of good shots, trying to get his team back in it. But Stanislaus was there to take his catch. And then at that point, really, I think he was saying that all hope had to be on something like Prajapati to see what he could do. This one was a bit of luck. It was an edge, which went to the boundary. This one, well, it was a catch that went down, but it didn't really matter because at that point, it was what's needed. This was, well, sensational. Loving the ejection of the cap there from Matthew. Matthew's another one. I'm liking him. He hasn't caught anything that's come his way. He always finds a way to dive away from the ball or get away from it, but he's a key player as well. This one was one that was no mistakes from Stanislaus. He's a very good catcher of the ball. Makes that one look easy. And look at that, Nitin Babu. Well, that's what I liked about Nitin Babu. Just when you look, that was the wicket of Prajapati, by the way, and you knew when that was taken, it was done. But look, what I was going to say, look at the reaction from Nitin Babu, not just when he just takes that wicket, but when they win the match. I mean, he is pumped. He wants this so much, and so do the Knights. Look, you can see that reaction there. He was on the money. That's a great delivery.
Here's the thing, though. I mean, they've never won the trophy. I mean, they're too good a team to have not won a trophy here on ECN. The Knights, all the way up to 2020, they were undefeated all the way up to the final. And AJ John, well, that sums it up. Yeah. They went all the way to the final whistle, didn't they? The Knights, they were the top-ranked team, and they showed why. As AUM just not able to compete. And once again, a bit like the first time we saw them in this series, they let the ball do the talking. I think they bowled really well. They never gave the AUM batters a chance to breathe. Looking at the final total, you can see 59 on the board, so not even run a ball pace in the end. And nobody getting past 13. Jit Patel top scoring, a couple of 12s there. But Prajapati, I mean, he stayed around, and look, it's not really all his fault. I think he had to do with some good bowling. And look at all those bowlers. All 6 of them did their job. No one went for more than 7. And that one, that really showcases their bowling depth. Paul, for me, 3 for. He is my player of the match. Also wickets for Nitin Babu, Jose, and also Basil George. But a fantastic performance. And the Edex Knights, I think for me, just based on what I've seen, I've got them a little bit ahead of Marsa, I think, just because I just think Marsa haven't faced anything like that yet. Looking at how Marsa beat them last year, Zizan Khan made big runs in the final. Look, I'm not saying that they're not capable, but Marsa, their batting didn't really convince me today, although they came good after a little while. But look, let's see. Tomorrow should be a very interesting finish to the series, of course. If you want more cricket tonight, I can see there's still about 10 overs to go. Yeah. Germany at the moment, they are chasing a fairly big score. Or maybe a pass score in T20, but in high 140s, which at Desert Springs, it's higher than probably most of the scores we saw when I was there back in April. So, yeah, you can have a look at that, and we can check out some of the highlights as well after we say goodbye to you. But, yeah, tomorrow, it's your last day in a while, Rico, so we hope that you enjoy it. And, look, and we also hope that the sun's out tomorrow because we are a little bit concerned about the forecast. Yeah, let's hope so. I mean, it's only a forecast. Expected some storms arriving around midnight tonight to carry on through the night and into the morning, but well, let's just hope that they arrive and they disappear before the morning, because it will be such a shame not to have a finals day here, because we've already seen. I'm just looking at those matchups. You've got some really good matches coming up tomorrow, and Marsa, they're looking to make it a hat-trick of wins. But the Knights, you're right, the Knights are looking good. Their all-round game is looking good, and I like the way they're playing as a team as well. But look, I also like the way. I mean, they're the underdogs.
the Bujiba Blasters, but I like the way they play as well.
Yeah, that's
and they've
true.
got 1 or 2 players there. If they perform, they really can upset a few people, and they could be the underdogs
Yeah,
here.
let's not take our eye off those semi-finals as well. I mean, it seems like the stage is set for a rematch of last year's final, Master and the Knights. But I mean, we know that finals mean upsets, and so yeah, I do think that the morning games will be pretty interesting as well. Well, I'm going to be lurking in the ECI. I'm going to turn over the T20 International now, so you feel free to do that as well. Big hello to Charlie over there, and he's in the middle of the desert, but it's a beautiful cricket ground over there. Well, hopefully we don't have the quicksand here like we did last time on finals day, Rico, that we are going to go. Reminder, you can go to our website, europeancricket.com. You can also check out our social media as well. And we know, I can't wait to get on the social media today because I think that Muthu Kumaran one might have gone viral by now. But from everyone here at the Master Cricket Ground in Malta, on behalf of all of us in the Blue Crew, the crew from Swing Productions, everybody else, I want to say a big thank you to you for watching. We've got the best viewers in the world. Hopefully you can join us tomorrow. Finals 8 is on the way. Until then, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, and Rico for Happy Peacock Friday. Once more, we'll leave you with some of the best bits of Quarterfinals Friday. We'll see you tomorrow for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Good night, everybody.
Adios, mi familia. Hasta mañana.
Cricketers, hear me, cricketers, share your passion for pride and flag with the world. Cricketers, hear me, cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got.
Another one, that's the big one. That's gone all the way over into the clubhouse and ordering a pint at the bar.
Hundreds of clubs all over Europe are coming together today. Thousands of cricketers want to be stars, show their talents when they play. We've got commentary, action-packed cricket frenzy. You're hooked, you can't deny. Worldwide audience watching to see which team will lift the cup up high. Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion, pride and flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. La 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 la.
There he goes, he sent that pack in, but the shaka, 6-4.
Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion, pride and flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you
Mentioned
got.
turbo earlier, that's supercharged. 6 runs, that's gone into orbit. It's another Kookaburra ball that's going to be circling our planet for years to come.